All right. So, I am here. We are streaming. I'm a little late. Yes. That's okay. We're fine. Hey, Plasma. Yes. So, we're going to do like an hour or so of just painting to let people stream in, sprinkle in. Sprinkle doesn't make any sense. For people to get here. Then, we're going to switch over to looking at the 40K rules, go over them in kind of a how to play format. And then we'll go over all the Space Marine stuff. I'm going to try to get 3 to 4 videos worth of like YouTube video stuff out of this, is the hope. How you doing, Plasma? Nice. So, here's the Phobos Apothecary, as it currently stands, that I am working on. There's not a whole lot left to do. We've got Visor, and then some freehand I want to get on here. I'm trying to see if there's any other, basics I've not hit yet. I think I've hit all the basics. At some point, I gotta talk to you privately, Plasma, about the commission stuff, because I'm making some changes to stuff. Probably gonna impact you, but I haven't solidified anything yet. I'm trying to figure some new stuff out. Anyway, oh yeah, I'm gonna DM Zombie and let him know the stream is going because he in particular needs to learn how to play Tyranids. It's less like needing to wait longer. It's just I'm reassessing my pricing structure for uh, mostly practical reasons. But yeah, we'll go over that later. Because I said I haven't fully figured out what I want to do with it yet. All right. Oh, I'm gonna hit up Psy too. Yeah. All right. Yeah, yeah. Also, most likely we'll be having you do Necrons next, and most of my words are already panned. Just need my Allegiance vehicles panned. That would probably go better. Um, I guess it's not actually. I think about. I don't know if it's really actually something that needs to be private. I think I can just talk about it, actually, because it's not. It's nothing to do with you specifically. I guess just in general, like I've been reassessing between pricing structure and how the time works out on stuff, and I'm thinking of dropping tier ones and tier twos entirely from the structure because it's become incredibly hard to get what seem like fair prices that actually match the work output for basic stuff. Like the only times the math really seems to work out when I really like hardcore calculate it is when I'm doing really high quality stuff for a long period of time for a large amount of money. The efficiency goes down with the less quality and lower prices significantly. The point that's like, man, I'm outputting a lot for not a lot of money. Um, and it's not even like just the painting itself. Like I'm also raising my web dev prices significantly because of well, I mean, you need to. I have to. Business requirements. um, else I'm not going to stay in business. Like I was doing like 50 an hour for web dev. I'm upping it to 70. Yeah, yeah. So like yeah, like tier threes, tier fours at like real prices is kind of like what I'm gonna be aiming for going forward. Yeah, that's basically it. Like that's the crux of it. I haven't made any changes to my website yet or anything, but yeah, I mean, I suppose like if it's stuff I can just group airbrush across type of thing, like the Necrons, like maybe that will be fine. Um, but like say like the Voton, like that was like they came out good, but that was like pushing it. I know what I want to do here. It's just extremely precise. I wanna. I should have put pulling more water out. Yeah, also maybe for the troops should have like a pay by the hour work on them. So that actually is probably a better idea. Where like the quote's the rough estimate, like it's less a quote, more a proposal, but it is like by the hour. That would actually be the safer route. Um, and like just keep it on like a time-based payment plan type of thing. So like I know regardless of how long it ends up taking, I'm still making the money even though it might take longer to get to me. I'm not losing money because it is just simply by the hour. Then I gotta figure out the hourly price, which is still like not gonna be cheap. Um, I probably just need new paint. This paint is very. It's been sitting on the pallets. It's extremely wet. Maybe this can work. Business. It's fun. Yeah, no, but I think that would make it so you can get the money and don't feel it. Yeah, well, it's not even losing money as much as time, but time is money. But yeah, I mean, especially like the more established I get across the board, websites and streaming and painting and everything else, it's like any amount of time being used inefficiently is more of an impact because I'm becoming more efficient in scaling everything else constantly. So I really need to be making sure whatever I'm doing is efficient. O's are so annoying to freehand, let me tell you. It is shockingly hard to paint a circle, but that looks about what I want. Yeah. I think you guys will like this when I finish it. You'll like what I'm doing here. We'll see if Justin starts watching at the shop and have people try to guess the letters as I paint it again, like with my Venator, which I have points now. Yes, we'll get to there like super late tonight eventually. But yeah, the Forge World points came out. I can now run my Contemptor, my Leviathan, my Venator. Yeah, I can have. Hey, you want fast finish? Increase the hourly pay. You want to stream? Yeah, like I would try to keep that calculate into the quotes, but yeah, it's just like, um, yeah, it's just it's painting's fairly fickle. It's like yeah, when I go like off hard quotes, it becomes it seems to keep becoming a mess. So yeah, maybe going off like an hourly, and then I can just post an hourly rate and be like, I can guess how many hours I think it's gonna take, but this is the amount you're gonna pay per hour, like regardless, and it's just based off payment plan. Cause yeah, I can't keep putting in like 30 hours for $300. Like that's dumb. That deal was shockingly hard to do. I have to do another. Oh, on the plus side, websites are going very well. I'm getting more contracts in. My dad has like literally become my agent at this point, and all but title, as his business keeps getting hits for work, and he just passes them off to me. Starting a new small contract next Monday, which should just be a quick in out for a pretty decent bit of money. Back to my bread and butter of WordPress, which I learned today by accident. Warhammer Community is a WordPress website. So I was grabbing links from it today for the stream later, and they have WordPress file structure. I'm like, oh hey, that's a WordPress. Yeah, right. Well, I mean, if he ends up being involved, he does take some money. Like if I have to like consistently use him for like, hey, how would you recommend doing this, or like take a look at this code or whatever. Like the really big government contract I just finished, he did take a section of that. But with the next big government contract, that would be pretty much all mine because now I can just do that. And WordPress stuff, I've been doing that for 8 years. I don't really need him for that. Am I gonna have enough room? I think so. I think I have just enough room. Holy crap. Yes. Sophiana, welcome. I don't need to look at chat to know it's you. And then I look and it's Sai. Yeah, Necron's Fix 7th edition on their reanimation protocol. I like their reanimation protocol. It's way simpler than before. Although, apparently with the stacking, it can be pretty brutal. I think that could be sharper, but yeah, I got the sizing right. I can clean it up a little bit, but yeah. My idea was like he's healing someone, like picking someone back up, and they look up at him, and what they see like first is like not done. You're not done, Chief. Brother, you're not done. Yeah, which I think is good. It's Necrons. That's kind of their thing. They're the endless legion. How you doing, Zophiana? Uh, I think it's great. I only played one turn against them at the event, but yeah, I did like actually. It's funny. I did no damage to their troops. I did completely snipe one of their characters, and then he just got back up, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Yeah, I saw the post. I didn't have time to read it all because I was already running behind because I kept getting business calls. Uh, then I woke up late. I woke up late. Oh, I worked out again for the first time in a while. Felt good. And then I got a bunch of business calls. So I saw it. I read like the first like two lines, and then I couldn't keep going. Oh yeah, Plasma. Did you hear the big news about the channel? I think I told you. I don't remember. Or you can go check the Discord because I put up the official announcement post today, like a half hour ago or ish, 40 minutes ago. I think I should have done it more cleaning up from the inside instead of the outside. Yeah, we're gonna redo that. I want it wider, I think. I should really just get fresh paints. I don't know why I'm torturing myself. If it wasn't so wet, they'd be a lot more controllable. Oh, this is got a lot thinner in it. Do this one. Yeah, in short, Plasma. Pulling off Twitch, simulcasting everything else in a couple weeks. Currently aiming for the 13th to be the first stream. That'll be everything else. The next week will be our first gaming streams, and only good ones on Twitch, I guess. It'll be focusing on YouTube and Kick and expanding outward from there. Anywhere I can, anywhere I can connect to, really. Cause the numbers be better, not here. And Twitch wants to be the only one that wants to play exclusivity hardball, so screw them. Alright, what is this list of, Fiona? Let's take a look real quick. Stream Elements wants to throw up every single timer at the same time. Cool deal. Oh, the wrong one. Okay. 2K Wolves list. Ragnar, Blade Guard Lieutenant with Black Death. I don't know what that does, but sure. 6 Blade Guard and a Land Raider. 2 units, 5 Infiltrators. Lieutenant with Combi Weapon with Wolf Tail Talisman. 5 Scout Snipers and Missile Launcher. 5 Wolf Scouts with a Grav Gun and Leader of Grav Pistol and Thunderhammer. A Repulsor Executioner. Bike Squad with full Grav and an attack bike led by a Chaplain with a Frost Crozius, an Iron Priest, and a Knight Paladin. Oh, with a Knight. Oh, okay. Interesting. That is a list of all time. They're like just a bunch of water? Did I spill something? What was that? $11 new point system? You mean like how they just made power into points? Or you mean like all the war gear? Like making war gear so easy? I think I'm kind of in agreement with Bricky on this, where war gear season just gives a set number. I'm kind of a Bricky, where his opinion was like the just making it power, not necessarily the most balanced way of doing it. Instead, it should be points for war gear, but in 8th and ninth, they had most war gear too expensive. Instead of like a plasma pistol being worth 5 points, which definitely never has been, make it like 1 point or 2 points. And a heavy bolter has never been worth 10, let alone 15 points. Maybe make it 5 points. Most of the war gear way less expensive, but still having a point value so that there's some trade-off for getting the actually strongest stuff, like say a las cannon or yeah. Like now we're just all taking the best loadout no matter what. So they kind of corrected too much in the opposite direction. Yeah, this all needs to be cleaned up. 2d6 plus 6 strength, 10 AP neg 1 damage 3 blast shots. Nice. Yeah, the cannon. Yeah. One year I'm happy in Chaos Space Marines Venom Crawler. Yeah, the Venom Crawler is pretty good. I faced two of them in Joe's Chaos Undivided list. I fought his Vastor list. He beat me, but it was a fairly close game, and if I had not screwed up some very like obvious stuff in the beginning of the game, I probably would have fared better. But I have a way better list in the works now. I just have to, when I'm done with this apothecary, build and paint a bunch of Tartaros. Pardon me. Making my own texture paint from white paint and sanding up paper clay. Interesting. Okay. I need some fresh apothecary white. For snow? Oh. Oh, texture. I don't know why my brain went contrast. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I even said texture, and my brain just had a picture of, like, contrast paint, and I was like, wait, what? What? That doesn't make any sense. 12 shots, but it becomes 14 if it kills a unit and increases more. Yeah. Yeah, that part was kind of rough. Could have been worse. I think because one of them I took out fairly quickly. You know how I screwed up? You can jump. You can jump out of land raiders after they move. Yeah. I was so caught up in how Devastator lets you advance and shoot with everything, Devastator Doctrine, that I advanced my land raider and shot, and I was like, "Oh no!" I am like practically knife fighting range of Vastor, two Venom Crawlers, a Mauler Fiend, and a Forge Fiend. And I'm like, no, I should have moved normally because 3 inches of movement was definitely not worth it. Just move normally, shoot all my stuff, or move normally, jump the Terminators and Librarian out, shoot the Lane Raider and Terminators, and then charge the stuff with my Terminators. That would have made way more sense. And then my Hellblasters would have lived longer, my Land Raider would live longer, and it would have been shooting things that would have been relevant and not stuck shooting just the giant vehicle stuff. I basically played right into Joe's hands, and he said as much later. He's like, yeah, you did exactly what I wanted you to do. I'm like, son of a. So I learned by mistake, so it's properly in the head now, how transports work. I immediately ruined that. Yeah. Yep. Um, I also have determined that Space Marines should do kind of what their rules keep encouraging to do, which is go to the middle of the board and just castle there really hard and then expand out as you're able to towards other objectives. Because, man, we get a surprisingly large number of, like, random weird buffs near the center of the board, and we support, like, units support other units oddly well. Also, my going forward strategy with Terminators is not going to be Land Raider. It's actually going to be Deep Strike. I'm going to build and paint over the next little while 10 Relic Terminators, a Captain in Terminator armor, but it's going to be in Tartarus plate because I have extra Tartarus, and a Ancient in Terminator armor. And they're going to deep strike in where they have combi bolters, power fists, and 2 heavy flamers for Overwatch. Drop in, shoot a bunch, get reroll the charges from the captain, and then charge onto an objective where they have roughly 22 to 25 OC as Terminators because of the Ancient. And then, they can take the Overwatch stratagem for free with the heavy flamers two heavy flamers. Oh, and they have the grenade, and because of grenade harness, they have the grenade stratagem, which is actually good. I used it quite a bit. Also love Annihilation bar Barge as they love Turtle and Castle moved. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yes, this is looking way better now. More wounds for everyone, yeah. Yeah, I was talking yesterday about how I feel like 10th for me is going to be the addition of First Company because between Sterngard and Terminators, I'm going to be running both a lot. And I'm basically officially making the first company captain with the Tartarus captain. I mean, I'll eventually get to the one in the Leviathan box, but the first thing they're going to be doing in there is probably Sterngard after I finish sprucing up my I pulled my I don't know if you remember these. You remember back in 8th where I made veteran intercessors and then didn't touch them for a year and a half because they made them really bad? Well, I'm sprucing them back up because now they're just Sterngard. Like I was when I was using them yesterday as my paint and different model button, and so I'm sprucing them back up to put them back in the field. This is still an illegal build, but at some point later I'll cut the hand off and give him like a pistol or something. Actually, no, this is the pistol. Give him like a I don't know. See if I have like a radio hand or something. But anyway, uh, yeah. I'm also when I have Devastators coming in with Justin, which actually I need to remember to tell Justin if he pops in today that I am drinking the gamer subs he gave me and it is working great. I'm getting some gamer subs like soon, especially after I got a big old CFC tip last night. Thank you, Diablo Bob. Again, that's where you got the green hood on the Death Guard now. I'm getting some gamer subs there because they make all of this way easier. I feel great. Maybe give me sponsor me. Yeah, we were talking about my flavor name yesterday. We're currently working with Tabletop Turpentine, which I was laying in bed last night or this morning at like 5 a.m. What would the flavor be? We never talked about what the flavor actually would be. I think licorice. 'Cause I'm one of the people that love licorice. Well, here's the thing. You either hate licorice or you love it. There's no real middle ground with licorice. But yeah, the people that like licorice love licorice. And if Yogi can sell Egyptian licorice tea by the box, I know I've bought it by the box before. Um, they can sell gamer subs that taste like licorice, and it's black, so it fits the scheme, if you will. Sour licorice? No, it's not sour licorice. It's just black. Like it's just licorice flavor. Like you have like the red licorice when you get the licorice Twizzles or whatever, the red stuff. That's just a made up flavor. The black licorice is just licorice or fennel or licorice flavor, or the same flavor as absinthe, because that's when the herbs used to make that as fennel, which tastes like licorice. It's also one of my favorite alcohols. Oh, it's delicious. It's a little strong, but delicious. Sally Ann's really around. Yeah, I'm talking about the black ones, but yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be one of my new long term goals is get a gamer subs flavor. Currently, we're gonna call it tabletop turpentine. And it's gonna be licorice. But yeah, I think later I'm gonna order some. Look into like their sampler pack because I want to try Guacamole Gamer Fart just because I love Russian Badger, but I really like guacamole or avocados. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah. I saw, actually, I also saw Shy Lily's response video to that. It was great. Nah, I'm definitely putting Badger's code in there. I'm very team Badger. I've been watching Badger for a while, a goodly while. Yeah. Yeah, whatever I end up buying, I'm putting in the Russian Badger code. Yes. Very much Team Badger. I didn't even know who Shy Lily was before that whole thing, so, of course I'm gonna go with Team Badger. I'm one of the people that simp so hard that after a new Badger video comes out, I spend the next 3 days watching people react to that video. I think his Modern Warfare 2 video I watched it by itself, not even with reaction videos, like 3 times. To be fair, there's a lot going on in that video, so, you actually want to absorb everything. It's like, oh hey, Russian Badger video's out, I'm watching it, like, immediately. Sadly, Shiloh's winning for she uses the power horn. Yeah, that's just how it works. Actually, that's kind of funny. You think the name of the flavor should have something to do with the cult thing? It seems like it'd be more appropriately degenerate. Something like that, yeah. Cranberry under the lemon of tabletop. That's really good, Sophia. I also think stuff like what about like cult leader lime or cult leader limeade. Cranberry and lemonade is a good combo, though. You are not wrong. Cult leader limeade. Hmm. Looks like Micah's online, working on a Vindicator. Cool. Cranberry. By your flavor of that, what you go with the cranberry under the lemonade of tabletop. That's pretty good. Yeah. Man, yeah, no, I really want the sponsorship so we can make this flavor. This flavor does sound really good. I'd also drink the crap out of cranberry lemonade. I also enjoy both of those things quite a bit. That's like three kind of fun flavors. Let's just get to the point where we make our own gamer subs. Then we can just have a bunch of flavors. Make the licorice one, the limeade one. Nah, that's it. Hey, maybe we'll see. We'll see what happens. The cult has started. Yeah, yeah. It's gonna be the new gamer subs rival, and it's all cult stuff. Listen, if we don't start the next satanic panic, we're not doing it right. If I ever had maple lemonade? No. Was it like maple syrup meets lemonade? Interesting, if that is the case. This is actually a really appropriate song for this conversation. It's not over until we say so, or not over till we say so by Blue Steel. Oh, it's been a while since I listened to. Basically, yeah, that does sound good. It says sugar use maple syrup to make the lemonade. Oh, yeah. All right. So here's the plan. We become big enough that uh we can push for a gamer subs flavor, and if they deny us, we just make our own company. I'm sure we can find some chemists, put something together. Time to collect the blood offerings. Watch your ritual knife. The ritual knife is the London bin knife. You should know for making a call that would be the secret enforcer being of the Alpha Legion. Yeah, makes sense. You'll be the secret one. The out in the open one will be drunken zombie. Because have you seen that man? That man don't. That man just stands around and stuff becomes enforced. So good, Plasma. Good to see you. Um, if you're interested in all the rules talk, most of that should end up on YouTube, so no need to worry about that. And it's on the new YouTube channel, so you're gonna have to go to the links and subscribe to the new one. Oh, I kind of messed that one up. Who did that thing? Oh, thank you for the sub, man. I mean, I appreciate that. I am wondering though, yeah, how mu- how much of the subs I'm actually gonna end up getting. I got a hit. I don't know how much that adds to it, but last night I was looking at I'm at $30. I have to hit 50 before I get another check, so this might just end up in the ether. But we'll see. We'll see if in the next 2 weeks I can get enough subs to like tick that over. But yeah, I appreciate the gesture, if nothing else. All right, so I have to fix both ends, and the E could actually use a little cleanup as well. Let's see if I can. Yeah, that's on TTS, but yeah, if you want to try to save up your points before I switch over, see if you can hit 40K before 40K, go for it. Or so you can hit 40K before the end of next week, basically. As currently the hope is on the 13th, the two, the second Thursday from now. I want to be off Twitch and on everything else, so all the Twitch points will be for naught. So it's definitely a race to view. A race to sit here and watch. All right. So I'm gonna finish cleaning this up. Yeah. Yeah, we live in a digital world already. We're here now. We're still trying to get all the perks, but we're already here. Oh, you are also an Amaranth fan. Based. Would you believe I can believe that, and that I am not surprised. I have to say though, my favorite song by them, I think, is Archangel. Yeah, I got fixed to you now. For Amaranth specifically, I don't know. I think we talked about. I think it was Nightwish or Within Temptation. I think one of those we talked about before. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I knew you enjoyed the genre at minimum. Oh, maybe. Listen, also like the break was quite long. I legitimately was looking at the Discord 2 nights ago or last night, I forget which, and looking through the names of the users. I'm like, man, I remember these names. Some of these names, I don't remember anything about them. Oh no. I'm like, well, better get used to that. So the whole point is to hit the point where I cannot keep track of everybody. It's literally impossible. Also, I'm sure some of them are probably lurkers that never actually chat, so of course I wouldn't know anything about them. Gotcha. So, former Yoda had a surname? Really? I did not know that. See, because of the nature of Lucas, I can believe that. Lucas and his naming convention. Conventions. Alright, so I am just about done on this. I want to fix this O a little bit more, and then we're going to switch over to rules. Oh, that was a little strong. Just fade to black more. Oh! Try to sharpen the black. Stop it! Man, you think this is bad. The bad one's going to be the shoulder. Gonna make this look easy in comparison. I am torturing myself with the shoulder. Because the shoulder is going to have a free-handed red apothecary symbol with the wings. And I have to paint around the arm. The mechanical arm. I have thought before I really should have attached the mechanical arm after. Oops. Why did I decide to do that? Because I have problems. Clearly. Nope, I'm already screwing this up. Oh, and I'm streaking the stuff again. I need this way to work with me more. Yeah, this way is not working with me right now. Yeah, that's basically my internal voice right now. It's pretty accurate. Yeah, I basically have to redo the end again. Freehand in a nutshell right here. At least when you're trying to do scripting, anyway. Look at that. Honestly, I think scripting is the harder branch of freehand. I think images are much easier because you can build them up over layers that you can blend into each other and it's not so precise. Like when you see those crazy murals and stuff, that's done in many layers built on top of each other. They are not being remotely as precise as it ends up looking like at the end, and it's on purpose. There's a lot of quote unquote cheating, basically. Scripting, on the other hand, you have to be perfectly precise in every way that you think you would have to be looking at it. I want to sharpen these D corners now that I look at them. There's too much paint. Amazing song. Wonder if this is the original or is the first Peyton Parrish one. I think it's the original. Listen, if you have not heard 13 different versions of this song, you are a filthy casual. I heard only like 5 versions of the song. Filthy casual it is. But I can fight with both axe and spear. To be fair, fighting with a spear is pretty easy. That's the point. Very prominent Viking weapons, yeah. I find axes are the hard ones. Like I feel like the skill tier is like spear super easy, swords decent skill floor, and an axes I feel like are like shockingly hard. But maybe it's because the one sparring axe I have is very small. Maybe that's why it feels so hard to like do anything, especially defensively with. I suppose if I got a sparring like Danish axe, that'd be a lot easier. You got a lot more half to work with. But the one I have now is barely more than a hatchet. It's like, how do I parry with this? There's nothing to parry with. It's just my hand. Wax of higher skill floor, but sword of higher skill. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. And spear is highest efficiency of all of them across the board. I feel like I've been talking about this a lot lately, both on in like just private Discord calls or servers or even on stream. Like there's a reason Spear was king of the battlefield for 12,000 years, and basically even today, when we put bayonets on guns, we are just making them into short spears. It's extremely efficient and effective. Sword isn't a battlefield weapon. I think it depends on the type of sword, to be fair. Like, especially in, like, the later Middle Ages, they were definitely making swords that were intended for full-on battlefield use. It just, they weren't used by standard soldiers. I think that's pretty good. Not done. Brother, you're not done! Alright, I'm gonna go pee, and we're gonna switch over to rules. Polearm spear choice. I agree. My medieval weapon of choice is the Bec de Corbin, and it is a pole hammer. It has a spearhead, has a hook, and has a 4-point square hammerhead with reach. It has like full on reach. It's like I got everything. I got thrust. I got hook for anti cavalry. I got hammer for anti armor. It's the universal. You know, the only thing I can't do is like effectively slash. But I mean, do I need slash? Do I though? You know. But yeah, I'll be back in a minute. That's Nada's ticking me out. Oh, got it. Get get wrecked, scrub. Okay, I am back. Hussite flail. I'm not even sure what the Hussite flail is. Like, I have a guess, but it's all my stuff wants to reload. Anyway, all right. So we are switching. I'm gonna keep this here. Oh, I'm gonna turn my phone screen off to save battery power. Oh, I can just have that in general. Why don't I do that? Do. There we go. And, aha. I want maybe to pop that up a little bit. Oh, whatever. We'll go with that for now. That's fine. Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Okay. Actually, this over here, I'm just gonna have that still like available in case we end up doing some CFC or something. Okay. Is there an easy way to zoom in that camera? Anyway, poleaxe is good. That's fair. All right. So this is gonna be going on YouTube. Uh, like 3 to 4 videos here. So, hi YouTube. I'm Table. I'm currently serving 40 to life for stealing Bricky's intro joke. Also, say hi to YouTube chat. Yeah, we're just gonna be going over the rules of 10th edition, and it's gonna be like a little bit of the first bit is gonna be like kind of a how to play, and actually I'll pull my painting camera and actually have some like examples. I'll pull some units and some dice out. What bull crap again? Did you not read the description of the stream? Also, I just realized my dice are way behind me. Give me a second. I am unprepared. Ah. This is what happens when you get like 4 business calls right before you start streaming. That's why I was late. Like, I'm not joking. I had a bunch of business calls. Former's upset. My day is complete. I have succeeded. Yeah, but anyway. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna just have some dice out and put this over here. Probably should have prepared this more. What was that? Oh, nothing. You're always upset. Based on my experience, you're not wrong. Mostly because you are the entirety of my experience. But yeah, I'm gonna grab some intercessors here and have them on hand, and I'll grab like a character. Grab how many I want? I want 3. Grab this lieutenant, and that should be good. Maybe I'll grab oh, you know what? I'll grab this won't be a codex compliant squad, but we'll just say they're under strength because that'll come in play. All right, cool. Editing. I am. We'll edit up to like roughly this point, I think. Okay, cool. And we're back. All right. So yeah, core rules. We are beset on all sides by vile predatory aliens, and sedation gnaws at us from within. In this dark hour, the best we can do is look to our war gear and pray to our gods. Sholak Atralar, the 4th Imperial Commander. Sounds about right. We've got this interesting variant on the Emperor on the Golden Throne art. So I'm realizing there's stuff on my glasses. I'm going to have to do so much editing for this all of a sudden. This was supposed to be easy! Or maybe I won't edit this, like, at all, and it'll just be this ridiculous. Maybe. I'll see how I feel about it later. So I'm not gonna necessarily read off every single thing in this document. I'm gonna be, like, actually going through the important stuff. But we do have here at least the 5 phases, which is relevant. I was gonna zoom, like, way in here. There we go. Alright. So for every turn, 5 phases. Command phase, movement phase, shooting phase, charge phase, fight phase. That'll all make way more sense later. This would be so much smoother if I had my two PC setup later. Alright. This is just how this document works. That's fine. Alright. Basic terminology. The missions is what you're playing. Think like your match type, and the map. And you have armies. Armies are all of your models that you are playing with on your side. Units are a single selection of guys. Actually, yeah, let me pull up the other cam. Ah, that reset my thing. Did it? Hold on. Yeah, I did. 1 second. I'm only figuring this out as I go. How could you tell? Rip my phone battery in a couple hours. Former is all the upset. Yes. Okay. Oh, I have to restart that. The editing is going to be great later. If Duo1 wants to work with me, maybe. Um, Pop it over that one, and over this one, and it still doesn't want to function. Yay, this is totally not a convenient time for this at all. You were just working. Maybe if I switch to the camera too. There we go. Alright. So in this case, a unit are these 5 intercessors. As a unit. This individually is a model. You can have a unit of a single model, such as this character as a lieutenant. These are 2 separate units, 5 miles, 1 miles, and they can merge under certain rules and split apart again. We'll get to that way later. You'll know what goes into a unit based on its data sheet. We'll get there. You have unit coherency, which is how you keep a unit together. I'm going to just rotate that. To maintain coherency, you have to keep miles within 2 inches of each other, unless they're over, was it 7 miles now? Yeah, 7 up miles. They used to be 5 before, I think. Maybe it was 6 plus. And then it's within 2 inches of 2 other miles in the unit for large units. If things are non-static unit coherency, anything non-static unit coherency, for whatever reason, considered destroyed. They have become separated and annihilated. Because, I mean, Battlefield sucks. Engagement range is 1 inch horizontally, 5 inches vertically. So most everything in Warhammer works on a cylinder basis, 1 inch out, and then so many inches up. Usually 5 inches because that is a standard floor. Is, yeah, 5 inches when you have multi-floored terrain. It's 5 inches, and you cannot do any kind of movement, a normal advance or fallback, and end up in engagement range. You can only do that with charges. That's how the only way to get in melee. This is gonna be such an edit later. All distances are measured in inches. To determine if a, yeah, I mean, in basically everything is done by true line of sight, and then based on the circumstance, it's broken up on if they're in cover or not. Partial visibility will give you cover. If you can see any of a unit, you can see the whole unit. And then you do have terms of like fully visible by model or unit for certain rules. All dice are D6s, though they can sometimes shorten them down to D3s, where it's half or, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whichever way is easier for you to think of it. If you have a reroll and it's used as multiple dice, you always reroll all of them. When you see the term unmodified, that is after rerolls, but before any modifiers. You don't count the modifiers in there, because there's a lot of modifiers. Roll-offs, pretty much what it sounds like. You both roll a die, highest one wins. The battle round itself, we went over this a little bit earlier. Well, I just listed it off earlier. You have command phase, where you muster strategic resources, and then you take battle shock tests. Movement is all your maneuvers. Shooting phase is shooting. I mean, most of these are what it sounds like. For anyone coming back from 8th or ninth, they have put most of the psychic phase in the shooting phase. I mean, unless it's specific abilities, in which case I'll say psychic. We'll get to that when we get to dash sheets. Oh yeah, I need to. This is so much adding later. How choppy it is. I almost wonder if this will be a video. I'm making an executive decision. This is going to give us a better end game product, or a product worth putting. Here's how we're going to do this. Alright, I just changed the stream name. Alright, here's how we're doing this. We are just going to discuss the rules in general, and we're going to review them, talk about them, and then if someone comes in that is trying to learn it as fresh and makes it a conversation, then we're going to do the how-to. Because, yeah, no, I feel like I need that back and forth. I don't do well with scripted. What do you want from me? Alright. So I'm going to start over entirely. Jump to the top. Yeah, that's how we're going to... Alright. Hi, YouTube. We're gonna overview 10th edition rules. It might turn into a how-to later. Maybe. We'll see. Started doing a how-to. Wasn't working by myself. That's fine. So, yeah, I'm just gonna do a basic discussion just as I see stuff and freeform. They made a small change to coherency. They switched it from 6 up to 7 up for this. I think that was a great change considering how many like 3 to 6 squad sizes they had, especially in like Space Marines and Chaos Space Marines. I think that helps not bog down movement unnecessarily, as really the big swarm things were considerably larger than 7, generally speaking. And it was just a pain before when you had 6. Did not really change anything in the super in-depth stuff with all this. I'm pretty sure it's all the same. I think this all works fine. They did change re-rolls so that if you're re-rolling multiple dice, it has to be the entire roll. It's less it's less efficient for some really gamey stuff like charges, but I mean overall I think this does make it more balanced across the board. We have dumped the psychic phase entirely. This is kind of a big one and also kind of not one. So it kind of depends on if you're on one extreme or the other, if this is a big change for you. Like if you're a Tau or a Necrons, it is a big uh, buff in a way, and that you're no longer, or a buff in like game quality of gameplay and quality of life, because you're not stuck just waiting for someone else's entire phase. Which, if you're fighting something like Thousand Suns or Grey Knights, was kind of painful. GW said as much, like literally that. And most of it, yeah, it does just break down to abilities used in other phases. Fine, whatever. Um, Shoot you smites. You just have an ability you just say you're gonna do off of movement, veil of time, whatever. Oh, and morale phase is entirely gone. It's shunted into battle shotgun and command phase. Great. I am totally fine with that no longer being a thing. Command phase. Alright. A lot of big changes here. For one, we don't start with any CP. We now get 1 CP per command phase. And you can only generate an addition of 1 CP per round, regardless of source. So we no longer have giant CP dumping, just tons of CP to throw around at wherever, everywhere, constantly, which was something of its own entire meta of armies that could generate and utilize a ton of CP and armies that couldn't, or by their nature started with very little. I remember there were times with my Raven Guard doing a Alpha Strike VV bomb. I would go through every single point of CP I had by the end of turn 1. And then the rest of the game was like a toss up. Nothing really that anymore. And actually, I think this is fine. I think this is actually probably an improvement. Because it means like you can't really pull giant CP combos, which are like fun, but sometimes extremely one sided. It also keeps certain armies from just running a ton of CP generating units. You really are only incentivized to bring 1 or 2 if you want redundancy. We have Battle Shock, making morale actually matter in a surprisingly efficient way. Because when a unit becomes Battle Shocked, which they made way easier by just roll 2 dice, meet this number. Like everything else. No more weird. I played so many games of 8th and ninth, and I still, to this day, feel like I don't truly understand how morale worked back then. Somehow. Battle Shock in hand. Easy. Here's the number. Roll two dice. Did you hit it? Yes. Great. Works like everything else in the game. Works like shooting. Works like melee. Works like abilities. Like hit this number. Done. If you fail, you're battle shocked. Your OC, your objective control, which objective control by itself is a huge improvement, I think, is nothing now. You can't hold objectives. If you have, if you fall back, you have to make a desperate escape test, and you can't use stratagems on a unit. All that makes sense to me, and I think adds a lot of potential there for actually using morale. So like terror troops might be a thing now. Might be, maybe depends on who you're playing against. We got a bunch of rules based off of starting strength, half strength, uh, below starting strength. Sure. Yeah, it's not a metric you can work off. I'm fine with that. Attached units, however, the whole leadership system, I love it. Amazing. I love comboing leaders and squads and all that to make really specialized units instead of just castling stuff constantly. The castling can still be good, but not in the same way as before, where you just basically just wrap stuff around aura characters, which you still kind of do because aura still exists, but it's nothing like it used to be. Most of move has stayed the same. There's a little bit of difference with flying units. That's about it. So Desperate Escape itself, which I don't think we had this before. I think this is a new thing entirely. I think there's a stratagem that let you do this before. I never used it, so I'm not certain. Once I am getting pinged. Oh, it's for a painting competition that I did not intend on joining in. That's fine. So Desperate Escape is instead of falling back, you can move up to your movement, but you have to roll dice, and one or two that model. Uh, let's see, what is it? Each time you take a Desperate Escape test for a model, roll 1d6. Okay, hold on. No, I do have to read all this. This is why I haven't done this, used this yet. It's oddly complicated. Models can move over enemy models when making a fallback move as if those enemy models are not there, but you must make a desperate escape test for each model that will do so before any models in the unit are moved. In addition, if the unit is battle shocked when it's selected to fall back, you must take a desperate escape test for every model in that unit before any are moved. So if you want to move over enemy models, if that model is moving over it, then you take it. Okay, and for each test, a 1 or a 2 kills a model. Okay. Defining movement around terrain. I think most of this is basically the same, so that's all fine. Fly, they changed a little bit of how fly, when it goes up angles, it's now direct as opposed to ignoring terrain, which is probably for the better, I think. I believe reinforcements has stayed basically the same. Transports. This is a huge change. A lot of changes here. Very good. Transports matter again. Love it. So, a lot of transport capacities have shifted slightly, I think, to make up for how you effectively are locked into squad sizes and leaders are now attached. In addition, we have a very simplified thing for infantry shooting out of their transport called firing deck, which is just here's how many guns you can shoot out of. Pick a gun, and it counts as if the transport's being equipped with them. So any buffs on the transport buff these guns. Which, shockingly, the Rhino for Space Marines has firing deck too. Depending on what you put in there. Like I think it has transport 12, so you can put a 10-man tactical squad with 2 leaders, for example. You can pop like a last can and like a plasma gun or whatever out at. The single biggest change they made to transports, however, is that you can now disembark from all transports at the end of its move. Huge. Transports make sense. For 2 editions now, we've had transports that made no sense. Finally. You can finally just move forward, jump out of the vehicle, do your thing. Now you can let's see. Time to remind myself exactly what you can and can't do when you get out. You can disembark from a transport model that either remains stationary this phase or has not yet made a normal advance or fallback move this phase can enact normally. Make a normal move, advance, shoot, declare charge fight, etc. in the remainder of a turn. Such a disembarking unit cannot choose to remain stationary. So, uh, units that disembark from a transport model that made a normal move this phase count as having made a normal move themselves. They cannot move further during this phase. They cannot move further during this phase. Hold on, this is actually confusing me here. Units that disembark from a transport model that either remains stationary in this phase. Okay, if the transport model has stayed still, they can jump out, do whatever. If the model has moved and they jump out, they cannot move further, and they can't charge unless you have the salt ramp rule, which is why land raiders are a thing. Units cannot disembark from a transport model that has either advanced or fell back this turn. This one I learned the hard way. They also, this is pretty important when going up against big guns. When you roll a 1 on your d6, when the model gets out from a destroyed transport, you just take 1 immortal wound. So like it'll kill small stuff, but you literally can't lose Space Marines like Terminators. Your Terminators are safe. Yay. Yes. Even Scouts now get Scouts of 2 wounds. Amazing. And if it is not possible to set up a disembarking unit only within 3 inches of a transport model, then it is an emergency transport, which is wholly within 6 inches instead of 3. However, it's 1 mortal wound for each roll of 1 through 3. And if for any reason disembarking model still cannot be set up, then it's destroyed. So you can still, like, wipe out the contents of a transport. You just have to bubble wrap it hardcore for, like, 6 inches. So Tyranids, basically. Tyranids and Orcs are, like, the only armies I think that can reasonably actually pull that off. We have a new, just easy, all the new like keywords I think are great for the most part. The idea of this keyword system, period, way better. Or not keyword, but what are these called? I was gonna say keywords. They're not keywords, but you know, huge improvement because now we just have universals. It's not every single dash sheet has this giant paragraph or multiple paragraphs to get across the same concepts. A lone operative, if it's by itself, you can't shoot it unless they're within 12 inches, which now you can just put on units. Like, it's not even just characters. One of the reasons why scout snipers are really good all of a sudden. I don't think they made any changes to big guns never tire, to be honest. I think that has stayed basically the same. Uh, okay, there's a -1 to hit unless it's a pistol thing. I think it was kind of like that before anyway. Also, for some reason, they add stealth to this page specifically. Just subtract 1 to attack hit roll if it's a range attack. Which is shockingly not everywhere. So it's not even remotely overpowered like all that stuff used to be. I mean, it is already balanced out, however, that they have maintained the hit rolls can never be modified more than -1 or +1. However, you can stack that with benefits to your ballistic or weapon skill. They have added the critical hit definition, which is used for a lot of the weapon stuff. Makes sense to me. There is some weird terminology around if crit hit, like it says unmodified hit roll is 6, but then there's stuff that causes crit hit effects on other dice rolls. Like what is it, bolter drill? It's either bolter drill, bolter discipline. I keep forgetting which one it's called. Makes it so you achieve crit hits on a 5-up or the equivalent of a crit hit. That's wounds have not changed at all, which is good. I think that still works perfectly fine. I just need to adjust the actual toughness characteristics, which they have for vehicles. And we have critical wound the same as critical hit. That's all basically the same. I don't think any of this has really changed. Saving throw can never be improved by more than +1. I'm not sure if we had that before, but that just goes in line with everything else. Feel no pain is all consolidated, which is great. It's very simple now. Deadly Demise has also been simplified. There's no more asking like on which result on a die. Like it's always on a 6. Each unit within 6 inches loses X amount of mortal wounds. Now it does allow them to modify that slightly based on sheet. They can say Deadly Demise and then add 3 inches or 12 inches, whatever. But just if you just see it by itself, you know it's on a 6 inches, this many mortal wounds. Way better. Because there was like the odd random vehicle before that it was on a 1 for some reason instead of a 6, so I was constantly double checking. Alright, weapon abilities. So we used to have 5 weapon types, and all weapons fell into these. Now you can just have gun, as Ricky puts it. Just have type gun. And then you just build onto that, and you can have multiples, so you can have really complex, interesting weapons, or you can just have a gun. And some of these have even been simplified from what they used to be before. Like Assault is now you can just shoot even if you advance. There's no -1 to it anymore. Pistol and Rapid Fire are the same. Torrent is the flame or auto hit thing. that we had before. Ignores cover, as it says on the tin. Twin linked is now, instead of all these double barreled weapons giving us double shots, they have nerfed them all basically. Now they're called twin linked, which means you have full rerolls to wounds. So basically, they're all lightning claws. I am divided on this. I think most of those weapons would have been better off with the double shots, but they did want to reduce lethality across the board. So it's kind of rough. It's also annoying for me as a Raven Guard because now Lightning Claws are all twin Lightning Claws. There's no version of getting a single Lightning Claw anymore. It's not a thing. So they have brute forced Lightning Claws into Twin Linked by forcing you to take two Lightning Claws, and now they get Twin Linked, which was their old rule of just rerolling wounds. So that one's not the best addition. But, I mean, for the few shots you got, they are, in theory, more reliable. In theory. Depends. I gotta do the math on that. It definitely. Well, no. Actually, no. I don't think it helps any necessary weapon, actually, doing it that way. I think all weapons were better off. I guess low shot, low strength, minimum damage weapons got a slight buff. Everything else, it was a nerf. Across the board. Lethal hits. Crit hit, auto wound. Real simple. I mean, a lot of these are real simple. It's quite nice. Lance, if you charged, you get +1 to your wound for that fighting phase. Indirect fire, everyone's bane right now. I think they're about to make changes to this. It needs some changes. The idea that you subtract one from the hit roll and then it has benefit of cover, the target has benefit of cover. That seemed nice, but like so many of the indirect fire weapons automatically get bonuses to completely ignore these nerfs. In which case, it's like, what's the point? And then some of them ended up really cheap on top of that. But apparently, they're working on fixing that next week, I guess. Blast has gotten a buff. Blast is a buff now. For every 5 miles in the target unit, you add one to the attacks. And it can't be used when engagement range. This is a net buff. You almost immediately get more out of it than you used to get out of it, which was how it worked before is that if it was above 6, it was automatically minimum 3 shots, and if it was over 11, or it was 11 over, you automatically had your full 6 instead of d6. Now it is whatever your attack characteristics +1, +2, +3, which which on if you roll low, you're doing less, yes, but you can spike it way higher than before. So you actually get more damage out of it on against larger groups. So it's just kind of the point. Melt is just a basic, increase damage by X against half range. Yeah, it's just how Melta worked before. Now you can just add Melta roll to other stuff. Precision is sniping. You can target characters. Uh, we can target characters that are attached to a unit specifically. Other characters not attached to a unit are a free game now, and the ones that you should not have attached to a unit are they have lone operative, which means you can't target them anyway. So yeah, it's basically snipe as it was before, practically speaking. Heavy's interesting, and it's basically the reverse of the old heavy rule, where now you get +1 to hit rolls and remain stationary. But then they take all the heavy weapons and make their ballistic skill worse by 1. But there's fringe cases. I say fringe. Intercessors are one of them, but it is an odd one out for it's just a common unit where they allow you to become a very accurate if you do remain stationary. Infiltrators, I think, also have that actually. Yeah, their carbines are heavy, which is funny to think a heavy carbine, but I mean it works for stats, I guess. Art, yay. I do enjoy how these are like literally just photocopies of the book, so you get the art in this PDF. Hazardous. So this is the old Perils of the Warp or Plasma Explosion. This is a actually been a buff for survivability, which is nice. Basically, you do your entire shooting or fighting, you complete everything, then you roll a d6 for each hazardous weapon, and on a roll of 1, the model is just destroyed. Unless it's a character monster vehicle and it's 3 mortal wounds, just flat. So you know exactly how much damage you're going to do to, say, your Psychers or your big vehicles, but your odds are actually way lower and have no impact on your actual shooting capability, which is. Uh, I think it is a survivability buff, or at least your damage output is a buff. However, you can't negate hazardous anymore with plasma by just having rerolls to hit. But ironically, Hellblast is in particular the main one that this comes up for Space Marines. They have a rule that you make sure you get another shot anyway. And then you have Apothecaries just get back up. So I guess it's situational if it's a buff or not. Sustaining hits is now the all-inclusive exploding X. Exploding hits. You just whatever numbers out on it. That's real nice to make that real simple because there was again constantly big paragraphs to just say exploding sixes. Extra attacks. You know, yeah, I think this is kind of helpful. Because it kind of determines or clarifies situations where if a model has a bunch of melee weapons, how many melee weapons can it actually hit with? Before it was just all of them. Now you can have specific situations where you can't attack with all of them for whatever reason, but you can determine which ones you can attack together as a group with. So yeah, I guess it's good for clarification. And the wombo combo that a lot of people are concerned about, which honestly I don't think is that big of a deal. Devastating wounds, which instead of the old add 1 mortal wound when you have a crit when you make a 6 to wound, you then turn whatever the damage characteristic of that weapon into into mortal wounds, which can be devastating, which is the point, devastating wounds. It's just some people are concerned about being overpowered when it's a very high damage weapon. I haven't seen that many of them. The only one I've run into, like there's the knights, but they have problems from other things. And then Vashtor is the main one I've run into. Like, as I fought Vashtor actually, and he actually wiped out half a Terminator squad. No, not Terminator, a full Eradicator squad instantly because he spiked the rolls and they became devastating wounds. And it's a damage 3 weapons, so he just mortal wounded Eradicators for their full health per hit. Also, devastating. Ironically, I keep using the word because that's the word I use normally. Ironically, on vehicles because of his anti, and this is where people are really concerned about. Is when you have anti, uh, it makes your critical wound whatever that number against that target. So then, Subsai L. People say this combo is an L. Oh, L nerd. Okay, I think these combos fine. It's just like fringe cases where people just lose their mind over this. I think it's just mostly the knights. But no, I think having this combos in there is fine because it's just showing that certain weapons are so anti that they're devastating. And the reason, and I'm with Bricky on this. The reason I believe this is not a problem is because no one cares about combi weapon, which has anti infantry 4 up in devastating wounds for one mortal wound against infantry. That's not game breaking or even impressive, but it's the same combo. It's just when it's on really big weapons. Meh. Go eat some HelloFresh, you heathen. What? Man, if I had some Factor on me, I would eat it. Factor sounds great right now. Did they really change much in charge? I don't think they really changed a whole lot with charging. Yeah, I'm fine with all this. Oh, they changed a bit in how charging with terrain works. I think it's way simpler now to actually execute. Before, I found it really confusing. As well as charging with fly models, similar with movement, it's just straight diagonal, so it's way simpler. It's what you would think it would be now. Before it was, I still don't understand it, even though I played a lot of it. I had to check the book like every time. Like, how do I do this correctly? Especially when I was running Vanguard vets because jump packs. They made fights first, just a basic fights first rule. I love this whole simplification of stuff into just universal keywords. You just slap onto a thing. It's like, all right, we all know what this means. 2 words. Just there you go, done. I also think they simplified pile-in and consolidate. Now they're both 3 inches. I think maybe I'm remembering 8th edition or one of these was only 2 inches, and they made it like more confusing. Now they're both 3 inches. Yeah. Otherwise, it mostly works the same. Yeah, and dash sheets. All right, so they changed these up a bunch, but I think overall a big improvement. The biggest one being the OC stat. Huge. So much better than if you're uh now it's called a bow line. Uh you or before it's called objective secured. If you had objective secured, you count as double the models for controlling an objective because it's just based on the number of miles on there. Which meant vehicles like say knights, which are their entire army, were awful because you couldn't hold any objectives without killing everything, and it didn't allow for special case uses. I think the idea of having this just being a stat and now you apply that number to each model in the unit, way better, so much more useful. So now most stuff is still 1 OC per model, but you can have things with OC2, usually Bowline, but not always. And you have rules like the Space Marine Ancient that gives +1 OC to everyone in a model, which means you can do some crazy stuff. Like I've already run a 10-man intercessor squad with an Ancient. Enjoy my 32 or 33 OC that's now an objective. Like, yeah, come and get it. Or later I intend on doing a 10-man Terminator blob with a captain and an ancient. Enjoy my 22, 20, no, like 24, 24, 25 OC Terminator blob. Sing on the objective. Abilities are now just core terms, and then they describe your special stuff. And a lot of them are shorter now. Great. Oh yeah, and they moved ballistic skill and weapon skill to being attached to the weapon. Way better system, I think, because now you no longer need to have. Okay, so this model shoots on a 3 up, but if it's a weapon with specific nuance to it, like unwieldy, wieldy for power fists or thunder hammers, now you have to have a line of text to explain that. I got all day today, so pretty much just exists. Haha, really nothing have or really want to do. Well, great. Now you can sit here and learn 40k. Uh, sit. I gotta make a run across the street to a store for like 20 minutes, but that's it. There you go. Easy peasy. I think most of today is going to be me going over Space Marines for a while, but we might end up painting again because I thought I was going to do like a proper how to play, but then realized rather quickly, without someone to bounce off of, this is not my kind of content. I don't make uh, content like that very well, I guess. This seems a lot easier anyway. Going off like updates and reviewing it, if you will. Uh, the War Gear setup. Yeah, I'm fine with like how they set up the format. I think is just fine. It's just some of the individual decisions they've made within this format I have concerns with, which we'll get into when we get start talking about the Space Marines. It's just explaining all the terms, which most of which are either went over before or the same as in ninth. Deployment abilities. Okay. Again, consolidated, simplified in great ways. I do enjoy how I did this. Deep Strike is just called Deep Strike for everyone. Like you can think about it as your special thing or whatever, but like it's just called Deep Strike now. So we can just have a card that just says Deep Strike. Doesn't need to be Teleporter Assault, from Golden Light, Rise from the Depths, like whatever. It's just Deep Strike. So lose a little flavor, but way easier to use. Like I like flavor, but I mean, come on, man. Like we, the task sheets got so long because of stuff like that. Scout, same thing. Like it's just you have here's the number of inches you can pre-move. You don't have to have a whole paragraph explaining how you have pre-move. And they made it so that uh, if you're in a dedicated transport and you're a scout unit, you get the scout movement, which I think is really cool. So you can throw incursors in a impulsor. So you put some of these names together, and it sounds kind of silly, but you put some incursors in an impulsor. The impulsor now has scout move. Again, transports make sense now. Oh, but it has to be a dedicated transport keyword, which I think is fine. So you can't take a uh, is a repulsor execution? I don't think a repulsor executioner is no. A repulsor executioner does not have dedicated transport. So you can't give a repulsor executioner a Scalward, which is like a really big gun tank that just happens to have transport capacity. Not a lot, but it's there. Actually, speaking of which, I'll say this again when we come to the Space Marine thing. But I do find it amusing how I was reading the Executioner a few days ago, and I realized it can take Centurions, but it cannot take a full squad of Centurions. Like even a minimum squad of Centurions, it can take two. Minimum you can take is three. So they made it so in the super niche case that may never occur once ever this edition, if you have a understrength squad of centurions and an executioner, they can board it and you can pull them away, but only if they've taken one casualty. Very weird, but it's there, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, um, also infiltrators, just very simple. Like you get midfield deployment. Leader. I love the leader rule, man. I love that this is the most fun thing for me because now I can make really fluffy units that work. Like putting the ancient with a bunch of intercessors feels very Space Marine. Having a captain and an ancient in Terminator armor with a bunch of Terminators, very fluffy. but it works and makes really specialized units that have very defined jobs that mean something now. And it's not just castle all the stuff around the characters that have because they all have auras anymore, which was kind of dumb looking and kind of toxic in a way, and very like not nearly as fluffy. I remember in Eighth Edition ending a tournament, a local escalation tournament early because I had such an absurdly bullcrap Space Marine castle list, which was just so much just stuff just stuffed into a glob, and it looked dumb, and it was next to impossible to get close to. Partially because it was starting at 1,000 points and had a Leviathan with storm cannons in the middle of it with a Tech Marine, and it was a Phobos chapter master, and just gave everything full rerolls in that blob. Like, yeah, have fun. All right, so stratagem. We talked a little about how about CP, way less CP, and I think overall it's probably better. Giant CP combos were kind of becoming a problem. They also made keeping track of CPs and looking them up mid-game way easier if you pay attention to this key, this colored key here. I actually really like this for just making gameplay easier. Or a Land Raider. I did not see that. I'm pretty sure it's been there for a while. I think it's in reference to the dedicated transport. Yeah, I don't think it dedicated. I don't think a Land Raider is dedicated transport either. Yeah. Uh, so yeah, now it's really easy to figure out. Like, okay, here's where I am in a game. Here's what my options are. Like, I look up like it's my turn. I look up either green or blue, or it's their turn. I look up either green or red. You got your basic reroll. You got counteroffensive, which is kind of specialized and niche, but can be really powerful if you time it right. Epic challenge, uh, where basically you can have your character go after another character, even if they don't have a bunch of precision stuff, which can be really strong if you set that up right. However, most of the characters that are meant for killing units do have precision already, but in case you don't, there you go. Insane bravery is if you just really don't want to take that Battle Shock test. You just don't want to risk it. You have a big old clump of stuff on an objective, and you can't lose it. Not now. You can throw in insane bravery. Uh, Grenade. I actually have used this one. Fairly good, I think. As it's just 6d6, and for every 4 up, so you're averaging 3 mortal wounds, but you can spike it to 6 mortal wounds. So 3 to 6 mortal wounds. Well, I mean, it can be 1 to 6 mortal wounds, but averaging 3, spiking 6 mortal wounds, just because you have something that gives you grenade, which I have already, or is a free war gear like Tartarus Terminaires. You strap on a grenade launcher on them, they have grenades. That's what it was in my case. Actually, I think I used it on intercessors as well. I think I used it twice that game. Okay, tank shock. Just based on fluff, I love this. I love the idea of finally it means something to ram a vehicle into someone. As someone with so many, what was it? Just roadkill? Yeah, roadkill kills back in Halo 3 and Halo Reach. Like this is the way right here. Take that Land Raider and just run him into him. Uh, let's see. After you end the charge move with a vehicle, you select your target and you select one melee weapon it's equipped with. Roll a number d6 equal to weapon strength characteristic. If it's greater than their toughness, roll 2 additional d6. And for every 5 up, they suffer a mortal wound. So obviously, and this makes sense, the bigger and more melee oriented your vehicle is, the better it's going to do. But well, can technically get you a couple more wounds on anything. And they also did cap it so you can't go above 6. Which I do enjoy how a lot of these stratagems do have caps like that to ensure you can't just drown someone in mortal wounds. Rapid ingress. Ending your opponent's movement phase, you take a unit that's in the reserves and it can arrive as if it were in a reinforcement step of your movement phase. You cannot do it during a battle round. You're not going to be able to. So it's not a cheese to allow you to get a first turn coming in, but you can't come in to mess someone up by just popping in, say Terminators, as just a living wall at the end of their movement phase, and say distracts them from say targeting something else. Like, oh hey, there's a bunch of Terminators over here. They're probably going to be a problem. Shoot them instead of the intercessor sitting on the objective you're trying to clear out for next turn, or deny me the points on this turn. All right, this one right here, huge. This is turning into a consistent problem. I kind of like it. Overwatch. Because they made some significant changes to. So, 8th edition, Overwatch was a thing any unit could do anytime they were the target of a charge. They would shoot all their guns that they would otherwise be eligible to shoot, and they hit on sixes. That was it. So, if you're going to charge someone, you always got to think, like, is this worth the Overwatch, the potential Overwatch? Which made stuff with flame weapons sometimes questionable, but also flame weapons usually weren't that strong. So, I mean, it really was dependent. Ninth, they turned it into a stratagem, but otherwise did not change it, which meant it was basically never used. Easy charges for not easy, but like uncontested charges for everyone, basically. It's basically only Tau that used it a lot because they could get other stuff to shoot as part of that. Now, it's still a stratagem, but you can use it in either your opponent's movement or charge phase just after your unit is set up, so it binds in the Auspex, whatever it was, that Space Marines had before, which was anytime enemy reinforcements came in, you could just shoot at them, which is great, which was really good sometimes. They kind of clumped that in. Or when enemy starts or ends, so you can trigger it before they even start moving if they're in range. A normal, advance, fallback, or a charge move. So I suppose even fall back, you can shoot them with the pistols of the enemy they're within engagement range of. Although you're probably more efficient to wait till the end of the fallback and shoot them with something else entirely. But you have the option though. You have a ton of options, honestly. You have all the options. Are they moving? You have the opportunity to Overwatch. One unit from your army that's in 24 inches and would be eligible to shoot if it were your shooting phase. And you can shoot. The restrictions is that you needs an unmodified hit roll of 6, required to score a hit, irrespective of ballistic skill or any modifiers. You can only use a stratagem once per turn. Now, here's where it gets weird, and we need some errata to clear this up, honestly. Because there's a bunch of stuff that lets you do free stratagems. And it's not completely clear for the ones that don't specifically mention Overwatch, because some do. If the universal ones, like Rites of Battle for Space Marine captains, give you multiple Overwatches. Because those say that you can use a stratagem for free on a unit this model is leading, even if that same stratagem has been used at that phase. Phase is not turn, but if you use it in that phase, technically, yeah, it's weird. It's which one? And generally speaking, the sequence of priority is that you have core rules, And then codexes override those rules, and then FAQs either override those. So I personally am currently playing it as if you used the Fire Overwatch before, uh, at least in within the same phase, you can use it again using Rites of Battle. That's how I'm understanding it right now. But we really could use the errata because there's a lot of people going back and forth on this right now. Go to ground. They're selected as a target of one or more attacking units' attacks, specifically shooting, and then they get a 6-up invuln save and have the benefit of cover. This is great for your little Gribblies, your conscripts, your boys, your gaunts, or actually just stuff also that just has a low armor save. This is much less useful for, say, Space Marines, which kind of makes sense because they're really, like, seeming to push that Space Marines don't use cover because they don't need cover because they can't get cover, literally. So even a 6-up invuln save is only useful if you're getting hit with an extremely high AP weapon and you really want to try to negate its ability to just insta kill you, I guess, or insta damage you. Smoke screen. If you have a smoke keyword, you can give all models in your unit benefit cover and have a stealth ability. It actually used to be a Raven Guard stratagem. Now just everyone can do it, which, I mean, I guess is fine. To be fair, the Raven Guard one was anyone. So you could make, like, a Leviathan. Just have stealth for a while. But yeah, now you can just throw it on anyone that has the smoke keyword. And Heroic Intervention, which is more or less the same as it was before, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you can declare a charge against your opponent's charge phase just after enemy unit declares a charge move. One unit from your army has within 6 inches of the enemy unit and would be eligible to declare a charge against the enemy unit if it were your charge phase. Okay, so actually they made it so it's not just characters, it's just like anyone, but it takes 2 CP. You can only select a vehicle unit from your army if it is a walker. Note, even if this charge is successful, it does not receive any charge bonus this turn. So you can't use a walker with lance. Or you can do it. You don't get the benefit of lance, which is fine, I think. Strategic reserves. Was this changed? I don't really use I did not use strategic reserves much, so I don't know if this really changed. But it's basically like you can't put more than these point values into strategic reserves. You can put as many normal reserve stuff in as you want, but you're limited to this for strategic. I actually, if I remember correctly, I could not find any legitimate limit listed for normal deep strike. I'm pretty sure I tried to find that because I was looking into like Terminators and I couldn't find it. This is a bunch of terrain updates, or no, just definitions. Actually, I don't really know if there was a whole lot in the way of changes here, to be honest, except for the towering thing. Towering is a problem right now for knights. It's allowing knights to just annihilate people because you can't hide from towering, which is kind of a problem. Where's the towering keyword? I assume it'd be around here somewhere. Mm, it might be after this, though. Here are the aircraft, which did take some changes. Aircraft just have minimum 20 inches, and then it's 20 plus, basically. after that. Like, they don't have a limit on their forward movement anymore. Not that that would really come into play except in supersized matches based on most of them anyway. However, the hover is now different. You have to declare if it will be hover before the game starts, in which case it has a move characteristic of 20 inches, and it's just hover until the end of the battle. Now, I don't believe I don't believe aircraft retains its -1 to hit it used to have, like for the supersonic bonus. So I don't think it really changes your survivability. It just gives you less movement, and you can only disembark guys from hovering things. Oh, and I think they can be charged by fly units if they're in hover. I think maybe. Oh no, actually no, it doesn't matter. Like fly units can still charge aircraft normally. Okay. Oh, actually, that's a thing. Hold on. When a model pauses and consolidates, unless it can fly, ignore aircraft. Okay, no, that's not what I thought it was. Yeah. So yeah, you have to be in hover. You have to be in aircraft. You have to choose one or the other. So like, say for example, with Storm Raven, you have to choose if it's going to be a close support transport or if it's going to be a gunship where it zooms around at super high speeds and just, sends shots. They also, I don't know if maybe it was this simple in ninth edition, they simplified how it goes in and out of strategic reserves if it goes over battlefield edges. Now it's very simple. You just go out and just come back in next time you can through strategic reserves. I'm pretty sure. Any part of the aircraft's model base crosses the edge of the battlefield or cannot move a minimum of 20 inches. That model move ends and is placed in strategic reserves. There's no upper limit to how far aircraft models can move. If placed in aircraft model, if placed into strategic reserves, an aircraft model will always arrive from strategic reserves in your next turn. And it's just yeah, it's very. It's actually a buff. It's actually a considerable buff in a way for gunships, in the sense that you can effectively uh um. So first off, they have to come from strategic reserves, and then you can zoom across the battlefield. Actually, no, you can't constantly have it out of the battlefield. At least not if you want to shoot. Unless you have some kind of rule that allows you to shoot move, which I don't know if that's really a thing. But basically, you can, if you think the thing is gonna get nuked, uh, you can just zoom it out. But no, I thought for a second um, oh yeah, I did forget to do that. So I'm getting messages here. Okay. Honestly, you should probably just get more gamer subs. But anyway, I don't have a thing to stir it down here. I should probably just get one. Yeah. So never mind. No, I thought you could for some reason I thought you can move, shoot, and then move again. Just have always out of the battlefield. Never mind. That's not the case. It actually would be super overpowered. You'd have so many aircraft. So this is just on going through and how to build your army. Okay, this did change a fair bit. So when you mustered your army this year, when you selected your units, you had detachments, which had a list of what you could have, what you could bring in detachment based on the unit type. It had a rule of three, which was you can only have up to three of any one data sheet. So any of one unit. So you can only have three Terminator squads, except for uh, whatever they called battle line. I have suddenly completely forgotten what they called battle line because I don't think it was called battle line. Troops. You can have three troop. You can have more than three troops. I think it was a max of six. No, it was. I think it was more than that actually. I think it was unlimited troops. Then it would give you a specific number of like elites, close, fast attack, heavy support, fortifications, lords of war, and then it was unlimited dedicated transports, one per infantry unit you had. Obviously, still you have to like they still cost points, but you were very limited as to what things you could carry. While it was interesting, they it was very limiting, so they dumped that completely, except for the rule of three. Now you can have anything you want in your army. However, uh, rule of three, six battle line. If it's battle line or dedicated transport, and the dedicated transports has to start the game with at least one enemy embarked in it. It cannot be an empty transport. And they have epic heroes, which you can only have one epic hero of that dash sheet. So you can only have one Abaddon, one Gilliman, etc. And that's it. So you want to make a list of entirely different Terminator units. You can do that. Most Space Marines can actually get something equivalent to that because you just have a bunch of Terminator characters. I mean, Dark Angels can do that like 4 times over. Is this a good thing? Probably. Because, I mean, we still have the rule of three, so we're still not spamming stuff horrendously most of the time. I think. I don't know. I've not heard people crying about Dark Angels having. I mean, maybe I just haven't been. I haven't been in the right place to hear them. But I mean, I don't know. Are Dark Angels running nothing but Terminators? I mean, they could. I think for the most part, this is working fine. And then you select the Warlord, which, to be honest, I have not so far seen a lot of rules that trigger off Warlord. Actually, I don't know if I've seen any that trigger off with a Warlord thing. Um, at all. Now, to be fair, there's no more Warlord traits, so that's a big part of it. There's also no more relics. There are enhancements, which is a very specific list based on your detachment that you choose, which now is just a list of additional rules on top of your army rules. Uh, that you just pay points for, and you can only apply to characters. But you don't have to apply them to Warlord. You can apply them to anyone. Actually, I think it's no, yeah, it's any character. Uh, Not today. That's true. But the day is young. Um, yeah, I don't know what the Warlord thing's about right now. Cause he's oh no, unless it's just so in another faction that I don't play, and I'm missing something. I've not yet seen any rules that play off the Warlord part. Objective markers, I think, have not changed. I think all this is the same. And then they give the only war example for a mission type, which is just basically kill each other. Control the objectives and kill each other. It's very simple. So, conclusion, I think it still has a couple clear problems it needs to sort out, particularly indirect fire and a couple weird combos that cause a huge amount of uh, mortal wounds. Although one of the big ones was Death Watch, and they already fixed that. And they are saying that they're going to fix stuff like indirect fire and towering, which are the other two currently super big problems. I think as far as just the core rules themselves, before we get into any of the factions or dash sheets or points, I think this is overall a pretty significant improvement on what we had before, and I like playing it better than, say, definitely better than 8th and better than 9th, which by the end of 9th, I was fairly satisfied with. I mean, yeah, there were things I would have improved on, but it wasn't the worst ever. This is, for core rules, an improvement. Everything else after that comes down to faction rules, which, I mean, yeah, there's plenty more to talk about there, which I will be doing Space Marines soon. And that will be another video. So if you have now watched this to the end of this YouTube video, as it will be eventually, there will be another one on Space Marines, where I'll go over all of them, including the Forge World, because now we have points, so now we can actually talk about them. Will I split that in 2 videos? One for normal, one for Forge World? I don't know. Probably not, because I feel like you gotta talk about their interplay now that you can actually field Forge World. Also, they called them Legends, and I'll say this again later. They called them Legends, which means they won't get more updates, but the tournament pack just came out, and there doesn't seem to be any mentions about not allowing Legends. So, I don't know, man. GW might be backpedaling on that when everyone was like, but all my resin, myself included, all my resin, dude. Especially when you're making new plastic ones that are way better. Like, come on, you're finally making it what we always wanted, and then you're taking it away in the same move. Like, that ain't cool. But yeah, all right. So that's the core overview. I'm gonna go get a refill on drinks, and I'll be back in a couple. Alright, I am back. Let's switch over to the Space Marines. And switch to stream info here. Okay, so, Space Marines. Alright, first off, hello again, YouTube. It's your worst nightmare. I am back with another video. The horror, the shock, the terror. Oh no. This will be a video of all time. So yeah, we're just gonna go over all of the Astartes everything, because that's the army I play, so it's the one I actually know anything about, sorta kinda. I have played one entire game against Chaos, which I did lose, but it was close. It will not happen again. So, army rule. This is the rule you always get, regardless of your detachment, as we get new detachments later. Alright, let me zoom in a bunch on this. We can get this much bigger. All the way. Alright. Oath of Moment. Start of your command phase. So once per turn, you select one unit in the opponent's army. Until your next turn, your entire army gets reroll to hit, reroll to wound against that unit. That is very familiar to me as a Raven Guard player, because that was basically our super doctrine before. In the tactical doctrine, all enemy characters, we had full rerolls to hit, full rerolls to wound against them. So not much has changed for me on that one, except now I can apply it to other stuff, and I get every turn. So, I got a buff. Me personally, I got a buff for the same thing. Then there's also the showing that the only way to play specific chapters if you include a named character, basically, or a chapter-specific unit, I guess, because Ultramarines has a couple specific units that are not characters, and we will get there eventually. It's at the bottom of this sheet. Alright, so our single detachment we have currently, which is a all-comers, Space Marine cross, like just even keel, basic Gladius Task Force, where we get our doctrines, which have nothing to do with AP now. Probably a good thing. I actually really enjoy these. It actually allows me to do ironically, a bunch of Raven Guard stuff, but now for free. Because a bunch of them are Warlord traits, or stratagems, or, that stuff. So I'm already ready to go on a bunch of these. Devastator Doctrine. Your whole army has assault keyword on all their guns. Which actually is what screwed me in that one game, because I got so excited by this that I advanced my Land Raider that was full of Terminators. Not recommended. You want to make a normal move and then dump the Terminators, because by then the Terminators are within easy charge range. Tech Doctrine. You get a shoot and charge on a fallback, which was a 2 CP, really brutal Raven Guard stratagem before, so I'm used to that. I know how to use that. Assault Doctrine. This unit it's got charge in it, advance and charge, which was a Raven Guard Warlord trait. I gave you a 6-inch aura of shoot and charge. It was called Swift and Deadly. It was extremely good. I ran it all the time, especially my Vanguard vets. I'd have Shrike, which had reroll charges, and a Jump Chaplain with Swift and Deadly. It was very good. Basically, I could touch you in melee from across the map, like guaranteed. There was no hiding from me. Alright, so our Space Marine stratagems. Only in death does duty end. It is our attack after death, basically, or it's not fight twice. To be clear, that's a different one. This is basically ensuring that models get to attack even if they're killed. So you select one Adeptus Astartes unit from your army that was selected for melee attacks, and when you take casualties, you don't remove them yet. They can do their fighting first and then be pooled. Uh, and there's no limitations on that. Just they get a full fight phase, and then the ones that died are gone. Armor Contempt, which is, hey, these guys, you get -1 AP when you shoot them. Also very good. Makes us even more tanky. Space Marines actually feel fairly tanky now. Like, I very much enjoy the feel of Space Marines now. I feel appropriately superhuman. On chapter. This is, nope, it's still not. Do we not have fight twice? We might have fight twice later. It's not this. I thought it was this. No, this is basically just gives us lance and improves, if we're in the assault doctrine, improves our AP by 1. So I do enjoy how some of these stratagems actually trigger more heavily, not just stratagems, but other stuff even, trigger more heavily under certain doctrines. And the other thing about doctrines is also before you were always in one of the doctrines. Now you have 3 doctrines that last for 1 turn each, and that's it. So you have 2 turns with no doctrines. So you gotta choose. You gotta be careful about when you apply these. You have adaptive strategy, which is to help you with that. Select one of the doctrines in your command phase. Until your next command phase, that combat doctrine is active for that unit, regardless of any other doctrines you have going on. And you can do it even if you've selected another doctrine that battle. This is extremely useful if you're paying attention. Storm of Fire. Just select a unit in your shooting phase, and you get the Ignorer's cover ability. And if it's in Devastator Doctrine, you improve the AP by 1. This is very situational. I guess if you're really concerned about something... Oh. You know when you use this? Do you know? On your indirect fire. This is part of the problem. You have Devastator Doctrine on. You give your Whirlwind or your Desolators or your Thunderfire Cannon Storm of Fire, and now it might get the -1 ahead, but the cover bonus for indirect fire is ignored, and you have +1 AP. Which indirect fire usually is very low AP, usually. But it can also be useful in general if you're looking at guys that have really dug into cover. Would you believe, Potato, that I have prepared for this eventuality? It will require more editing for me later, but I got a bunch of editing to do anyway. What's up, Potato? Alright, 10 minutes. I gotta move all this stuff because I thought I was going to do like full-on like 4K tutorial and then like realized I was bad at it, so I stopped. But all the stuff's still in front of me. Put these, but just put them away, I guess. I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little lower energy than yesterday, but I think that's starting to spin around again. I think it's because today I worked out again for the first time in like forever. I've been intending on getting back into it once the other contract was done and I wasn't super stressed out. But no, like, overall I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing, Mike? Oh, that's not good. I don't recommend that. I should have set this up in a way that would have been quicker to go from stuff to. Well, I mean, besides the model stuff, that's whatever. But like the other stuff that is inadvertently in my way for painting. All right. I might in the editing make a little joke about just my entire process being interrupted. We'll see. Alright, should I continue with my secondary mini of the veteran intercessor turn stern guard? Or should I continue work on the apothecary so like we can get closer to the terminators? Different is a little funky because I was not painting at all at the time. Hmm. I will just paint this. That's fine. I'm gonna get some new white. But yeah, what's going on, Potato? Actually, do I want this color? Still sickly. When you're about to head at work. Okay, fair. Yeah, actually, I think I want Corax white, not matte white. I'm almost assuredly gonna have to fix his eyes afterwards. I think I've already messed him up a little bit. Alright, timer. Well, I hope you feel better. If nothing else, I can try to take your mind off the sickliness a little bit. Maybe, possibly. I mean, his head is so, like, fuzzy with texture at this point. A lot of it's just from how bad my white painting was so many years ago when I did this. The eyes are going to be interesting as they're basically just flat now. Like the visor's no longer a raised thing anymore. Oh yeah, I'm gonna say it now. By the way, I'm making it part of the rules that this button. I mean, I'm not gonna go through the effort of turning it off, but it's not. It's not going to be valid if used during gaming streams, and I also don't know if this button will continue to exist as I switch platforms either. I don't know what functions I will be able to keep. I mean, I might be able to find a way of turning it into a mix-it-up thing, but yeah, however it ends up continuing, if it does, it will not count during gaming streams. Yeah, I've determined I'm gonna have to reshade this guy too, so I'm not gonna try super hard with the slits in the front right now. And the eye's gonna need to be redone as well, so also this could probably use some lightening as well. Just on the raised bits. I forgot that this was actually a raised piece and not a transfer. No, not there. It's a bad place, bad time for that. Just had an idea that might be an interesting experiment. I don't know what model I'd do it on exactly, but try to paint a model to look good only via dry brushing. I'd probably do it in a sub-assembly so I could actually reach everything. But yeah, the entire thing painted only via dry brush. I think it'd actually be a hilariously quick experiment compared to painting anything else the way I normally do. But yeah, that might be a thing at some point. Yes, sir. You still there? What are you up to? Chat has been unusually quiet all day today. Oh, Hey, Zephiana. Brainstorming memes. Seems like a pretty successful meme right there. I'd say mission accomplished. Very funny stuff. Ten dreads and 3 tech marines is 2k points. Wow. Now is it good? Oh yeah, I'm remembering. Hey, you remember Zophiana that ridiculous heavy intercessor list you made for Iron Hands? Yeah, try that now because heavy intercessors got a lot better. And cheaper. We got tougher, I'm pretty sure more damage. Cheaper. You can take 6 of them. So you can take 60. Yes, they are still battle line. They are a battle line. You can take 10 in a squad, and you can take 6 of them. Well, yeah, that's what battle line means. But yeah, anyway. Yeah. You can still take 60 heavy intercessors. And then you can take 3 Gravis captains. And then maybe like some Eradicators or Inceptors or whatever. Like you can totally run an all Gravis Space Marine army that is probably kind of bonkers. We'll be going over that soon, actually, because soon I'll be getting back to actually, like, any second, actually getting back to Space Marines. Space Marine dash sheets. Now the trolling is over for now. So someone else wants to hit the button of interrupt all my plans and add more editing to my futures. Oh yeah, and the biologist. You have 3 biologists in there. Not that he heals, but he makes people more. What does he do again? Oh, we'll look at it in a few. We'll get there. All right, the paint another mini troll button has been appeased. I made more progress on my ye olde veteran intercessors. Soon to be Stern Guard. Well, I mean, basically our Stern Guard as soon as I put them into an actual list. All right, let's get my laptop back in front of me. And let's see. Back to this. Here we go. All right. Back to your regularly scheduled content, or actually was scheduled for this time content. What were we talking about? We went over Storm of Fire, Make a Shooting Bear, Squad Tactics. Let's see. So, in your opponent's movement, after they end a normal advance or fallback move, you select 1 infantry or a mounted enemy unit that is within 9 inches of enemy unit. Like the enemy unit that just ended that move. You can make a normal move up to D6 inches, or if it's in a tactical doctrine, 6 inches. So, no, I don't want you to charge me ability, basically. Yeah, I am definitely buying some gamer subs tonight. You cannot select a unit that is already within engagement range. Alright, enhancements. Which, we have points we can attach to these. Let's open up the Mutant Field Manual. Go down to Space Marines. What page? 24? So, let's see, what order they have them in. So Artificer order. It's weird that they have them in a different order than in the thing, but anyway. Artifice armor for 10 points. You can choose a character. By the way, you can take 3 enhancements. So we get 4. That actually works out fine because one of them is only captain models. So if you're not running a captain, then you can just take the other 3. And they're not tied to warlords. It's actually just it's the Epistaris model. Wait, do they have? Hold on. Only characters can be given enhancements in the army cannot include more than 3 enhancement totals. The unit can have more than 1 enhancement. Each enhancement included in your army must be unique. No unit can have more than 1 enhancement. I'm not sure how that works with hold on. Let's find the other examples of enhancements. Oh, that's still wait. Oh yeah, no, they're all right here. Okay. So I don't know how that works with attaching. So, like, attaching 2 leaders, each with an enhancement, to a unit. I'm not sure if that's what that means, to be honest. Because actually, the game I played, I did do that. I had, oh, wait, no, I didn't do that. Never mind. No, I did do that. I gave the honor of vehement to an apothecary and both discipline to a lieutenant, and they were both sitting on a Hellblaster unit. I don't know. It's weirdly worded when you look at how leadership attachment works, but anyway. So artifice armor, you give it to a character. They now have a 2 up save with a 5 up feel no pain, which can actually be. I'm gonna keep this over here. Uh, pretty just good across the board. I mean, for characters that are not. Well, no, even Terminators that could be good on because even though they already have a 2 up save characteristic, they get a 5 up feel no pain. But most Space Marine characters don't have a 2 up save. Though a lot of them have invuln, so I enjoy how they didn't just have this give you an invuln, because that would mean most Space Marine characters actually would not get much out of this. Just giving any character a 5 of Feel No Pain. Pretty good, especially for only 10 points. Honor Vehement, which is 15 points, which you add 1 to the attacks and strengths characteristics of the bearer's melee weapons, and under the Assault Doctrine, add 2. This is really dependent. I mean, yeah, it's you toss on a smash something or another. I suppose we'll have to see which ones that one's actually worthwhile giving to later. I feel like there's only a couple even melee-based ones this would actually be particularly good on, because I think even the champion doesn't have enough where I feel like this is kind of worth it, but eh. Um, Add up to the codex. You throw this on a captain. Start your command phase. If it's on the battlefield, instead of selecting a combat doctrine to be active for your army, you can select the combat doctrine or the tactical doctrine. If you do until the start of your next command phase, that doctrine is active for the bearer's unit only, even if you have already selected that doctrine to be active for your army this battle. Okay, so basically, you can just have the tactical doctrine for free on that unit. I am not sure based on the wording if it keeps you from selecting a combat doctrine for the rest of your army. I don't think that was the intention. And it means you can have tactical doctrine on that unit even if you already use tactical doctrine. So it's like a free adept of the codex on the captain's unit, and it's As much as you want. I don't see a limit here. I don't see anything saying you can't just keep doing that. You just you can just always be in tactical doctrine if you want. So yeah, that's what 20 points. Yeah, makes sense. That's really good, actually. Just always have fall back, shoot and charge. Bolter discipline. This is my personal favorite, and makes sense for it being 25 points because it is brutal. While it bears leading a unit, ranged weapons equipped by the models have sustained hits 1. You can get exploding 6s on potentially a 10-man unit, and your guys, like that model's weapons, as well as other attached stuff. So, for example, if I throw this on. Okay, this is what I mean about I'm not sure about how the enhancement things work. We're like, okay, same with the Terminator group I want to make, right? Where 10 Relic Terminators, a Captain in Terminator armor, an Ancient in Terminator armor. Can I put the Add Up to the Codex on the Captain and Bolt of Discipline on the Ancient? I think, which would give everyone sustain hits 1, which is actually just a librarian ability. So I get a free Terminator librarian. And if it's in the Devastator Doctrine, if that bears units in the Devastator Doctrine, so I choose not the Tactical Doctrine. Now, granted, Devastator Doctrine I can only get in theory twice. Once for the normal, and once if I use uh, Codex Warfare. I think the stratagem is called. We went over that earlier. Adaptive strategy. There we go. And so I can so up to twice per game. They then have successful unmodified hit rolls of 5 score a critical hit. Now, granted, if you are playing this on a lieutenant, which I think is the better route most of the time, you get exploding hits and you get auto wounds, if I understand it correctly. Now, the exploded one is not an auto wound, but your initial one is an auto wound on a 5 up and gives you a standard, so another standard wound roll. If I understand all those interactions correctly. Now they might FAQ this, so I mean don't take my word as gospel for this, but that's how I understand that. On lieutenants anyway. Captain is still, I mean, like with a bunch of Terminators, that's still like brutal. Exploding 6s on 40. What is it? 4 times 12. 4 times so 40 bolter shots at half range from 10 combi bolters, and then you can't get sustained hits on heavy flamers, but that's fine. And then it's just ranged weapons. Okay, so yeah, it's not the power fist or anything, but you still get exploding 6s on 40 bolter shots. Like, good lord. Actually, technically, how I'm running it, it's 9 bolter shots and then a Volkite pistol. But still, exploding 6s on a Volkite ain't bad. I mean, it's not gonna come up a lot, but you know, it's there. Let's pull the zoom back a little bit. What's the most zoomed I can get? I think this is the most zoomed I can get. Nope, not that far. I'm on 175. Oh, I keep clicking it. What am I doing? It's phased way out. Alright, here we go. Standard yield Primaris Captain. I suppose it's not a yield. It's moderately new. But it's the new standard Captain. Standard stat line. That's fine. So this guy includes your, like, this loadout here with your sword and rifle, which is actually fairly decent. It doesn't have the heavy or assault keywords, but hits on 2s and does 2 damage. It also always well, actually no, I think all of them always get 2 shots now. So yeah, I mean it's a non-assault, non-heavy Not that heavy would do anything for you anyway. Bold rifle with 2 damage. Not bad. Totally fine. Totally reasonable. Or you can do that power fist and plasma pistol build, which is relevant. So I'll get to that in a minute. Or the big shield captain from Dompus. That's all rolled into this one. You get Rites of Battle, which this is the weird one where, like, does this give you Overwatch twice? I think currently, yeah, because of how codexes override core rules, but yeah. You can also, once per battle, start your fight phase. This model, even of itself, you get +3 attacks, so your 8 or 9 attacks, and your melee weapons all get death sting wounds. Not shabby, not the most useful thing in the world, but if you're gonna smash this guy into something anyway, go for it. If you take the shield, as you already have a 3-up, 4-up, we kind of dropped 5-ups for Space Marines entirely. I don't think anyone has a 5-up. I think everyone that had an Invuln before now is a 4-up. Which I'm fine with. I think it's actually great. I think Terminators like, kind of needed it. 5-up just wasn't good enough for most situations. So now the Relic Shield, which also lost its, what was it, Feel No Pain, Immortal Wounds? Lost that. It's now you have 6 wounds, which means this is a very good application of Artifice Armor, as it brings your save to a 2 and gives you a 5-up Feel No Pain across the board. And you're not losing out because you already have a good invuln save. So it's just actually across the board, just a improvement on this guy. Especially with the Relic Shield, makes him fairly tanky for a Space Marine. So yeah, then you get the loadouts you expect from the 3 models you can buy, basically. Now, why would you take the Power Fist and the Plasma Pistol? Because Plasma Pistols are it's just a Plasma Pistol. Because that's the only one that can go with a Hellblaster. Oh, also, if you want to do Blade Guard, you need to do Shield version. Hellblasters, if the Overwatch thing is true, oh boy, a Captain with Power Fist and Plasma Pistol with Hellblasters, brutal, even in melee, because now we'll get to that with Hellblasters more in depth. But all Hellblasters can take Plasma Pistols now, like just for free. Just give everyone a Plasma Pistol. I mean, I know all everyone for War Gear is free, but I mean, it's just nuts to me. The Hellblasters went down in points, got a Shield and Death rule, and can all take Plasma Pistols. Like, it's. I'm so glad I paid up 10 Hellblasters last edition. And actually, I have a Devastator's box on the way, and when I get it, I'm going to be taking that Plasma Pistol and that Power Fist and making a Primaris Captain with Power Fist. Which will mean the only version of this I don't have is the standard sword and rifle, which I think I'm fine with. Especially as, while you have to have the shield to be Blade Guard, and you have to have the pistol for Hellblaster, it does not go the other way around. You can use those captains with the other squads just fine. Like it doesn't block you both ways. So you can have a shield guy with Stern Guard if you want, or a Power Fist with Infernus. It actually is not a bad combo, I don't think, honestly, because it's a shorter range. Gravis Armor. My poor Gravis Captain. He's had a bad time of it since Dark Imperium, where I tried to strip him pretty poorly and needs some repair work, but, someday I might actually fix him up because this sheet is not shabby. Also benefits from Artifice Armor, because 3-up save again, 4-up invuln. Has the Rites of Battle still. Refuses to yield. Have the damage incoming. This guy, chunk. Real chunk. Like, the chunk. Especially give him Artifice Armor. He has a number of decent options where you can give him, like, he starts with a heavy bolt rifle and mastercrafted power weapon, so a sword. So the Gravis with the heavy rifle, that looks really good with heavy intercessors. You have that, or you can do the Bolt Storm from Dark Imperium, or this new version of the model, which comes with a Power Fist, obviously, and either a Chainsword, Blade, or a Relic Fist, which is a little weird. Oh wait, no, okay. All Relic Fist does is it gives you one extra Power Fist attack. That's effectively all it does. So you have the two. You're going Marnius Calgar version, except you're not cool enough to be Marnius Calgar, but you're miniature Marnius Calgar. uh, yeah. So they kind of shifted the fighting styles thing you had before into just the weapon stats because now all the stats are based on the weapons. So if you have the power weapon, you're looking at six attacks normal if you're using it with the heavy bolt rifle, which is not bad by the way. 30 inches, two up to hit, or two shots, strength 5, neg 1, 2 damage. It's a two shot heavy bolter hitting on twos. I can't complain. And then you have the sword for 6 attacks, hitting on twos, strength 5, neg 2, 2 damage. And if you go Gravis, you have your gauntlet, which is 3 shots, still pistol, which is nice, 4, neg 1, 1. And then your options of you can do double fist for 6 power fists, or you take the old blade from the Dark Imperium one. You now have 2 additional attacks for 8 attacks with your power weapon, or the chainsword, which gives you your 6 attacks at the 5 neg 2 2, and then 3 additional ones at 4 neg 1 2 for uh, mulching light infantry, I guess. I think out of these, I would be uh, most likely to probably take the relic blade because, like, here's how this breaks down. You're either trying to wound Marines on twos with a chance of, and you would kill most of them outright except for Terminators, with them having a 5 up save. And you get 5 attacks or 6 with the relic. Or you can have 8 attacks at wounding them on threes, same result. 6 to 8. I mean, I have to do the math on the conversion, but I don't know. I think the sword might be a little bit better. I suppose if you think you're going to go against Gravis styles, then I guess the fist. I guess the fist probably gives you better flexibility in targets you go against. Actually, maybe the double fist is kind of the way to go, unless you're trying to mulch light infantry. Fist looks a more amusing too. But yeah, this is your real tank champion. Also, I guess double fist would make him match aggressors, which would be really complementary of just lots of power fist attacks. And then Eradicators exist as an option just because Gravis. Like, weirdly enough, I don't think any of the Gravis characters go with Eradicators particularly well at all. This guy, I think, works best at heavy intercessors, unless you're using the captain as a fight, like a melee. What's the word? My brain just broke suddenly. Deterrent. A melee deterrent. I need to remember that word because I'm saying it a lot. A melee deterrent for heavy intercessors. Just give him the heavy bow rifle so he's working along the same rules and you can use him in the same stuff. I find that it's usually more efficient, especially for gameplay terms. It's just like a human playing the game. Phobos. This guy's kind of weird now. I think he could be useful. Maybe in a different detachment, though. I don't think he's the most useful in its detachment, but I mean, he might be really interesting in a Phobos detachment because he's not like bad, necessarily. What's his price again? Zoom in on this a bit. Jeez. He would be a captain in Phobos armor. So it's 80 points, which for reference, the standard is same as the standard, and the Gravis is more expensive. By 15 points. Which with Artifice armor being, I want to say 10 points. Yeah, 10 points. Oh yeah, so let's actually look at that if we throw on the armor vehement on the Gravis, since he's already fairly tanky. Let's look at that real quick. So he would get +1. So we'll say 7 Power Fist attacks or 8 in the Assault Doctrine, and they would be Strength 9 or Strength 10. Okay, yeah, never mind. Never mind. Everything I said about Gravis, scratch that. Throw Honor Vehement on him, give him 2 Power Fists, and give him like 6 Aggressors, and then ram that thing into something. Because that's bonkers. 10, sorry, 8 2 up, Strength 10 with what was that, advance in charge for Assault Doctrine? Yeah, that's if I ever get my hands on 3 more aggressors, I'm fixing up my Gravis cap and just try that out. With the half damage, and you get Rites of Battle for free. I mean, Overwatch isn't the worst thing you could do on that. There's also you get the fight even if they die thing. Yeah, okay. That's all for that makes him 110 points, and then whatever 6 aggressors are. Yeah, I think it's reasonable. Let's see. So Phobos, right? So he has infiltrators, as you'd expect. He has stealth, like you'd expect, and he has leader. He does not have lone operatives, so you really need to put him with stuff. However, his list of stuff to put with is kind of odd. He gets Rights of Bow, could be useful. And his big thing is Master of the Seed. After both players deployed their army and determine who has the first turn, if your army includes 1 or more models with this ability, you can select up to 3 Phobos, Scout, or Scout Snipers and redeploy all those units. When doing so, any of those units can be placed in Strategic Reserve, regardless of how many units are in Strategic Reserve. Okay, so that gives us the option of, well, basically guys that can be put with Eliminators, Incursors, Infiltrators, Reavers, Scouts, and Scout Snipers. How useful is that, though? And he can be with one of them, I believe. I don't see any reason why he can't be. So he can go into Strategic Reserve and redeploy with, let's say you want snipers with better lines of sight, you want some scouts already sitting on an objective, or you want some Phobos guys somewhere where they can do some harassing or zeroing out stuff. So I mean, I guess you could really use it to say use infiltrators to screen out the midfield, and then redeploy them. Or actually, no, use well, yeah, all right. If they don't deploy stuff in the midfield, you could then use them in strategic. Oh no, because they're in strategic reserve. Hold on, is it redeploy? Redeploy. When doing so, any can be placed. Okay, so strategic reserves is its own thing. Let's talk about just redeploy. So let's say you want to screen them out. Well, let's say snipers, and then you can redeploy them into your backfield and hold down objectives. That could actually be pretty useful because then you don't have to just have them already on the backfield where the enemy knows to like redeploy stuff to not be in their line of sight, for example, with snipers. Or you could have a bunch of scout squads or infiltrators. Scout squads are really cheap, so I mean, you could have scout squads in the midfield, uh, z- zoning out their infiltrators and threatening their scouts, your scout units, and then you pull them all back to be part of your main force, stuff like that. So I guess, like, yeah, you could use that. 4 deployment infiltrators screen or 4 deployment, and then move them back to screen deep strike. Yeah, like that as well. Then you could screen out your backfield. And infiltrators now have heavy on their carbines, so while they don't have the longest range, when they can shoot, they're hitting on twos. So I mean, they are just bolters, but it's there, I guess. Interesting. He also can play friendly with the snipers because his carbine is a sniper rifle, and it's actually about the same profile as the scout sniper rifles. So, I mean, it's only one shot, so it's not going to do anything super impressive, but a little plink damage here and there, I guess, on enemy uh, enemy characters. Combat knife is actually fairly interesting at 6 attacks. I mean, it's not going to do a lot of damage, but I mean, 6 attacks is not nothing to really bulk at. I wouldn't put honor vehement on it to make it 8, but I mean, it would be strength 6 then. But I mean, even then, it doesn't have any AP. But at least to like mess with the enemy again, like if we had a Phobos stealth deployment that gave a bunch of Phobos stuff, like more incentive to use a bunch of Phobos, then this guy I think will be very interesting then. Right now, that's a kind of a very niche tactic that I think while is interesting conceptually, like you're probably just better off using a bunch of those points to get stronger core units, not core like in the old days, but like core like Tacticus and Gravis. Like so far, I've generally only used one squad of infiltrators, of five infiltrators, and one 5-man sniper squad. Which I mean, you can redeploy those with that, but you're not getting the most out of it, and then you buy a whole another character to do all that. Now, to be fair, I was running the infiltrators with a Phobos lieutenant for lethal hits, so they had auto wound again. And I probably could have just as well have put a captain of Phobos armor because they probably were not that different in points. Captain of Phobos is 80. Where's lieutenant? Uh, Lieutenant Phobos armor 60. So for like 20 more points, I could have made it a captain. Probably could have made that work. So I mean, I guess like if you're going with that, sure. But I mean, I was using my infiltrators to sit on an objective while my army goes after a different one. However, I was not used to Space Marines being so mobile because I was, start the game with advance and charge if you want, or advance and shoot. I mean, if you want it, or advance and charge, I guess. And I'm pretty sure sniper scouts have infiltrates, so I could just also redeploy the sniper squad somewhere. So yeah, I mean, I guess if I was already using a Phobos of 10, I could just swap out for captain and get a bunch of master deceit nonsense. So yeah, maybe this guy has some usability there. Uh, needs some testing, but maybe. All right, that's a guy I will be using in the future, although mine will be in Tartarus plate. Though I do have this model now because I got Leviathan. Uh, Terminator armor. He's a Terminator. 2 up save, 4 up invuln. If you give him a shield, 7 wounds. Fairly chunky. He has some interesting weapon options. So he starts with a Storm Bolter and Relic weapon, right? So like the old Relic sword, but you can make it whatever you want now. Your Storm Bolter can be replaced with a combi weapon. Meh. Power Fist, Relic Shield, Relic weapon, another Relic weapon for no reason, or a Thunder Hammer. Your Relic weapon can replace it with Chain Fist, Power Fist, Relic Shield, or Thunder Hammer. Interestingly enough, no, I'm wrong. Never mind. I thought for a second Chain Fist wasn't in both. No, it isn't in both. So I guess there's no good reason to. No, that's fine. Never mind. There's no. I mean, yes, but there's also no weird thing that you can't do, I guess. Yeah, you can still have every combination, I think. And then you could also have two. You can have a twin lightning claws, or if you have a power fist, you can strap on auxiliary grenade launcher for a grenades keyword, which isn't a terrible idea. I probably will um, strap that on mine because mine will have a power fist. I will be doing a combi weapon power fist. I think they fixed they. I do remember just listening in how they fixed this, where if you have a combi bolt or I'm sorry, a storm bolter or combi weapon, and say a relic shield, you technically have no melee weapon. But they fixed that in an errata that came out today, where he does have a combat weapon profile now. I want to say it's 5 attacks at 2 up 401. I'd have to go check. I am wondering now if I want to give him a shield for 7 wounds, or if I want to give him a power fist and really like go melee on it, because it's a pretty decent melee profile, and he's already a Terminator. Anyway, you have the option. I do like how they made it so like there is a reason to take a shield on a Terminator captain because it's a very cool look. But like, why would you do it before? Because before it just gave it, a storm shield gave you a 2 up 4 up. That you already have that as a captain with Terminator armor. You get Rights About an Imperium Sword. Reroll charge rolls made for smallest unit. This guy makes deep striking Terminators worth it because now you have reroll charges out of deep strike. So while you're rolling 2d6 to try to get a 9 up, you have a decent odds of hitting that now with a reroll. Still not guaranteed, but it's up there. So personally, I'm gonna be doing Storm Bolter, Power Fist, Auxiliary Grenade Launcher. Though I do think there's a case to be made for plenty of other builds with this guy. I was originally thinking Twin Lightning Claws with a bunch of Twin Lightning Claw Terminators, but then when I was looking at giving them guns, and our Power Fists are fairly good right now, because they're 2 up to hit, unlike before. Yeah. It was also because I wanted the heavy flamers, and like it's not like Lightning Claws negate the heavy flamers. It's just also like I wanted the shooting. The shooting, because if I'm going to have any shooting, I may as well have a bunch of shooting, because again, Overwatch, you just get more shots. I keep getting pinged in Discord. Good lord. What day is today? Friday? Why are so many people active right now on a Friday? Oh, I guess it's like 5:30 Eastern, so... What is this? Do I care? Yeah, I'll guess that later. Alright. So... Yield first... Now we're in year old. Now I can actually say yield. Yield, firstborn captain. Also, pretty good option for Artifice Armor because he's got a 3 up. He already has a 4 up. You can give him a 2 up. He can take a shield for 6 wounds, and he'll have 5 up, feel no pain. Not bad at all. Yeah, pretty much. You can see I can make this guy fairly tanky. He has the finest hour, so actually, for 6 wounds, 2 up, 4 up, let's say, if you give him the other thing, he won't be as tanky as the Terminator, and I don't think as tanky as the Gravis, because also the Gravis... Oh, yeah, another thing. The Captain also is T5 now, and the Gravis is T6. So, like, yeah, Captain Gravis Armor is toughness 6 with the half damage. And you can make him have a 2 up, 4 up, 5 up. uh, with 6 wounds. But the Firstborn can get... Like, he's more... Actually, like, unless you can give him a... Unless you can pull the jump pack one, this version of him would just foot slogger. You're probably better off giving him, like, some good guns. What's all the guns he can get? That and, like, the foot slogger. I mean, I guess, like, normal Vanguard. I mean, nah. Probably better with foot slog and assault squad if you're gonna go melee. But either command squad or tactical squad, and just like some guns, I think probably. So you got combi weapon, grab pistol, hand flamer, inferno pistol, storm bolter, power fist, relic shield, relic weapon, thunder hammer. And your chainsword, because you start with a mastercrafted bolt gun and a chainsword, you get one close combat weapon and one relic shield. See, that's what the Terminator guy should have had. Power Fist, relic weapon, thunder hammer, or you can take twin lightning claws. So all right. We do have something interesting where we now, Space Marines finally have the option of Inferno pistols, which used to be a Blood Angels only thing for some weird reason. It doesn't make any sense to me. Also, hand flamers. I don't think we had hand flamers before either. Not that hand flamers are great at all. They're only, like, they're wounding guardsmen on fours, but it's D6, so I don't know. You would do if you want, I guess. Inferno pistol is a 6-inch melta. Oh, well, D3 damage, but I mean, you still get melta 2 if you're in 3 inches. So if, like, you get right in their face, you're looking at D3 plus 2 damage on that one shot. That's hitting on 2, strength 8, neg 4. You just have that for free if you want. Or you're, like, more standard, like, say, a plasma pistol. Where's my crafted bolt gun? Okay, so 24 inches, 402. And so you do just get your 2 shots. There's no bolter discipline nonsense or anything. You just have 2 shots at 2 damage apiece. I don't know what I'd really arm this guy with if I was going to take him, to be honest. I don't know. Like, he is. I don't remember him being particularly cheap. Yeah, no, he's 80 points. For this, I would just take the Primaris Captain. Because, yeah, 80 points. This guy's just kind of completely overshadowed. Because I guess if you want some weird weapon combo, no, I mean even the weapon combos are not like that crazy. Yeah, I don't know what you'd really do with this guy. I mean, I guess if you're like you just want someone to go to command squad and you just took something to complement whatever you're doing with your command squad, which you have a ton of options with command squad. To be fair, yeah. Besides that, I don't know. I don't know what you do with him. Yeah, you build him for the squad you want him leading, I guess. Figure out what your squad is trying to do, and then equip them for that. You have the jump pack variant, which is, I want to say, the exact same stat line. Yeah, just 12-inch movement as you'd expect with a jump pack. Angel's Wrath. Each time they end, that unit ends a charge move until the end of the turn, add 1 to the strength characteristic of melee weapons equipped by models in that unit. So, this guy with either or, Assault Squad or Vanguard Vets, is actually quite brutal on the charge. Wasn't there another thing that... Yeah, you give him the Honor Vehement, and he gets even crazier. This might be a thing we see occasionally. It gets pistols, and you're more likely to take like a crazy melee weapon. Twin lightning claws on this guy might actually be pretty legit. I wonder if this might be a good reason for me to build the old Caven Shrike model and run him as a captain with jump pack. Now that I think about it, that might be a thing. How much is this guy? Captain with jump pack, 100 points. Okay, they know he's potentially really dangerous. What's a full squad of... Well, we'd look at Assault Squad first, I guess, because that might be the more... 230 for a big one. So we're talking that, let's say, with Honor Vehement, which is 15 points, so 115 plus 230, so 345. Okay, so they kind of know that this might be dangerous, because that's not a small amount of points, but... And what's Vanguard Vets? I went in the wrong direction there a second ago, but anyway, 260. So 175, or sorry, 375 for the Vanguard Vets version. Yeah, give me a minute. I gotta go pee, but I want to check out that combo in a second. I want to do some Math Hammer because I think this get pretty brutal with your on the charge and Assault Doctrine, 9 attacks at Strength 8, Neg 2, 1 damage with Twin Links. Mmm. And then we gotta go see what the 2 Jump Pack squads can do. This might be spicy. I'm getting more Discord pings. Why? Apparently Discord drama. Cool. I wish I could take part, but I'm busy with you guys. You guys are a higher priority. Congratulations. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. All right. I am back. Okay. Let's. All right. So this is page 17. I want to go find the Assault Squad and Vanguard Vet Squad and see what these look like. Because this might be pretty brutal. Like, I was pretty disappointed on Vanguard Vets before, but I did not properly read the Captain Gem Pack. Especially when you have Rights of Battle that can just give them uh, um, adaptive strategy for free. Hey, Geese. How you doing? Alright, so this is page 17 is the captain. Okay, so 93 is Vanguard Vets. I still haven't found Assault Squad, but... Um, Alright, so... Glad I just said that, because I just forgot what... Is it plus one of strength on the charge? Okay, add one... Yeah, plus one strength on melee weapons on the charge is Angel's Wrath. Okay. So then 93 is Vanguard Vets. Doing good. Made my first DIY piece of terrain. It's held together only by hopes and dreams. That's how I do, man. I'm happy about 10 too. I can deep strike Death Company Marines now. Oh, cool. Yeah, overarchingly, I'm pretty satisfied with 10th. There are obviously some problems, but ironically, I might be fixing one of my biggest personal complaints right now, which is this heirloom weapons. My poor, poor Vanguard vets that are super magnetized, so I can do crazy things with them, all gone. But, 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 um, I am looking at only Apache W didn't get out is giving me friends to play with. Oh yeah, well, sorry about that, man. Um, however, it's looking like uh I might be fixing that. So okay, so Storm Shield. So let's say I keep them with like Storm Shield and like the heirloom weapons, just like the one Lightning Claw. So I can't get Twin Linked on them anymore, unfortunately. Like they won't have rerolls. So on a charge until the end of turn, melee weapon equipped by Miles and you have lethal hits. Okay. So you have auto wounds, and then +1 strength from the captain. So the ones you don't auto wound, you're strength 6. Okay. Almost got some friends to play at the barbecue last night, but sadly they only play Blood Bowl and Space Hulk. Aw, that. I know some people that only play Kill Team. Now I'm like, no, I want to do giant battles, man. Like, I want to do like space blitzkrieg. Sup, Wolf Guy? Welcome to stream. Already been a long time. How's life live? Oh, is this Lehman? Uh, life is pretty good for me. No, my train's falling apart. I put some dirt on it. No? Oh, why is it first time chat then? How do I not? I vaguely remember your name, but it's telling me first time chat. Weird. Not like this. Not like this. Put on a normal glue movie. I was Wolf Guy 22. Okay, all right, that makes sense. All right, that's where I go. That was pretty good. Um, actually, yeah, good timing for you guys. 'Cause I don't know which of you are in the Discord. In case you didn't look in Discord, I change it once a year. Oh, okay, fair enough. Um, I'm actually in 2 weeks gonna be leaving Twitch and I'm going to be simulcasting on everything else. So, you make sure you're in the Discord. But yeah, you got here just in time for my return, as I streamed again first time in like 2.5 months yesterday, and back to it. But just gonna be swapping platforms soon. One platform for like 20 platforms. Your beautiful hill, no. Finally over 900 followers recently, and oh no, I don't use anything else. Sorry to tell you, man. I mean, Twitch has thrown down the gauntlet about simulcasting and made me realize, wow, comparison, Twitch kind of sucks compared to everything else, especially when I can stack everything else. Like, it's just really good math hammer, if you will. It's made out of cardboard since I have fill out. I use toothpaste? What? It's okay, I understand. I appreciate that. Yeah. No, I sat down and did some hard numbers like 2 weeks ago after that announcement. I was like, yeah, it makes no sense for me to stay with Twitch just as like a business decision. Like, if I want this to actually turn into my full-time gig in the future, I should be doing everything else and not like keep this brand loyalty to Twitch or anything like that. Um, yeah, stuff to fill holes. Is that called? Is it called toothpaste? Unless it's a different thing that's not actually toothpaste, just called toothpaste. I'm in the dark. As far as I understand, you're using like spackle. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. I know what spackle is. Yeah, we do not call it toothpaste here, man. You had me so confused. I'm like, you're just using some coal. What's it called? Coal. Whatever. Yeah, just putting some fluoride paste in there. Yeah, substituted with toothpaste. Gotcha. Um, yeah. Good luck with with the terrain, man. Just kind of hold it like this for a while. That hill. All right. So I'm trying to figure out if my Vanguard vets can be saved. So you're looking at it won't be a strike, by the way. A strike would not be the thing to save him because I've been looking at that plenty. No, so we're looking at a captain that gives them +1 strength on the charge, and then they also get lethal hits on the charge. So, auto wound and strength 6. 4 attacks each. We'll say 40 attacks, 6 neg 1 of 1. That's not terrible, and they'd have a 4-up invuln save, all of them, which is a pretty big bubble around the captain, honestly. So it smells minty now, but I feel like I went wrong somewhere, but I don't know where. Interesting. I will get to the Inferno Squad, which ironically, based on my general first impressions, I actually traded away my Inferno Squad, but I'm totally fine with the trade I got. I got some good stuff. Um, like a Devastator Squad. Uh, but yeah, we will get there in time. I'm technically just reviewing at this exact second. I intend on going through everything Space Marines by the end of the stream, by the way. But at this exact second, I'm actually mostly looking at the Captain with Jump Pack is where we are in the progression. But we gotta discuss combos when we're considering these guys. So here's the Assault Squad. So I gotta look at these guys. Oh hey Harem. How close are we from raising 250K to sending a submersible seats? That's saying, man, you're gonna need another 250K to pay me to do that because I already don't like the open water. That's why there are some people that are trying to get me to do a uh, Subnautica series when the gaming rig is all ready to go. Oof. Um. Okay. So weapons for these guys. The sergeant can take twin lightning claws, or like power fist, power weapon, thunderhammer. So probably power fist. Everyone else has chain swords. If we have 10, we have 2 eviscerators, and we can have like 2 flamers, 2 melta guns, 2 plasma guns, or 2 plasma pistols. Okay. Now they would be getting on a charge move. They do hammer wrath. They do like the old hammer wrath stratagem, which ain't bad at all. And they would be fighting with what would that be? Let's say if we did like 2 melta guns, because I mean melta guns probably, or I guess plasma pistols if we're really going hard on the melee. We'll just go with just the chain swords. So we got 7 chain swords, 4 attacks, strength 5 on the charge, 2 eviscerators at strength 8. Okay, that's not shabby at all, with sustain with exploding 6s. Uh, let's say twin lightning claws are kind of interesting because they're now at strength 5. They are now legitimately character lightning claws on the charge for the sergeant. That's not bad either. You probably get the most bang out of the Vanguard vets, I think, between auto wound and strength 6 heirloom weapons. Hmm. And then the captain himself, I believe 17. We're going to improve the submarine, though. Instead of a Logitech controller, we use 2 Joy-Cons with insane stick drift. Oh, no. I've heard of Iron Lung. Oh, boy. Nintendo Wii Stick. Oh, no. I'm definitely dead. The, So, yeah, and then in theory, like, I was thinking you give this guy Honor Vehement, and you can give him, like, say, up to 9 strength 6 neg 2 1. So actually be the same damage profile as the Vanguard vets. They would all have 4-up saves. Yeah, that might actually be fairly good. Maybe. You'd definitely be mulching light to medium infantry. Because, I mean, you could actually go up to, like, actually wounding Gravis on 3s. Not Gravis, sorry, Terminators on 3s. Interesting. Oh, wait. Sorry. Let me correct myself. We're doing honor vehement, then assault doctrine. Actually, no. First off, standard. He would actually be 8 attacks at strength 7 lightning claws with rerolling wounds. And on assault doctrine, he'd be 9 attacks with strength 8 lightning claws. Or if we gave him, say, power fist, he would be 7 attacks at strength 11? No, yeah, strength 11. He's like legit hurting vehicles or wounding vehicles. I suppose that might actually be a case to do Thunderhammer then, because then you're talking 7 attacks at strength 11, devastating wounds. Which, if you spike a 6, 2 mortal wounds? Well, I mean, the mortal wounds is to help you get through stuff. No, stick with the Power Fist. One more attack. The biggest flaw was the CEO treating the situation in a light-hearted way instead of being serious about safety issues. Yeah, it's usually how that goes. The fact a sub could have been made in my backyard while being wasted. Yo, not wrong. I want to say same situation as submarine, but space exploration. Oh, that will happen. Absolutely. Because we're going to be in space doing space stuff way longer than we're going to be in the ocean, I think. It's okay to make things easier to operate, just can't sacrifice safety for ease of access. Absolutely. Totally with you. So, jump I think the jump pack with like Vanguard vets might be pretty legit because it's +1 strength. Give this guy honor vehement and just chuck him at someone. It sounds brutal. I now wonder if it would not be more brutal than the Well, no, Terminators have a lot of staying power, and like a rerolls to charge. Still, instead of deep striking these guys, just start them in the back and actually run them at with like the assault doctrine. You got advanced in charge. Let's go. It's literally my old Vanguard vet bomb. I just don't have to take as many characters to make it happen, and I think it actually runs better minus the re-rolling wounds. But I was strength boat 4 before, so this might actually be more reliable. Yo, I might legitimately make my old school Cave and Shrike and just run him as a captain of jump pack. That's awesome. Two Florida man just got drunk, made a space shuttle in homemade suits, and somehow made it to Mars. Yo, I can totally see that being a thing eventually, because eventually, like, the thing is, all tech becomes cheaper and easier access over time, because it becomes easier to produce. And our understanding in like the zeitgeist of our knowledge becomes easier to do more complex things. Like, you had to be a legitimate genius to do anything with computers back in the 60s. Now a teenager can, like, before leaving high school, can be coding for Google, you know? Rich people already pay Virgin Galactic and Blue Moon to visit space. Yeah, only cost 250K for 15 minutes space. Pretty cool. Can we have a Spirit airline to propose space travel? Oh no. Oh no. Wasn't the sub sealed from the outside so they couldn't go out? I don't know a lot of the tech. I don't know a lot of details of the sub, to be honest. I was otherwise busy when a lot of that was going down. I mostly just saw memes. All right, so moving on to Captain and Bike. I think this guy and the Chaplain and Bike are kind of in a pretty poor spot right now. But let's see if I'm wrong again, because I was wrong about Vanguard vets. I think they might be pretty good now. Yep, before only rich people could afford plane tickets, nowadays anyone can. Yeah, cell phones too. You go back to like the late 80s, early 90s when cell phones were first properly developed and only rich people had them, and they were these huge bulky things. But rich people realized the incredible power of having mobile instant communication on you. So they invested in them, and now everyone has a cell phone. People in third world countries living in a hut have a cell phone. Yeah, I'm mostly busy about what's happening in France. It's like a PUBG spawn when it first came out. That's funny. All right, what does this guy do? Swift assault. Well, while smuggling A unit ranged weapons equipped by Mosley unit have the assault ability. Like, and it's twin-linked bolt rifles. It's not even a bunch of shots anymore. Like, yeah, you could give, like, a couple multi-meltas assault. You can do that already with Devastator Doctrine. It's just Devastator Doctrine. Yeah, I think bikes right now across the board, except maybe scout bikes, because they have a surprisingly good grenade launcher, and they're very cheap. They're shockingly cheap. I think bikes for the most part though are a wash. Still, I don't see how this is particularly impressive or useful. Yeah, like, and they're also not good in melee. I don't think so. Unless I go visit Outriders later again, and they have like something like they had before, where they have like 100 chainsword attacks. Even then, like, you have other stuff that can just do it better. A teenager got shot accidentally by the police while driving dangerously, so people are mad. Huh. What's funny is people talk bad about rich people yet use their investment inventions. Oh yeah, I'm with you there. I'm like, I spend a lot of my downtime in political Discord servers defending capitalism and rich people for that case. Like, yeah, rich people are like just people, so they got a lot of the same psychological problems, except like they're incentivized to get really good new technology that they can afford other people can't, and that's how we're able to afford producing more advanced technology, because the first time you make anything, it's extremely expensive. The 10th time you make something advanced, it's really expensive. The millionth time, it's a couple cents, you know? In my old city where my aunt lives, 14 to 18-year-old are revolting the streets. Heard all the stores in the streets have gone burned down. They burned down a pharmacy, a police station, and stole some stuff from stores. Oh, great. They're going through the LA riots. And now we have a curfew starting at 9 p.m., no more bus, and a lot of police. The army had to come and stop them? Jeez. Roads, bridges, cars, everything was created to make life better for rich people, and eventually they found ways to make them better for everyone. GPS too. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if you want advanced technology, you need rich people. And government cannot replace this, because government does not consume things in the same way a rich person does. Like, they don't buy, like, say, like, TVs in the same way. Yeah, they buy some TVs, but not in the same way rich people do, for example. And there's also plenty of stuff that's like completely useless for the government that rich people do buy. Yeah, Army didn't even succeed. There's still a bunch of them burning, destroying property. Wait, this is in France, is what you're saying? So French army gets owned again, this time by civilians. Man, you guys are having a real hard record since World War One, man. World War One, you held the line. Good for you. We had to come and save you, but you held the line. Since then, I'm sorry. I it ain't looking great for the Franks. That's rough. Did you bring up Vietnam? What happened in Vietnam? Did you guys? I know something happened with you guys in Vietnam, but I don't remember what it was, to be honest. I know things didn't go great for us either, but that was a lot to do with politics. So, Premier Lieutenant, friends were not involved? Oh, you mean for us? I mean, yeah, I'm not saying we've done the best ever either, except for, Gulf War. Russians were, though. I do vaguely remember that. Remember when the first high-end TVs cost thousands? Now you could buy a great TV on Amazon for a few $100s. Computers, too. Yeah. Like, seriously, I'm poor. I have a gaming laptop. I see you guys on a small TV turn into a second monitor. I have a full size, like, 50 something inch TV here and another gaming PC here. Like, and I'm poor. I'm legitimately actually poor, and I'm surrounded by all this technology. I have like tons of gadgets and wires surrounding me. Like, yeah. Russia's been taking a lot of L's lately. 2021, Russia's second strongest army in the world. 2022, Russia's second strongest army in Ukraine. 2023, Russia's the third strongest army in Russia. Like, discussing geopolitics and capitalism with the boys. What's better than this? Not much. When was the last time Russia won something? They haven't. because even World War II was a wash. They had a 6-to-1 kill ratio. KD spread, a 6-to-1 KD spread against the Germans, and the whole time they were butchering their own people and other countries' civilians and their own army constantly. Like, no, they've never really won anything. With thoughts on Wagner, just like Perturabo they're carrying. Yeah. Yo, that's actually such a great analogy because they just did their own little like half-hearted attempt at a coup. I think his line gave him the high-end siege weapons. Did he even use those siege weapons? I think he used them in like one battle later. Perturabo pulled off the entire siege of Terra, and as soon as the walls were down, he's like, "All right, I've had enough of your guys' crap. You guys all suck. I'm leaving." In Germany's defense, they didn't have the best strategy for war at that time. Yeah, like if they actually had like a proper anti-Russian strategy, they totally would have won that. Still took half of Europe to use the resources better. Germany may have won. Yeah. Uh, Not only that, but we, the U.S., gave Russia so much stuff. All right, I'm gonna give a real spicy take here. Okay, let me give you a real spicy alternate version of history that I think would have been the better timeline. You still on Angron? Man, here's a super spicy take. I think long term, from a historical perspective, as we understand it now in 2023, we joined the wrong side, and let me explain that. In World War II, so what you do is what America should have done for the better long term. You you deal with Japan as Japan because they attacked us, right? But in Europe, you back the Germans and arm them as they're fighting Russia. You let them beat the holy hell out of each other until they're both bloodied, exhausted, and barely anything. And then you roll in both of them. And use the nukes instead of on Japan, you use them on Moscow. Would have been better for everyone. Because communism, way worse than the Nazis. We got this Nazi zeitgeist thing going on. I'm not going to say anything good necessarily about the Nazis, but communism, look into the USSR, man, or Maoist China. Holy crap, way worse. Dozens of times worse. Minimum. Like, it is horrifying. Actual hell on earth. Um, or like the closest thing to hell on earth you'll ever get was USSR Russia, Soviet Russia. So like, yeah, I would have been totally fine arming some Nazis to go fight some communists because I think the communists are a way bigger threat. That would have been the better version. Blitzkrieg will not work well today. That is correct. Blitzkrieg worked well against large armies. It worked against in during Napoleonic era. It worked with the Germans. It worked with the Prussians. Yeah, yeah. So but yeah, it won't work today. Shock and awe and precision weaponry is the order today. I just realized my countdown's still showing. So that's my super spicy take for today. I know some people will probably try to take that out. That's the wrong one. Will probably take that out, try to take that out of context and say I'm now a neo-Nazi or some nonsense, but that's fine. I've been ready to get canceled for a long time. Well, NSDAP had some good side to it, but the whole anti-Semitic thing is unnecessary. Yeah, yeah, they had some pretty interesting economic ideas that we could probably use some of today. But yeah, the social population control had some bugs. History teacher proved to us that without the anti-Semitic thing, we all would have been Nazis. That might not be incorrect, potentially. Well, only reason we went at German towns is that they were out of Japan. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. Like if we had differentiated between, because by my understanding, Hitler did not even want to go to war with America at all. The only one that wanted America in Europe was Churchill. Although Japan didn't, I mean not Japan, Germany didn't even have a good plan to attack England, which he apparently he didn't want to attack England either. He liked the English a lot. But England kept getting involved on France's part, so, eh. It's like really, the whole thing's really complicated. Best way to win a war today: hack and disable the capital economy, crash all the banks and devalue their currency. Pretty good. Hitler didn't even want to exterminate the Jews. All he wanted was to deport them all to Madagascar. I have heard that. You know what I've heard lately? I am not trying to say this as like a denial thing because I don't know if it's true for certain. Uh, and obviously a lot of people did die. So like the people died. People died. So there's that. But my I have heard theoretically that even most of the people that died in the camps were not executed necessarily, but that there was a typhus outbreak and that the head shaving and gassing was actually anti-flea stuff because or anti-ticks, one or the other, I forget which, because they were spreading the typhus. And that's why you have some survivors that got gassed 3 times and survived. And it's like, that doesn't sound like a very deadly thing. And then it got real bad when the Soviets took over because, shocking, very easily findable fact, the USSR kept Auschwitz operating until 1956. That's a full decade. Like, actually, they kept it going as longer than the Nazis did. Like, what? Um, Imagine trying to vape the gas. It took over Europe. Germany won our landmass. What, England? Or, I mean, yeah, they took over Poland and stuff. But yeah, some of there are also other claims. Again, I don't know if this case. I've just heard this that it wasn't even after. This is where things get super spicy. I'm not saying like I necessarily believe all this, but started seeing stuff like this, and some of it kind of makes sense. But I gotta do more research before I'm gonna like say I go with this. And also, going with this kind of puts a target on your back. But hey, let's go. Let's get canceled today. Um, So, I mean, I'm leaving Twitch anyway, so screw it, whatever. And I'm probably going to edit this out of the video for YouTube regardless, so who cares? Um, so apparently, it wasn't that Hitler was after Jews, it was that he was after communists, and most of the communists were Jewish because most of the head Bolshevik guys were Talmud following Jewish people, which is not all Jews, but at that time in Europe, most of the communists were Jewish, and the easiest way to find them was to go after Jews and then start filtering them out. That was just the easier route logistically at the time, because most of them were communists, but it was actually aimed at communists. So, like, that could be a thing. It makes things way more complicated, but life is usually way more complicated, and it would make kind of more sense in a way, because on one hand, you have, in theory, Nazis doing horrific things to Jews because they're Jews, and then Nazis also being the first people ever to have anti animal cruelty laws. Like, that seems a little bit odd, but do I do reactions? I am going to be doing more reactions. I am still trying to decide what things are keeping it. Mein Kampf had. Now, to be fair, I've not read Mein Kampf. Had it. Jews were the most dangerous, so we need to get rid of them. Paraphrase, but the idea. Okay, fair enough. Let me take a look at what this video is. I'm not saying I will definitely do it today because I do want to go through the Space Marine stuff. So some space Nazis. Pause the video. Jeez. Okay. What is this? Just another day in Chicago. Okay. This might be a thing later. If I have time tonight after going through the Space Marines the rest of the way, we might just have a stint of me just doing random reactions for a little while. But yeah. Um, oh, here's another one. We might get to these. I'm not making any promises. Because I do want to turn this into a video, the Space Marine stuff, but... This is what culture... Okay, sure. So yeah, we'll get to those in time. But anyway, he didn't kill the Jews because they were Jewish, but because they were intelligent. They could be a threat to the Aryan race. Interesting. I'm gonna do it when I want, huh? Because here's the thing: if I do a reaction, it's gonna be on YouTube anyway. And I had scheduled the Space Marine thing already. The inferior people, as racist as this sounds, was the Africans. Okay, that part doesn't surprise me. But all right, yeah. Anyway, uh, yeah. Um, you could be the EBT version of Asmongold. Well, okay. Like I was saying, I'm gonna be adding more reaction content to my general streaming content. But if I already have something scheduled, then I already have something scheduled. Um, and everything will end up on YouTube anyway. You already have the long hair. Already also have the bad teeth. And I have a lot of the same economic like outlooks. Actually, we agree on a lot of economic stuff. Because I do watch a lot of Asmongold. Actually, I do watch quite a bit of Asmongold reactions. Yes, back to Space Nazis. Yes, back to our scheduled programming. Which honestly, at some point, I need to actually take a something of a break for dinner. Which unfortunately is more chicken with hands, so that'll be interesting to scroll. But I could technically do more reading and discussion on Space Marines. On the Space Nazis, let's go. Saying a lot of Nazi stuff today. Surprisingly more pale. That's partially the lights. I'm actually about the same skin tone as Asmon. But funny. I agree. All right, Primaris Lieutenant. So, just as a quick summary so far, we have things that seem really good. Gravis Captain for tanky. Jump Pack Captain for Gravis Captain for tanky with Power Fist with aggressors. Um, Plasma Pistol Captain for Hellblasters. Jump Pack Captain with Vanguard vets. And Phobos Captain might be super interesting in a Phobos detachment that gives Phobos more buffs. But even right now, might have a little bit of use if you have some extra points. Primaris Lieutenant. Let's go into lieutenants now. So this guy is like your general all around and can get the Storm Shield and the Neo Volkite. Their thing is tactical precision, where they give lethal hits to the so auto wounds to their unit, and this type can give tactical doctrine basically all the time, which can be really good depending on what he's put with. Especially something that should either be shooting all the time or has decent shooting and charging. So he can be thrown in with Assault Intercessors, Blade Guard, Hellblasters, Infernus Intercessor Stern Guard, and he can do it with a Captain. So he can double up. He does not have any equipment requirements to go with any squad. That's why I've already used him once with Hellblasters. I just used a guy with a bull rifle. Are Reavers any good this time around? They're better. Good is very questionable still. Because OBSEC is better, and they have all precision. We'll get to that when we get to Reavers, which will be in a while. But I am trying to get through all of them. I really want to get through everything today. Could be a three long hair political YouTube dudes, Asmongold, Penguin, and me. Yeah, right, right. Can't wait for this VOD to be found by Twitter and all of us being canceled. Oh, I mean, like, you know that I've been making jokes since the beginning about canceled. I have the same thing as its table on YouTube. Jump into Discord. We got all the links down there, or just pull up the tree. Or I'll just put in the command links. Command links will get you there. There you go. Link tree on there. Thoughts on Tate? He started going like his general ideas, as best I can tell, started going in the right direction, and then went too far. He's like too red pilled to be pragmatically useful in actual real life, and well, that got him in trouble. But I also haven't deep, dipped into him really, really hard. So an interesting approach with this guy is you could throw him with a captain, plasma pistol captain, lieutenant, which you could give a storm shield. So now he also has a 4-up save and then a Neo Volkite. And then he's also the anti-charge deterrent, I think, at that point, because he'll have Mastercrafted power weapon. I mean, the other one also has a power fist. Opponent of Hellblasters, 10 Hellblasters, and then in theory, you could do. You have lethal hits. You have um. So you have lethal hits. You give this guy. Actually, you give either of them bolter discipline. So now they have exploding sixes. Exploding sixes, auto wounds, and that's on a 5 up when you're in Devastator Doctrine. You're already always in Tactical Doctrine, and you can do Storm of Fire for free, like every turn, which means that they have Ignore Cover, and if you happen to be in, is that also Devastator Doctrine? Let me go back up to Storm of Fire. This might be a pretty good combo right here. Storm of Fire. Devastator Doctrine, armor AP up by 1, which I believe brings Hellblasters back to their old neg 4. Oof. Again, this is free if you're using the captain on 10 Hellblasters, which shoot again when they die. You can't show. Actually, no, I think you might still be able to shove an Apothecary in there for like 3 characters and just go real hard. I'll double check when we get to Apothecaries. But I think they. I don't remember if they do both Captain and Lieutenant or just one of them, but I think you might be able to do all 3. So then you have Apothecary that can bring them back. I have this size 14 brush. Do I need to lick the tip? Right? You spelled OnlyFan wrong. Uh, yes to go bald. Exploding sixes. Okay, what I mean by exploding sixes is sustained hits, 1. Do you bring a very competitive list to play casually or against a beginner or not? I've gone to the point that it's like you have to tell me you want it to be a instruction match. Generally, I go hard. Uh, Partially is because I don't get a lot of games in, so I want to flex. I want to flex my math hammer muscles when I do play. So I usually come pretty hardcore when I actually do play. Because, I mean, that's part of the fun. I'm playing a strategy game. Like, unless it's Crusade. Crusade's another thing. When I have the capability of doing a Crusade, then it's all about the fluff. It's about narrative. I will bring strong enough. Never mind, I don't want to play with you anymore. um, I mean, I'll do an instruction game to teach you the game. But after we get past that game, I'm here to kill you. I come for trophies. Exploding sixes is sustained hits, which means that on a 6 you get it counts as 2 hits. So if you have lethal hits, where it's an auto wound, only the first one automatically wounds. The second one will still have to roll a wound roll, but uh, it will be in addition to the other one that automatically wounds moves through. So it's potentially up to like double the damage. Don't want to get embarrassed first game IRL. I mean, it'd be a pretty expensive game because you'd have to fly me out somewhere to wherever you are if you want to do an IRL game. But I mean, TTS is still an option. That's still in the potential content string. Um, so yeah, that's pretty brutal. You could also do that with Stern Guard, where they have a bunch of anti-infantry stuff, which I think they have like devastating wounds and stuff, which I think that might all stack. I mean, the lethal hits will negate your ability to get mortal wounds from that, but I mean, it still helps. The sustained hits actually no, it won't negate. You won't be able to get additional. The lethal hits with the sustained hits means that you still have a hit that can get mortal wounds through devastating wounds, but you have an additional hit that auto wounds as well. So it's still actually good. Yeah, I'm starting to learn the leader combos here by doing this. I'll ship you a UPS. Even out flying you out is expensive game. That's fair. Is Yellow Scribe a good thing for TTS? If you mean like Ballast Scribe is currently not 10th edition compatible, and the original developer seems to have like disappeared and discontinued to work on the game. The Reading Rainbow communities are mad at Diablo 4 for not having 20 plus gender options, just 2 obvious biotypes. Good lord. They picked that game to be the one they're angry about for that. Anyway, Lieutenant Reaver armor. Now we're getting to some of the Reaver stuff. So obviously this now we're probably going to talk about Reavers because relevant. Uh, that's fine. This is 23 for Lieutenant Reavers. Let's go and find Reavers and the General. I gotta scroll way down and wait for it to load. When do I eat? I don't even know. No, Yellow Scribe used to transfer Battlescribe list to TTS. Oh, well, I mean, if it's used for transfer Battlescribe, and no, it can't be used because Battlescribe doesn't have 10th edition capability. You have to use the Warhammer app or like Google Sheets. All we need is 3 genders: male, female, and A10 Warhawk. Fair enough. I think they could negate all of that by just replacing them with masculine, feminine, and etc. or or neither, neutral. Because everything else comes down to presenting masculine or feminine or neither. Like whatever you call the specific thing, it boils down to that. So it's either one of the binary or non-binary. Where are Reavers in here? Good lord. There's Eliminators, Hellblasters. Well, enough to make a good choice by giving my Reaver Squad lore and actually buying them. I mean, my first single unit box I ever bought back in 8th was Reavers, and that has been a regret thus far. Alright, Reaver Squad. I just immediately forgot the page number for Lieutenant Reavers, or Reaver Lieutenant. We'll be back to that in a second. Anyway, so looking at Reaver Squad, the points for Reavers, because that's very relevant to them, is a squad of 5. Where are they? 95 points. All right. 10 for 190. Okay. So, for that, you get all their weapons are precision except close combat when they're using a bow carbine. So, I mean, probably don't charge if you use the bow carbine. Their intercessor stat line, intercessor combat weapon. Bow carbine is just a a bolter like before with precision, or a bolt pistol, which is a pistol with precision, so they can snipe. So what precision means, if you don't know, is if you have a character leading a unit, precision allows you to target just the character leading the unit, which is where you will find most characters. Characters not leading a unit either are open game anyway, or they have lone operative in which you cannot target them unless you're within 12 inches. I've seen a furry dude pumping gasoline, live in Southern California, 90 plus degrees, and this. Wow. Yeah, right? Degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, so that's hot. That's very hot. That is, you're probably in danger wearing a full fursuit in 90 plus degrees outside. That man might not survive to get home. Okay, so Reavers have Scout 6 inches, so they have a pregame move of 6 inches. They get Deep Strike if they take the Grav Shoot, which you just take the War Gear because it's all free. Which means that you can ignore any vertical distance when you're moving, any kind of move, and you can Deep Strike. Or you can pregame move. Start the fight phase. So you have gone into melee. Each enemy unit with engagement range of 1 or more units with this ability must take a Battle Shock test. Okay. So, this is relevant for if you're engaged with someone on an objective, because if they fail, you immediately automatically flip the objective in your control. If they fail, they cannot have stratagems used upon them, so no fight twice, or fight on death, or fight enhancements, or fight first. It's just start of the fight phase, if they lose a Battle Shock, all that happens. Then they have to fail the Battle Shock test, which, while an enemy is within 6 inches of this unit, each time that unit takes a Battle Shock or a leadership test for any other reason, subtract 1 from that test. So, if, say, most things are at leadership 6, or at least Space Marine based stuff, or 6 plus, that's now a 7 plus. Or if they're 7 plus, because they're low leadership, is not 8 plus, you are rolling a 2d6 and trying to hit that number. And what does a Reaver do for them? A Reaver Lieutenant. Was it like page 23 or 24? Not all Reavers are gay. Not all Reavers. Not all furs are gay. I mean, possibly all Reavers are gay. We're determining that right now. Pulling his tail, if Meltbear comes out, he's yeah, that's how you tell. Saws Giga in tiny shorts and skates, screaming about how high is the side. Speed. There you go. Alright, so Lieutenant Reaver Armor has a pistol, whereas the same thing, but a single shot, or still a single shot, same thing, just 1 more damage and 2 up ballistic skill, so kind of meh. And there's no relics to increase that currently. Combat Knife, same thing, just has 6 attacks. The unit in question has lethal hits, because he's a lieutenant. So on 6s, they auto-wound. Deadly Terror. While a small sling unit, increase the range of that unit's terror troops by 3 inches. Okay, here's a immediate problem, okay? The aura is kind of nice in that, like, neg 1. So you can tag stuff that would be hit by Battle Shock that you're not even in engagement range with. So you're attacking some guys and another unit elsewhere gets shot up and has to take a Battle Shock test. They're still neg 1 on the Battle Shock test. So you could theoretically Battle Shock a bunch of stuff. Here's a massive problem immediately. Let's see if you guys can figure it out. God Geese, I just looked over the chat and you already got it. He doesn't have grapple or grav shoots. So you are down to, if he's with the guys, they get lethal hits, but they lose a bunch of movement shenanigans and can no longer deep strike. This is a big deal. You know what's weird? I'm pretty sure the Phobos guy has infiltrators. He doesn't have the grapnel stuff, but he does have infiltrating. Deep strike, because he has the grav shoots. So, still really big fail on these 2 things being, whatever. So, Reavers are still pretty meh because of that right there. You think gay people are faking over top gay? Okay, annoying gay people that are like that, some of them probably. Well, I know what I'm camping my Reavers while charging my Death Company. It's not the worst idea. It's just bolt carbine plink stuff off enemy characters. Been lurking almost all day, working on hella chores around the house. Nice. Yeah, grav shoot and grapple loss is the first thing I noticed. Yeah, the first thing I noticed too, actually, because of how just empty his war gear thing is. If they fixed that, right, Reavers could become a very annoying, dangerous harassment unit. Actually might be legit. For, the harassment and objective flipping. Now, would I think that would make them good? Good? Is if this guy ups the Terror Troops ability by 1. An additional 1. So made it a 9 up on low leadership. And or did something to increase everyone's AP. Because the lack of AP makes it real rough to try. I know most things are operating on AP 0 right now, but you're talking about Space Marines going and punching something. Yeah, because, you gotta go through there. I gotta go check to see how long Battle Shock lasts, but yeah, it's like they're so close to being good, but they're not quite there. Lieutenant Phobos Armor. Yeah, it's just a two-shot bolter. Has deep strike, has infiltrators. For some reason, this guy has a deep strike. I still don't understand. There's no reason for him deep strike. Nothing. I mean, unless he's gonna go by himself somewhere, which he doesn't have lone operator, so I don't know why he'd do that. Oh, he can go to Reavers. Okay, so if you want deep strike Reavers, you can throw this guy in with them. They don't get the increase. Oh, wait a second. Does he? Nope. This guy had lone operative. This guy. Oh yeah, because the new Lieutenant Combat weapon is replacing what this guy was in ninth, where you would have this guy go around on his own in the backfield and just be a pain in the rear. Okay, you want deep strike reavers? Throw this guy with them. They still get lethal hits, and it gets shooting phase. When you shooting phase, after you shot, they can make a normal move up to D6 inches. This guy has a scope carbine, doesn't have precision, but whatever. It's only one gun out of their State Bolt carbines and paired combat blades, which are actually fairly decent. State hits one. Okay, this guy might make reavers decent because this guy can go with reavers. You put this guy with reavers and give him the bolt carbines. They all bolt carbines, and they just go around with their 6-inch aura and just harass the crap out of people, I guess. I don't know if that's like the best thing ever. They get lethal hits, so they're auto wounding, I suppose. Maybe give them cover? They can't. Cover stops at 3 up. They did that kind of on purpose. Power armor doesn't get cover ever. Which is kind of good in a way because now there's no reason to hide your Space Marines except to deny shooting entirely. You can just charge. Like, Space Marines are full on covers for the week. You just charge them at people now. You'll walk through fields of fire because it doesn't matter. Enough talking about steroid freakish men. Let's go over the sisters. Yeah, right. Nah, we're just doing the Space Marines now. Currently talking about the best Warhammer waifus here. Yeah, I mean, come on. What's better than a Space Marine? It got the big square jaws. Like, freakishly square jaws consistently. I have 10 Death Company Marines in one squad. I can have 3 squads of the same thing. And since Primaris Death Company and separate thing, I bring 30 of those. Yeah, and you can do the same thing with Terminators now. You can just bring any Space Marine can bring 90 Terminators now. If there's enough points for it, anyway. I haven't done the math on that. Oh, we got Zophiana talking about bringing, was it 60 heavy intercessors? T6, 3 wounds, 60 of them with their big old bolt rifles. Yeah, I think Reavers are still kind of meh. Like, there's just so much better you can do. Oh, yeah, we've got our firstborn lieutenant for, like, a command squad or a tactical squad or something. I don't know. You can bring a whole bunch of crap. I think, oh yeah, Lieutenant with Jump Pack's dead. Now they just forgot him. You can't bring a Jump Pack, like if you want to do what I was talking about, the captain with Jump Pack, with Lightning Claws, with a bunch of Vanguard veterans, you can't bring a lieutenant along. There's just no sheet for Lieutenant with Jump Pack, and it's really frustrating. Because, yeah, throwing in auto wounds on that, and they automatically have shoot and charge on falling back, that'd be amazing on Jump Pack Vanguard vets. And he can bring his own Twin Lightning Claws or Power Fist and Storm Shield for a 4 up. Can't do it. Why? I don't know. Just kill Jump Pack Lieutenants. So I don't know why you'd really bring this guy, like, ever. I guess for, like, a really weird command squad thing. I feel like bringing 60 Death Company plus 30 Sanguinary Guard is something that seems super good on paper, but bad in game. Yeah, probably because you can't afford all that. Can't believe you brought a Jump Pack to a rocket booster fight. Yeah, right? Yeah, now that I think about how the Jump Pack Captain might be really good with Vanguard vets. I'm really annoyed that there's no lieutenant with jump pack. Uh, Also, I gotta go get dinner at this. I'm starting to feel it in my head because I have not actually eaten today, but I've had 2 servings of gamer subs. Can't even talk. So we're gonna keep going over dash sheets, just kind of slower because I'm gonna be eating chicken with mostly my hands, I think. So that'll be a thing. So I'll be back in about 3 to 4 minutes because it's like leftover pre-made rotisserie chicken. So I gotta heat it up, and our microwave sucks. But yeah, I'll be back with food, and we'll just keep going with this because it's just kind of mostly talking anyway. Yeah, it's gonna look great on the YouTube video. Trust me. I return with a bunch of chicken and salad. And, oh, I forgot my cup. 1 second. I am not actually back. Alright, now here. I forgot my mug I use for my gamer subs here. No! Okay. No fact meal today? No, I was only doing that when I was getting sponsored, dude, which I did. I did get paid for it. I did make some money, a little bit of money. Fact meals were very good. I wouldn't be opposed to more of them, but I can't afford to just buy them just 'cause right now. Especially not when this specific meal of the day is usually covered by my family. Although, I do supply my own green olives, which actually I'm finishing off the brine of one of my jars. There we go. Now I'm making my subs. Okay, so warning for people that don't like watching other people eat. Cope. Fortunately, this mic is pretty good about not picking up the ASMR, so you only get visuals. I also have a stack of napkins, so I can still use my mouse. All right, so let's talk about Primaris Librarian. So Librarians got real interesting all of a sudden. Ironically, with the removal of Psychic Phase, the psychic abilities generally got better. The Smite's decent. It's like, okay. But why this particular guy is really impressive is because of Mental Fortress. While this model is leading a unit, these models have a 4-up invuln save. Who can this guy lead? Assault Intercessors, Desolators, Desolation Squad, whatever. Hellblasters, Infernus, Intercessor, Stern Guard. Hey, you know the Intercessors you want controlling an objective or taking over an objective? Hey, deal with a 4-up save on Intercessors now. Or Hellblasters with their plasma guns. I mean, you're not buffing their output, but if you want something to be a little bit more durable, this is a good way of doing it. So you have a choice between more offense or more defense by either shoving in, like, say, captains or lieutenants or librarians. And you have Phobos, which might be even more interesting. Like, I might actually run this, depending. Oh, and they also all have Psychic Hood, which is a 4-up Film of Pain against psychic attacks. Situational, but when it comes up, it's nice. Uh, and it doesn't inherently put him at risk either, because it's Miles in the unit, which is nice. So the Psychic Hood actually becomes a lot more usable. So, what the Phobos one does, while he can only go with Phobos, he does have Infiltrator, and he gives Stealth and Lone Operative to the squad he's with. So, hey, you want, like, them Reavers to be harassing and be next to untouchable. Let's say if you actually want to go to Reavers. Or Infiltrators. Or Eliminators, which is way spicier. I already have Sniper Scouts that already have those rules. So if you want Eliminators, just be basically Scouts minus the missile launcher. You can throw in a Phobos Librarian. Yeah, you can throw them in with Reavers. I still don't think it's the best tactic ever. In a casual game, maybe. I would say 10 Reavers. Let's say bulk carbines. Because this guy's still not the greatest melee fighter ever. despite the fact having a really cool sword and really like dramatic sword pose. Uh, I still wouldn't try to throw this guy into melee, especially when he has a 24-inch smite that's actually kind of decent. So you put him with like 10 reavers with bolt carbines, and they have -1 to hit, and they can't be shot at unless they're under 12 inches, which you can be outside of from your target. You can be 24 inches away with all of your weapons and hit them. Uh, and just this guy can be going after like the normal dudes, plinking off normal dudes, and the other guys can be plinking off the leaders slowly. I mean, it won't be super efficient against a lot of leaders. You're probably better off with eliminators doing it. But then when someone tries to get in close, you can be like battle shocking them and stuff. If someone tries to melee you, again, not the best ever, but it's an option. It's there. It's interesting, if nothing else. So again, when a Phobos dedicated detachment comes out with Phobos based stuff, that might be a good build. That might be actually good. Librarian and Terminator armor. Uh, he can only go with Terminators, but he gives them a 4 up against psychic attacks and gives all their weapons exploding 6s, sustained hit 1s. So you got all your lightning claws with rerolling wounds. They now have exploding 6s to hit, so you get more lightning claws in there, or all your combi bolters, or whatever. Granted, I think in most cases you're still better off with a captain, but this isn't a terrible option. Other than that, he's like what you expect. You can bring a storm bolter, combi bolter, smite, and it goes with Terminators. Then you have the 4-up invuln save version with a whole bunch of your usual weapon options for Firstborn, which, like, this guy with, I would say because of the nature of Smite, I wouldn't give him a pistol. I'd figure out if you want a bolt gun or a combi weapon. Probably the combi weapon, actually. It's probably one of the few things I would actually put a combi weapon over. I mean, you can take a Storm Bolter, but, I mean, it just seems like kind of fun to me that you can throw out, like, a mortal wound or two. Uh, a Storm Bolter might be better. I guess it depends. But yeah, you can give one of your firstborn squads, Assault Squad, Command Squad, Tactical Squad, Vanguard Veteran Squad on foot. Well, Assault Squad and Vanguard Veteran on foot, a 4-up invuln. Do you think conservatives shoot themselves for being anti-abortion weed in video games? There's about like 7 things wrong with that statement. But if I were to take that entirely on face value, no. Conservatives shoot themselves over other reasons. Primaris Chaplain. Alright, following the chaplains. Oh yeah. Is there anything I would actually use the librarian for myself? It's like Command Squad is like interesting again, but like half of them can already get a Storm Shield with a 4-up invuln, like the 2 actual veterans. They can actually take a heavy weapon and a Storm Shield for 4-up save. Tactical Squad, I mean, maybe if you just want 10 dudes with like a las cannon or a multi-melta or a grav cannon and a special weapon hanging out on an objective just being annoying, I guess you could do that. I mean, I feel like that's much more of like a crusade take than I wouldn't call it competitive at all. Vanguard vets can also take storm shields. There's no point in giving them that either. Primaris Chaplain. Yeah, the music just stopped all of a sudden. Uh, okay. Chaplains, their main thing they all get Spiritual Leader. Once per battle, you can select one friendly and stars unit that's battle shocked when 12 and within 12 inches small, and removes the battle shock. Come up all the time? Probably not. I think that's a nice addition to the other stuff you'd get. Whatever whatever litany they get is why you take these guys. The other thing is just a bonus. And they're actually still pretty good melee fighters. 5 attacks, 2 up, strength 6, neg 1, 2 damage. That's a Venom Crawler. That's literally, if I'm not mistaken, that's a better Venom Crawler. When Venom Crawlers are kind of scary right now. Yeah. Oh, and on top of that, in this guy in particular, when he's leading a unit, add 1 to the wound roll. That's strength 6 plus 1 to wound. You could put Honor Vehement on him, which seems very appropriate. Because he would probably be someone to be pretty vehement. So you can make that 6 at strength 7 or 7 at strength 8. If it's Assault Doctrine. Which ain't bad at all. There's particular flavor of Chaplain. Assault Intercessor Squad and Blade Guard seem like the obvious options, but if you want them as an anti-charge deterrent, Hellblaster, Infernus, Intercessor, Stern Guard. I mean, the deterrents, I don't like using deterrents. I'd much rather specialize a squad to be really good at one thing rather than make them, annoy a gun line less chargeable. I think a stronger gun line is more valuable than a gun line that is annoying to fight in melee. Because things that are legitimately going to run at a line of intercessors in melee are probably things that are going to wipe them out regardless of if the character's there or not. So, Bowman Assault Intercessors or Blade Guard, get the +1 to wound. It's pretty good. Right there. I don't think they're super expensive either. Primaris Chaplain would be around here somewhere. Where are you? Primaris Chaplain, 65 points. And then 15 for Honor Vehement puts him at 80. Yeah. I mean, it might not be as good as Free Stratagem every turn, but that's something. Chaplain Terminator Armor. Also +1 to wound. Oh, I was wrong. Maybe Linnea hates the universal one, and the other one is the next. This guy had a feel no plane 4 up against mortal wounds. Okay, that's actually turning out to be kind of good. I thought that was kind of mad before. Now I see how many mortal wounds are getting thrown around. That's might be legit. Maybe. If you find yourself in a mortal wound heavy meta for some reason, that could help you. I think in most situations, Terminator Captain is better. +1 to wound. Catechism of Fire. Each time this model is unit selected to shoot, you can select one enemy within 12 inches of and invisible to this model. Until the end of the phase, ranged weapons equipped by models in this model's units have the devastating wounds ability when targeting an enemy unit. Okay. If this was on the Firstborn Chaplain, or even the Primaris one, that'd be reason to pause. You're talking about the guy that goes with the bikes. Bike Squad, Outrider Squad. Now, there's one caveat to this, and that is the attack bikes and Invader ATVs. Because as it stands, you're looking at his twin bow rifle, 2 shots, reeling wounds. You're fishing for 6s. So that kind of helps you in the fishing. But then you're talking like 3 to 6, say, Outrider bikes. Actually, bikes, well, okay. Here's how you figure this. Either you're going for the Invader ATV, or you're going for devastating wounds on bike squad where they have uh bike squad where they have like crazy guns. Okay, actually, Sophian, you have a good point. Yeah, grav weapons, where they're already two up to wound vehicles, but if they happen to spike, it's now devastating wounds, which is just what, one or two mortal wounds, and then a multi melta, which, oh man, devastating wounds on a multi melta if it actually procs and you spike the roll and they're half range, 8 mortal wounds anyone. It's unlikely, but I guess possible. It's okay. It's gonna be a fair number of points, but it's there. The other option I was thinking was the Invader ATV with the Outriders. Give them the Gatling gun, and you have a bunch of possibilities of spiking a 6, you know? How much is this guy on a bike? I mean, bikes are not super cheap, except for scout bikes, ironically. Because, like, the whole, like, 3 miles or 75 scout bikes is, like, bonkers to me. That's insane. I mean, you'll see when we get to scout bikes and see what they can actually do, but with Chaplain on a bike, 95 points to start. Then a bike squad. Now, remember, it has to be with a bike squad, so you're limited to one attack bike, if I remember correctly. Bike squad, 3 models, so 80 points plus 55 to 235 plus a chaplain on bike. Where'd he go? Oh, I think I was looking at the wrong guy. Chaplain bike, 80 points. Okay, 135, 215 points. 215 points for 3 grav, 5 twin linked either bull rifles or bolters, which are re-rolling, so you might get some devastating wounds on there. Uh, I mean, still seems like a lot, like 215 points. Maybe? Oh, the ganglia might already be dead wounds. Okay, then just don't even bother with Outriders, as far as I'm concerned. Outriders are so meh this edition. Because their only special rule is the advance and shoot thing. I think it is. Or no, Turbo Boost. They have Turbo Boost where they have max advance, which is like, whatever. If we have way bigger maps, that might be a thing. But the size maps we have now, it's like, it's really whatever. I don't see that particularly useful. If someone can explain to me why that's not the case, I'm open to it, but like, meh. Firstborn Chaplain, +1 rune roll, and the spiritual leader. So yeah, I guess like the Primaris and Firstborn Chaplains are really kind of meh. Because the spiritual leader is not likely to be that good. I mean, there's one outlier case that it might save you the game by not flipping an objective, but like, eh. And also the squads you can go with are not particularly impressive. Now, Chaplain on Jump Pack, I remember this guy being potentially quite good. So he has a +1 to wound roll, right? Exhortation of Rage. Each time a mouse unit is selected to fight, you can select one enemy unit engagement range of this mouse unit. Roll 1d6 on a 4 or 5. The enemy unit suffers d3 more wounds. On a 6, enemy suffers 3 more wounds. That's each time this mouse unit selected to fight. Okay. And +1 to wound. Okay. I need to think about this. So, we either have the captain, which is +1 to the strength of all the guns, or Litany of Hate, which is +1 to the wound roll. I think the wound roll might actually be the mathematically more efficient version. Now, granted, the chaplain himself is not as good as of a melee fighter, I don't think, compared to some of the different captain builds. The captain can also, by taking the, well, no, I wouldn't worry too much about the enhancement. You still would want Honor of a Human, and either way, I don't think you'd want the other one to can give you like the tactical doctrine all the time because you actually want to be in the assault doctrine a lot of time anyway. Hmm. Power Fist can smash kind of hard. I mean, yeah, but the captain can take Power Fist too. Like, if Power Fist doesn't change as much, and like I'm comparing the two, right? Because they're in direct competition for the slot because you can't take both of them. Now, if you want a bunch of jump guys, I think this guy with the assault squad and have a big blast of mortal wounds when you first engage, and it's +1 a wound on chainswords is more interesting. While the captains with Vanguard vets, where they're now strength 6, heirloom weapons, where they are wounding Space Marines on 3s, which they already were, but they're wounding Gravis on 4s, and they're wounding light infantry, like all tier T3 stuff, like Eldari infantry, on 2s. Now, granted, +1 in the wound roll, chain swords are going to be doing the same thing, but they're not going to be. Let's see. No, actually, no. It's all the same thing. Actually, the only difference is when you get to much higher. If you are not going up against infantry, if you're going up against something stronger than infantry, that's when. Huh. I'd have to legit make a spreadsheet to figure out which one is actually better between these. So I guess take your preference. I think I'm probably still gonna take the captain because the captain because you can get a free stratagem. That could actually be legit. That could actually be pretty brutal because you can take like the fight on death stratagem every time they attack your thing back after you hit them, which means you're gonna blend way harder. Okay, I think because of that, I might actually prefer the captain still because you get the free stratagem per turn. That is per turn, right? I keep saying that, right? I gotta go up and check now. 17. Once per battle round. Okay, so yeah, not once per your turn, but once per. So you still get 5 times. You get 5 free stratagems on that unit. Yeah, I think that's probably better than the chaplain. Still, I think we're. I think I'm still voting for captain there, personally. All right, let's get into the tech marines. I don't think a Tech Marine's actually changed that much. I mean, the Grav pistol changed because all the Grav pistols changed. He does have the nice thing where because of the new leadership changes, while he can be a leader, they made sure you are not required to have a full squad to bodyguard him, because if you're within 3 inches of a Adeptus Astartes vehicle unit, you have lone operative. However, they did not make it a problem by saying this model has the lone operative ability, not this unit. So you cannot give, say, a tactical squad with a las cannon lone operative by sticking them next to a vehicle. Then you have Blessing Omnissiah, which is their heal ability, which is just you regain D3 lost wounds, and they get the +1 to hit roll. They just kind of like merge the two abilities into one. Each model can only be selected for ability once per turn, so you cannot like heal a crap load of wounds by having a bunch of Tech Marines. And if a friendly vehicle is destroyed within 12 inches of model until the end of the battle, the Omnissiah Power X attack characteristics of 7. So you get 3 bonus attacks with a 3-up 622 weapon. Not shabby. On top of also 1. Is it 1 or 2? How many server arms did it give him? 1 server arm. Okay, and then 1 A23. And he can be put in with an Assault Intercessor Squad, a Star Servitors, an Intercessor Squad. I'm pretty sure you can take the Servitors with you if you attach to another squad, by the way. Standard Tech Marine, which is all like the exact same thing, except he has a bunch of Firstborn weapon options. However, the Plasma Cutter is no longer a free plasma gun, or wasn't free before, but like, you know, it's no longer a plasma gun. It's a extra attacks, 2 hits, 3 up, strength 8, neg 2/2, which is actually pretty fair. I don't know where the flamer part went. Is that a hand flamer now? Oh, just one flamer. Oh, yeah, you just get like a full-on flamer. There it is. Okay. So you do still get a full-on flamer. And a plasma cutter, which is now a pretty decent melee weapon. And then you get your 1 servo arm. Is it 1 servo arm? Yeah, 1 servo arm. But you already have a servo arm, because now you have 2 servo arms. So you have 2 attacks at 8 neg 2/3, 2 attacks at 8 neg 2/2, and your actual melee weapon, which could be the Omniscient Power Axe, which people might actually want to take now, because if the vehicle you're babysitting blows up, it's now 7 attacks. So if it ever actually is going to come up, it's going to come up where it hits pretty hard. Because 7 attacks is definitely better than, say, a Thunderhammer. I'm really mad at Thunderhammers this edition, just across the board. I'm just really like, whatever. Yeah, I think it's when we hit the servitors. Here we go. This will clarify. I'm pretty sure that they can be taken with another squad. While a Tech Marine models leading this unit, improved ballistic skill and weapon skill, characteristic range, and melee weapons equipped by servitors by 1. So, pay attention. Ballistic skill 3 up on your Tech Marines when you take them with a Tech, on your servitors when you take them with a Tech Marine. So you have 2 full-on multi-meltas, or plasma cannons, or heavy bolters. So 6 heavy bolter shots, or 2 multi-meltas. Like, just take the multi-meltas. 2 very cheap. Oh, and they have a 6-up invuln save now, which is actually kind of impressive, honestly. Sorry, servitors, 55 points. 55 points on a Tech Marine. So if you're already taking a Tech Marine, like, you just take them. Because it's two multi-meltas, and then the servo arms. Which are like, whatever, but I mean, they're there. And there are more ablative wounds for your Tech Marine. Standard Tech Marine, 70 points. Where's the Primaris Tech Marine? Up here. 65 points. So, 110 points, and you get Primaris Tech Marine 2 melt. Primaris Tech Marine with, what was it, like 10 wounds total if you include these as like ablative wounds, basically. He has all his weapons, including a heavy bolter at 24 inches that he can shoot with his grav pistol, and 2 multi-meltas. And, like, I guess 2 close combat weapons, 2, like, human fists, which are still hitting on 4-ups now, by the way. Which means your servo arms hitting on 4-ups at 6 neg 2 3. Like, Starry Servitors are, like, very much in style, I think. Particularly if you were going to combine this with another unit. This unit can join one unit from your army that is being led by a Tech Marine. If it does, so about every mile on this unit counts as being part of the bodyguard unit, and the bodyguard's starting strength is increased accordingly. So, yeah, you can attach this to any of the squads that the other Tech Marines can attach to. So if you really want to attach a Tech Marine to, like, an Assault Intercessor squad or an Intercessor squad or a normal Tech Marine to a tactical squad, I guess, for whatever reason, like, yeah, I can just jump right in. 2 more multi-modes. That pulls a tac squad that is OC. I mean, you can't use them as objective fodder anymore, but whatever. For 20 more points, you can get a squad of sniper scouts that have stealth and lone operatives. There's no reason to take these guys at all for that purpose anymore either. No, I mean, like, attack squad that now has 3 multi-meltas and a melta gun. And sure, why not? An Inferno pistol for a 6-inch melta is a thing now. In addition to or 2 Inferno pistols, I guess. With all his other stuff. I mean, might be a thing. You can't transport him in, like, next to anything. I mean, you need a lot of transport capacity because now 15 models. But you can do it. It wouldn't be, like, the most expensive thing in the world. I don't know why compared to a Devastator squad you want to do it, but you can do it. Try to figure out what we're listening to right now. Oh, okay, so it's the end of a Starset song from their latest album where they do a bunch of weird stuff in the beginning of it into their songs. Anyway. Alright. I think we only got, like, minor characters now. We're on to, like, actual units. Intercessor squads, I believe they went down in points. They're now battle lines, so you can still take 60 intercessors if you so desired. And they're legitimately good. They are, like, quite good. They have sticky objective, very important. So if you don't want something sitting on your backfield objective at all, you have them start the game touching it, and then you run away. Go do whatever else. It's still yours. It's exposed, but it's yours. And shockingly, their weapons actually got better. Like assault bolters or auto bolt rifles were fairly good at 3 shots, 24 inches, 401 with assault, which back then had a -1 to hit. Now, bolt rifle, 2 shots, 24 inches, 4 neg 1-1. You can just advance and shoot. So you should, unless you're trying to charge with these guys, you just either stand still or always be advancing. Because you stand still, you hang on 2s. Intercessors all of a sudden can just shoot on 2s with their bolt rifles anyway. Also can take 2 grenade launchers in a 10-man squad, which got better. Well, kind of. The frag kind of got worse with less shots. The crack, better against smaller targets, not really that useful against vehicles. Compared to vehicles, it got a little bit worse because +1 strength is not enough to like deal with the new vehicle meta of toughness. But against stuff like Space Marines, I mean, it's still winning them on twos, but I guess it's like it's better against toughness 8 stuff specifically because it's in a weird odd number strength thing. So like it didn't get any new twos. It just got toughness 8 stuff on threes now. That's his big jump. Something else to notice is that in melee they have their shock assault baked in. Everything is always 3 attacks. So that's a thing. I don't know if you'd always want characters joining intercessor squads, but it definitely can't hurt, and I do enjoy the idea of an ancient with an intercessor squad. I've actually done this before. Intercessor squad with a Primaris ancient, and it's now like 32 OC. Like deal with that. And you can still do the ancient with like other stuff, I'm pretty sure. Like you can do a captain or a lieutenant. So Inferno squad. My initial impression was these were kind of underwhelming. I actually traded mine away. I got incoming, a Devastator squad, and a couple other bits and bops here and there. I traded another thing and got some Centurion Devastators, but I'm pretty sure it was the Inferno squad for a Devastator squad. Like a box, a Devastator, like a new box. Which will also effectively give me a captain I can use with Hellblasters. Tacticus, stat line, they have Pyroblasters. 12 inches, D6 attacks, auto hit, ignores cover, strength 5, 0, 1. And then they can force a battle shock test. One enemy. You can force one enemy to make a battle shock test. Oh. I don't. I'm not really impressed. On Overwatch, horrifying. But you effectively are buying a squad to use a stratagem to do. Could be a lot of damage if you have some way of upping their wound. Or not even a wound. No, it's not even a wound's a problem. It's their AP. Like I guess you could give All right, let's say without going into salamander characters, because there is a salamander character that would buff the crap out of these guys. But let's let's see if we tried to make this as good as we could get. We get a it'd be a captain because lethal hits does nothing because they auto hit, so they can't get auto wound. Then we're able to get free Storm of Fire on a normal shooting. Page 55. I'm wondering when I actually just focus on eating and get out of the way so I don't have to keep worrying about it. To the end of the phase, already has ignore cover, but if your Devastator Doctrine, uh, get AP neg 1. So become 5 neg 1 1. Bolt of Discipline does nothing to help him. Adepted Codex is tactical doctrine, so it's fall back, shoot and charge. So you have a captain on him. You give him Storm of Fire. Can it only be used on your turn? Your shooting phase. Okay. So it will not help Overwatch. You just have normal shooting in Overwatch, and your Storm of Fire useful for you once, unless you're going to use Adaptive Strategy to make them Devastator Doctrine again, which you need 2 CP to pull off that combo, and it's not the most impressive combo ever. It could spike. You could spike your rolls and do a bunch of damage. Or you could just not. Like, I don't know. Like, it seems very, like you want to play Orcs. You're playing Orcs with Space Marines. You're giving it up to the RNG. I mean, I don't think they're that expensive. Pyroblast, or, no, sorry, Infernus Squad's over here. Infernus Squad, 90 points, same as the Infiltrators. 180 for 10. Or you pay 10 more points, you get more Intercessors that have the objective secured, sticky objectives, all the other stuff. Longer range, lower strength, AP. Not as good at on Overwatch, but Overwatch again is a stratagem to take CP. And it can only be useful for Overwatch within 12 inches. Yeah, if everything went well for you, intense. If it didn't, it's just more reliable units out there. Alright. I am myself getting annoyed with the really slow eating. People want to discuss while I finish up, and I will respond to chat. But yeah, otherwise I'm just going to finish eating at this point, I think. If it was all like fork stuff, I could just shovel down. This would be a lot easier. But the whole like chicken, ironically. Actually, I'll just move this out here. Zophiana, thoughts so far? Or Sai? I think Sai's still there. These are actually gonna be pretty spicy when I get to them. These soul intercessors. You could say Plasma, with all of his assault intercessors I paid for him last year, are going to be doing pretty good. His Outriders not so much, and I keep hearing that Blade Guard are bad, but we'll look into that when we get to them. Also, tell you right now, when I get to editing this thing, I'm gonna wish I had an editor. This VOD is gonna be such a pain to edit. All right, I'll be back in a second. No, I'll actually be able to focus on this entirely, and it won't be so slow and meanderous. And I'm sure some of you have just loved watching me eat, but hey, still human for now. We'll get to Mechanicus level eventually. Okay. As usual, I have to do something poorly before I figure out how to do it correctly slash efficiently. What I should be doing, and I'll do this in the edit, is I should just actually black out my face cam, keep doing whatever while I'm eating. You guys can barely tell except when I'm actually chewing with my mouth mostly full, and even then it's like barely a like difference. That's what I should be doing. I'll even put a little stamp on it, like eating, warning, eating. Like I said, you guys don't really get the ASMR part, so that's what I should be doing. Now I know. Going forward, that's how I usually handle it. Unless I'm doing another like factors type sponsor. Yeah. Okay. Now I figured that out. Anyway. All right. Let's get back to it. So intercessors, man, we are at quarter of 8, and we are at 50 at 252. Well, I mean, we've gone over a lot of ones that have like crazy combos, so this should get a lot more efficient going forward. All right. Shock Assault. In the melee. Every melee. Like every time you attack, you get rerolling wounds of 1. Straight up, all the time. If the enemy unit, not you, your target, is within range of an objective marker, you get full rerolls to wound. 4 attacks with chain swords at 4 neg 1 1. Oh yeah, actually, alright. I doubt we're gonna get back to any kind of painting or anything, so I'm plugging my phone in so it can charge, because it just gave me the 20% warning. And I'll just figure it out if someone wants to be a troll and hit one of the things that, I mean, if you're sending me money, I'm okay with that, but if someone wants to be a troll, I'll have to just figure it out then. Reset all up. But anyway, moving on. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna move all this stuff over here. Alright, so, full reroll the wounds, let's say. Let's say you're using these guys efficiently, right? Like, you're using them as intended. Where they are OC2 guys, where you can get Advanced in Charge pretty easily now. Like, Advanced in Charge is not hard to get at all. You can get full rerolled wounds on the objective you are trying to take. 4 attacks. Let's say you do a full-blown, like, blob of 10. 4 neg 1 1. 40 attacks. Rerolling wounds. You give them, let's say, a captain, so they can have fight even if they die. As well as the captain. You would do like a normal captain, probably shield and sword. He has a bunch of, like, he has the finest hour thing, so he can go real hard as well. Let's see, what other things? You also give him a lieutenant at the same time. Could also be the shield version, like like full Indomitus pair, but with these guys. Is that worth it points-wise compared to a bunch of the other combos? I don't know. But maybe. You could also actually give the Primaris Chaplain, where they have +1 to wound and rerolling wounds on that strength 4, neg 1 1. 40 attacks plus his attacks. That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all, necessarily. That combo is not that not that expensive either. That could be what you use all those standing foot slogging Primaris Chaplains everywhere for. It's for like that kind of thing. That could be a thing. Also, just by themselves, they're not that bad either. Like, the rerolling wounds is actually a very good support ability for their general profile. And obviously, the sergeant can take extra good stuff. Yeah. Oh, here's just... Oh, yeah, that's right. Librarian just out of nowhere just has Librarian Jump Pack, which actually has an interesting thing on him. Was, he grants AP neg 1. I'm going to put Assault Squad and Vanguard Vet Squad. So, If we put him with Vanguard Vets, they are all 4 up Invuln, 4 up Feeling the Pain against Psychic, which is kind of like whatever. But they're 5 neg 2 1, which might be kind of good. You hit Space Marines, you're wounding on 3s, they're saving on 5s, 2 go through, you kill a Space Marine. Could it be better? Maybe? Maybe, Chaplain. Oh, wait, no, I think we determined that the Captain was the better one because you get free stratagem, which could be a lot of different things. Hmm. Interesting. Vanguard Vets were AP neg 1 1, right? If they were an AP neg 2 and not a neg 3, this might be kind of a thing. Vanguard Vets with Librarian. He's like not the worst fighter. He's not a great fighter, but not the worst fighter. Alright, that's weirdo. Let's go. Mr. Tyranid Armor. I actually love this model. I can't wait to do up this model. This model, just almost entirely the way it is, already fits in with a lot of my army. Alright, so he comes with the meh combi weapon. It's actually the one thing that sets him apart from just like a Reaver. No, Phobos. He's just a Phobos. He's just a Phobos lieutenant with a combi weapon, and that somehow gives him a bunch of extra powers. I don't know, GW being weird. He has a fair number of like basic attacks on 2 up that have sustained hits, so that's like something. So you're probably you average like I think just under 1 bonus hit in there. But Anti-Tyrant's 4 up. Great, I guess. Whatever. He's Feel no Pain 5 up. Infiltrators, Lone Operative, Stealth. So you can't target him except outside of 12 inches. You can't put him with a unit. He's -1 to hit at range. He has a 5 Feel no Pain. So like he's kind of hard to deal with. Not the hardest thing to deal with. He's kind of hard. Especially with the evade and survive, which means if someone moves close to him, in like within deep strike range, basically, you can make a normal move, not a D6 like one of the other units. You can make a normal move. So a full 6 inches, I'm out. The reason you would take him theoretically is a priority a priority objective identified. So, Aura, already kind of interesting there. The start of the first battle round. If your army contains one or more Miles' abilities, select one objective marker on a battlefield priority objective until the end of the battle. While a friendly Adeptus Stars unit that's within 6 inches of this model, each time a model in that unit makes an attack that targets an enemy unit that's within range of the priority target, reroll wound roll 1. Okay, so he gives an aura of the assault intercessors. Pardon me. The lesser version anyway. So you choose one objective. How expensive is this guy? Let's have a combi weapon. Is it like cheap enough you could kind of just take him for fun? Take him for funsies? 80 points. Ooh, that's a captain. I don't think he's that good. I don't think he's 80 points good. If he was 60 points, I'd be like, yeah, just take him and try him out. 80 points? Eh. Eh. Especially because there's no good... It's not particularly great enhancement on him either. Because, like, the best you could get is Honor Vehement, which makes him 7 attacks, sustained hits with a 601. It's, like, kind of whatever. Because he already got 5 of Feeling of Pain, so he'd only go up to 2 up save with Artifice Armor, and he can't go with a unit, so why would you give him Bolted Drill? Or Discipline, or whatever it is. Because even though I read it today, I still can't remember which version it is, but whatever. I don't know. I think he's kind of whatever. And it can't be selected as your warlord for whatever that means. I don't know. I still haven't seen any warlord-based rules. Cool unit, but honestly, I will probably just play him as probably a Reaver Lieutenant because I don't already have one of those, or another, or like a Phobos Lieutenant alternative. I don't know. Again, I like the model. He just these rules are not that impressive. It's like because here's where he'd be at his best, right? You get one of the missions where one objective is going to be the most important one. You select that one as priority objective. Then you make sure this guy is constantly moving around to constantly be in range of really strong units, strong shooters, and use them to consistently clear off things going for that objective. It might be enough of a threat just to keep the enemy player from going towards that objective, but it's all of those shenanigans worth 80 points. When you can get this, reroll wound roll 1, already on Assault Intercessors, the entire squad of them, inherently, and they get better when they get onto any objective. Yeah, no, this is just all kind of dumb. It's just a whole bunch of rules slapped on a mall, and none of which, like, except for the fact that he's, like, annoying to go after. But, like, there's no strong reason to go after him, really. Because you can just get points through other ways. Like I don't know if there's any missions that make a single objective absolutely required to win. So yeah, Time with Combat Weapons is kind of just a big flop, which kind of sucks. Because like I said, this model is really cool. All right, Heavy Intercessors. Zophiana is soon to be favored, I'm sure. Zophiana, I hope you're there because we're about to go over your special boys. This Mad Lad in ninth edition had a list of, I think, 60 Heavy Intercessors and their Iron Hands. That is good. All right. Heavy Intercessors. For reference, they have gotten cheaper if memory serves correctly. 110 points. So they're 11. Sorry. They are. What is that? 22 points a model? Yeah, 22 points a model. Yeah, that's cheaper. They were like 24 or 25 points a model before. Uh, that's actually quite good. This is basically what infiltrators were before. So for the price of a ninth edition infiltrator squad, without war gear, mind you, you get T6, a chunky T6, with 3 up save, 3 wounds, 2 OC, unyielding in the face of the foe, no longer stratagem, baked in. 70? It was 70? It was 70 Heavy Intercessors. I don't know how you guys 70. Oh, because before it wasn't tapped as 6. It was as many as you wanted. Right. That's disgusting. Still, it's like a hate-love. I love it, and I hate it. uh, Baked in unyielding in the face of the foe for the damage characteristic of 1, which is a lot of weapons. Most weapons, most melee. And it's any attack, not range. It's just if you're within range of an objective marker that you control, damage 1 allocated to you, you add 1 to the saving throw. So most things are 0-1 now. You're a 2 up save now at T6. Oh, you know what the most like frustrating thing in the world must be? shooting these guys with las guns. I don't know why you'd ever do it, but they're saving on 2s after you had to wound them on 6s. Like, remember, las guns are the things that send normal human arms flying off their body, like normal, no problem. All right, so with this, you can take their standard weapon, the heavy bull rifle, just like the bull rifle, assault and heavy, which means you can advance these guys all the time. Because even a heavy bolter has assault now. These are now speedy boys. These are now effectively, unless you want to hit on 2s in the heavy bolter and 3s, right? Unless you want them to be snipers, right? These are now effectively D6 plus 5 movement in Gravis. Oh, they are on that midfield objective quickly. And if they're going up against something that's not going to kill them in melee quickly, you could go into assault doctrine and turn one assault and charge them right onto an enemy controlled midfield objective. They're there now. You now have to slog through that. 30 inches, 2 shots, 3 up ballistic skill. If they don't move, 2 up. Strength 5, neg 1, 1 damage. Heavy bolter, assault, which is insane. Heavy for, 3 up if you don't move. Sustained hits 1, 36 inches. It's a heavy bolter after that. It's 3 shots, strength 5, neg 1, 2 damage. It's still the same range even. It's a heavy bolter with assault added. So you are advancing and shooting on a 4 up. A heavy bolter. And for every 5 mouse uses, you can take a 10-man at 220 points of this chunk, of this shockingly fast chunk, as 2 heavy bolters. 6 shots, hitting on 4s, on the advance, at strength 5, neg 1, 2 damage. So, suddenly the Gravis, characters have something to do now, because, running with this is not terrible. The Gravis captain with a melee profile is not the worst to do this, because, again, if it's something that is not going to swing back and kill them easily on an enemy objective, but the Gravis captain is good at melee. So even though these guys can be bad at melee, the Gravis Captain's so good at melee that you could use the Gravis Captain to primarily clear off the objective, and they're just there to pop the objective in your favor. Honestly, I'm looking at Heavy Intercessors likely joining my future list because I already think the models are amazing. I love the models. The big, chunky bull rifle. I don't know what it is about the proportions of the heavy bull rifle, but I love the proportions of it. And the Gravis itself, I've always enjoyed Gravis armor. I've not always enjoyed painting it because there's a lot of lines. A lot of tiny highlighting lines, but the actual shape of it is really nice to me. Yeah, it's just Heavy Intercessors were kind of meh before. They're suddenly really good, as far as I can tell. Now, when we get to the Biologist, I have to see if he can go on with a captain, because then suddenly, now the Biologist's OC is popping off all the time, because the Gravis captain is punching people in the face with 2 power fists. He's Magnus Calgaring over here. Even just 5 of these guys at the Gravis captain can be a real pain in the rear. Infiltrator squad. These guys are decidedly not as good as they were in 9th, but I do not think they are useless by any stretch of the imagination. So, same profile as before, stat-wise. Marksman Bolt Carbine, they're now heavy. They don't have auto wound, but you can give them auto wound with a Phobos Lieutenant, if you really want to go that way. I tried it, it was meh. I don't think it's worth doing it that way. I think actually doing it with the infiltrator captain or just by themselves. I guess if you want an untargetable one to like omni scramble something and make it super annoying because you can neither shoot nor deep strike within 12 inches of them, have them with a Phobos librarian, and you can just have a string of them in the backfield and just zone out your entire backfield for how many points is that? For five of like just five of these would probably be enough for most of your backfield. 90 points plus librarian and Phobos armor. 60 points. So 60 plus what did I say, 100? Was it 100? 90, 60, 150 points, and your backfield is untouchable. Except by literally walking there. They gotta walk through your entire front line to get over there. Uh, might not legitimately be a bad idea to do in general, actually, for 150 points. For, what is that, 5% of your list? 5% of your list, and you have secured your backline. I might start doing that legitimately. Come at me now. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It's omni scrambled and untargetable. Now, here's a question. Yeah, librarian's part of the unit, so you can just conga line that because it's still gonna be six guys. It's gonna be six guys, not seven. So it's 1 inch, but so you can literally just literally make a conga line of seven models, and you cannot set up within 12 inches of this unit. So 2 inches between each. Each one's roughly an inch. Seven plus what is that, like 14? 21 inches, 12 inches either side, 24, 21. Yes, yeah, your entire back line. You can cover literally your entire back line, like your entire deployment zone, and then some actually, and then a little bit of no man's land actually, if you set that up right. Holy crap, Sophiana, are you hearing this? I think this might become a mainstay for me. I'm not gonna lie. My infiltrators just became camper, and they have the heavy on them. So 24 inches, you can't even shoot back at them, and they're plinking you with two shots hitting on twos the whole time. Models and spares unit have feel no pain, 6-up abilities, so even when you do finally get there, they're not exactly fun to go at. Oh, and infiltrator comms are each time you target the bears, with stratagem. Oh, okay, well, that's probably never going to come into play with this strategy, but hey, it's there. Given to have two units of 5 on my list, yeah, I mean, you could drop one and shove in a librarian and throw some enhancement on someone else for the same amount of points. Like, honestly, I don't really know why you'd have multiple of these necessarily compared to some other options like sniper scouts or scout squads, period. Uh, I mean, I guess you could have the other 5 in the front, but I wouldn't put a leader with them. Unless you're going with the, like, infiltrator captain, the Phobos captain. But again, I don't know how like potent that is. I suppose. Okay. All right. You could do this, right? Follow me. Follow me here, right? Like, there's no version of them getting into your back line turn one, right? All right. This might be a thing. But yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So you have a Phobos captain in one infiltrator squad and a Phobos librarian, or you could have the Phobos captain in like a sniper scout squad or eliminator squad, whatever. But you do have the two 5-man infiltrators. You have both of them. Oh no, it wouldn't count as capping an objective. Well, okay, you could keep them from infiltrating onto an objective, right? And then you pull the librarian one back with the redeploy, and how they have not been able to scout up to or infiltrate onto one of the objectives, like at all. It's just been denied to them, and now you pull them back, redeploy them in the backfield, and through the game, they can't deep strike or target the thing stopping them from deep striking in your deployment zone entirely. Your backfield is secure. You now have 10% of your list for that move. But depending on the army, that could actually be extremely frustrating to deal with. You just have to make sure the rest of the army is extremely efficient. Alright, incursors. I'm probably going to mostly run just one with a Phobos librarian, which is shocking that my Phobos librarian is now coming out again. Which is, I mean, great. I love my Phobos librarian model. I think I did it in it's one of my earliest, like, really good models that I don't think I even need to ever, like, touch up, to be honest. Um, one of my early, extremely good models. And, yeah, now I can use them again. Woo! And cursors. Yeah. Same stat line. Oculus Bolt Carbine. Assault ignores cover. Okay. I haven't seen cover being a huge thing, so I don't know if that's the greatest thing ever. It's basically just it's a bolter. Otherwise, their paired combat blades is just them three punches, and they have exploding sixes. Now that there's not a lot of ways of buffing the crap out of normal stuff, like having AP on melee with damage 2, like White Scars and Cursors could before. This isn't that impressive. Multi-spectrum array. This is why you would take these guys. I mean, the Haywire Mine's kind of interesting, but this multi-spectrum array is the reason why you would take this. In your shooting phase, after this unit has shot, select one enemy unit that was hit by one or more attacks made by this unit this phase. Till the end of the phase, each time a friendly Adeptus Stars unit makes an attack that targets that enemy unit, add 1 to the hit roll. Alright, so you got a big bad somewhere. You plink him. You don't even need to plink. You just annoy him. Because you don't need to do damage. You need to hit him. With your shots. And then you get +1 to hit. That can be really strong. How much is 5 days? I think it's the same. I think it's like 110 points. 90 points. 90 points for 5. I think it's all you need. It's 1 per turn. And it's only shooting. But if you're a real shooty army... My music stopped again. If you're a real shooty army... That could be pretty good, I think. Yeah. I don't know if it's... That in and of itself is worth 90 points. Maybe. Haywire Mine, once per battle start of any phase, you can select one enemy unit within 3 inches of the bear and roll 1d6 on 2 up that enemy unit suffers d3 more wounds, or 2d3 if it's a vehicle. It keeps weaker things from wanting to charge them, but I mean, weaker things probably already annoying. You can run up to a vehicle and do 2d3 mortal wounds once, but I mean... it's mostly the multi-spectrum array, and it might be kind of good. I'm gonna wait to see what other people have to say on that one. I'm not convinced necessarily. You know, it's crazy, Sai. I mean, we're going faster now that there's not as many combos because we're past most of the characters. I'm not even halfway through the basic ones. And we still have the Forge World, which is another 30 sheets or 28 sheets. Space Marines is something like 100 something sheets here. Tech Squad. These guys are... I'm still trying to decide. They're really on, like, the fence of kind of good and, like, kind of meh. Mostly because they're locked at 10. You can't take 5 anymore. So they can take 2 special or special and a heavy. This Tactical Sergeant can take the usual stuff, but not a combi weapon is not another special weapon. It's all kind of meh. They get Tactical Doctrine all the time. But, like, do I care? I don't know. Tactical Squads are kind of whatever. Yeah, like, they got the OC2, but... What's Tactical Squad again? 175 points. I don't really think it's worth it. Yeah, I'm super mad at tactical squads now. Now scouts, let's talk. Let's talk real hard about scouts here. All right. First off, first the points. Scout squad, 70 points for 5, 140 for 10. They are now 2 wounds. They're OC 1, but that's okay because we don't have like troop tax anymore. You don't have to take Bowel Line if you don't want to. The only thing you have to take is one character to choose as a warlord. That's it. So you don't have to take a certain number of intercessors or whatever to then be able to take some scouts. They can flip. They won't like flip objectives necessarily by themselves, but they can cap them. What do they get for their 70 points or 140? Well, 10 to 20 wounds to start. Guerrilla infiltrators and scout 6. So they got pregame move or moving or starting in no man's land. The end of your opponent's turn, if this unit is more than 6 inches away from all enemy models, you can remove this unit from the battlefield and place it into strategic reserves. Okay, real quick. At the end of your opponent's turn, they have teleport. They can straight up teleport. They can teleport to very specific places based on strategic reserve rules, but it's teleport because it's at the end of your opponent's turn, which means your reinforcements phase is after the next phase, your command phase. So they have teleport. Now, granted, their guns aren't like the craziest ever. Sergeant can still take, a bunch of stuff, like mostly like melee weapons, but also like the pistols and the combi weapon. Can take a storm bolter still. Uh, thunder, power fist, power weapon, thunder hammer, whatever. A number of models can have their bolt gun replace one of the following: Star's shotgun, or a combat knife, and one can have their bolt gun replace one of the following: heavy bolter missile launcher. Now, unfortunately, it does not mean you get two. I don't know if they're gonna fix this because this is the only sheet I'm aware of that does this in Space Marines, where it does not say 1 per 5. It just says 1. We get one heavy bolter or one missile launcher. I'm gonna be honest. The missile launcher is kind of the interesting one as far as I'm concerned, because that crack got a bit better. 9-2d6. Blast is still. I mean, the frag is still blast at d6, 401. Like it's just more bolter shots. 48 inches. Like if you really want a little bit of like attempted anti-space marine fire or anti-power armor fire, I guess you get the heavy bolter, but between bolt gun and Star's shotgun. Star's shotgun allows them to be pretty quick because you basically have assault on all of them, but there's also Devastator Doctrine just gives them that. It's more the fact that these guys are really mobile and have 2 wounds now. So yeah, their save is worse, but yeah, it's like a tac squad without the OC at like nearly half the cost. Or a combat knife, which makes them into almost assault intercessors. Minus, the wound roll in the OC, but hey, it's three attacks at 401. At least it makes them like normal Space Marines. It's like they're good because they're so mobile. They can just harass things, like scouts, basically. Now, it's not as impressive as sniper scouts, which we'll get to, but like, oh, and they have smoke and grenades. So they can like dole out mortal wounds. Scout Sniper. I run these now. Unironically. I have a squad from like forever ago, and now I can run them. 2 wounds, 4 up save. Infiltrators, stealth, and concealed position, which basically just gives them lone operatives. It's a -1 to hit, can deploy anywhere, and you can't shoot them outside 12 inches. Their sniper rifles are actually fairly good now. Heavy, which means they're hit on 2 up like eliminators now if they don't move. Precision, going after your characters like you'd expect. Strength 4, Neg 2, okay. D2, alright. Yeah, I've sniped like 1 round of shooting with these with 4 sniper rifles, and I nuked a Necron character. A Necron, was it a Lord? I think it was a Necron Lord. I just nuked a Necron Lord. And I still had the missile launcher. Where'd you get a missile launcher? I'd still hang on 3s, but that's fine. These guys are 74 points for 5. Or 150 for 10. You only have 1 missile launcher, but that's fine, because actually 9 sniper rifles is kind of scary for that little points. And you have a hard time hunting them back. Put these guys with your infiltrators in the back, and they're next to untouchable. There's not moving away. It's just a whole bunch of sniper shots constantly picking off characters. Really cheap. Okay, this is a fairly new guy. Primaris Company Champion. Here's the other way of tackling characters. Well, yeah, so he's Tacticus, armor, with 4 wounds, 1 OC. He has a precision power weapon at 5 attacks, 2 up, strength 5, neg 2, 2 damage. He does have leader. He can jump in with Assault Intercessor Squad. Not a terrible idea, I think. Blade Guard, also fair. And then Infernus and Cistern Guard. I don't know why in any of those, but sure. Honor or Death. Whilst muzzling a unit, add 1 to the advantage and charge rolls made for this unit, and you can target that unit with Heroic Intervention Stratagem for 0 CP, even if you have already used this stratagem on a different unit this phase. Martial Superiority. Each time this model makes a melee attack that targets a character unit, you can reroll the hit roll, and you can reroll the wound roll. So if he's being used correctly against characters, he has Oath of Moment all the time. Add 1 to advantage and charge rolls. And Heroic Intervention. Again, them Assault Intercessors with a Primaris Company Champion. Actually, kind of good idea. Blade Guard, we still gotta get to Blade Guard, so I don't know about that. Apothecary, this is why I was making the Phobos Apothecary. That's almost done. And I have already used, and he's like, okay, I guess. He's like everything you'd expect. He's still got like the pistols and whatever. He's got the Reductor, super short range, which will never come into play, but if you happen to pull it off. 1 shot that has like neg 4, 2 damage. You can just nuke a guy if you can get to wound. Like, and you don't bring this guy for combat at all. He's like not a combat character. Narthecium, he can just. This is like they took the stratagem and just built it in. So like the old Chief Apothecary setup, you don't need to do it anymore. He's just built in. He just brings back a destroyed model for free while he just stands there. But it has to be one from the thing he's leading. So the number of things he can bring back is inherently limited by what he's with. But he can be with Hellblasters. When this model's bodyguard unit is destroyed, roll 1d6 on 2 up, you gain 1 CP. That actually comes into play, because if you're with something like that, people are probably trying to kill it. Assault Intercessor Squad, Desolation Squad, Hellblasters, Infernus, Intercessor Stern Guard. This guy's good with basically everything, except for maybe the Infernus Squad, because I just don't think they're good. Yeah, he heals stuff, and you can attach him with a Captain, Chapter Master, or a Lieutenant Maul. Okay, so this might... Okay, so you can't do this with a Captain and Lieutenant. It has to be Captain and Lieutenant, or one of the two with Apothecary. probably going to go with Captain. I don't think the lethal hits is worth it on most of these guys. Biologus. Let's see if this guy can be with, yeah, you can put him with the Gravis Captain and, whatever else he's jumping with. So, if we, oh man, Gravis is here, running two of these as well, running two of which, Zophiana? Sorry, I missed that. Was it something scouts, I think? Probably scout snipers, if I had to guess. Hey, Zophiana, about your heavy intercessors. Get a Biologus. Absolver bolt pistol. It's a one-shot heavy bolter profile. His melee's whatever. However, Ling unit gives him lethal hits. This is the Gravis Lieutenant, which is kind of disappointing because I would like an actual Gravis Lieutenant, but hey, he's a Gravis Lieutenant. And when the enemy unit destroys an enemy unit that is out of a melee attack till the end of battle, this model has objective control characteristic of 9. It goes from 3, which is already useful, to 9 now. So your heavy intercessor squad. Let's go nuts. Let's say a full rack of 10, right? 220 points, I believe, yes. Gravis Captain. Captain Gravis Armor 95. Let's knock him up to 110 with the Honor Vehement. Because screw you. Because I'm here to hurt you. So we're at 110 to so 330. Apothecary Biologus 55. 232, 285. And you have 12 T6 models with like 30, 36, like 40 something wounds. OC, was it 20 plus like 1, 3, 24, and then you can and then the Gravis Captain kills an enemy unit, right? Which I mean, he has auto wound shot. I mean, man, he has auto wound. Spikes, heavy intercessors have auto wounds on all their guns, which again, assault and heavy, including the sniper scouts. Yeah, okay. Assault and heavy, including the heavy bolters. Auto wounding. If I am reading it correctly, where you can have 2 leader units that both have enhancements on a single unit, you could give this guy Bolter Discipline or Bolter Drill or whatever it is. Good lord, I just need to check it and just drill it into my head. Whatever. Give this guy the other one. And now all of sustain hits 1, and all of that procs, again on a 5-up. Oh, the gun line. The gun line. Pop that on center objective. What's you gonna do now? Oh, boy. And then they kill something, and his objective is characteristic of 9. So it is now 9 plus 1 to Gravis Captain. You have 30 OC. You're now 30 OC with T6 models with that crap load of wounds. While, to be clear, the heavy intercessors are on an objective, so now damage 1 weapons are minus 1 AP, and the Gravis Captain's taking half damage. It's I am the wall strategy is what this is. Good lord. This is why we don't have a librarian in Gravis armor, because I mean, instead of this and the captain, give a whole bunch of a 4-up invuln save. But no, you don't even need it. This is ridiculous. Now, if you want to go aggressor, 6 aggressors, and the captain, and you're guaranteed the OC. And they also have lethal hits. I mean, it's not as many shots, but it's more melee. At strength 8, negative, whatever. So many Discord pings today. No, not 52, no, 30. 30 OC. because it's 2 OC per heavy intercessor, 10 um 10 intercessors, so 20 OC, one for the captain, and this guy's 3, which would be 24. But if you kill something in melee, so the Graves captain finishing something off in melee, he is he becomes OC 9, pushing you up to OC 30. If we could have a Gravis Ancient, then it would make it 40. I still don't think there's really a way of getting OC 50 anywhere. Maybe in like Tyranids or something. Or Imperial Guard. But 30 T6 OC is really annoying to deal with, especially when they have lethal hits. That's lethal hits on their melee too. So the Gravis were like 3 attacks, 401. This guy's 4 attacks, 301. That's what, 34, 34 401s, and the Gravis captains, like Gravis captain going ham. Yeah. This is kind of annoying. Alright, Primaris Ancients. I like this profile. I have used this already. It's fun. You give a 10-man intercessor squad OC 30. Just immediately. 30. Actually, you can get like nearly 35. It's like he's now OC2, and you can do it with another character. With a captain, chapter master, or a lieutenant, which you make them 2. So it's like 34. You get 34 OC. This guy with a 10 stack of intercessors or assault intercessors. Yeah. He does that, and then if he is within range of objective marker or within 6 inches of center of battlefield, this model has a 4-up Feel No Pain. Which, I mean, hey, he can drop his bow rifle for power weapon, which is just like a 5 attacks, which ain't nothing. At 2 up, 5, next 2, 1. Like, this guy is not a schlump in either type of combat because it's also like a bow rifle. So he can also go ham mobile with the rest of the assault. He could go assault. He could go full assault or full intercessor, both doing all the stuff, right? Like he can fit into either one perfectly, intercessor or assault intercessor. I don't think you'd be doing yourself favors to give him to any of the other ones, to be honest. Because none of the others should really be trying to focus on objectives. You really want to focus on hardcore holding an objective, in my opinion. Specialize your squads. We have enough squad types. You can get a squad that's good at every little individual thing, and just make the entire squad good at it. Because you just get more bang for your buck that way. Blade Guard Ancient. So you're going to pull Blade Guard. You can give them objective control and so, like, Wu, I guess. I gotta go see what their OC is. I think it's 1, so at best you just got 6, 7 more OC. And the leader, so, like, you can get up to, like, 9 OC, I think. Which, I mean, like, it's more than a standard unit, I guess. Once per battle, when this model selected to fight, it can use this ability. If it does, until the end of the phase, add 1 to the attack's characteristics of melee weapons equipped by models in this model's unit. Okay. So add 1 to the attacks of the whole unit. He has a 4-up invuln built in, by the way. It's a 3-up, 4-up. Heavy bolt pistol, and then 5 401s on 2-up to hit. And he'd be attached with captain or lieutenant. We'll see if that's worth it when we get to the Blade Guard. Terminator Ancient. This I will be making quite soon. I'll be making one of these in Tartaros plate. He's a Terminator sheet with a 5 wounds, 1 OC, 4-up invuln, deep strike and leader, start his banner, so that's why I'm doing mine, is doing a Tartaros deep strike of a bunch of OC, rerolls a charge from the captain. Keep the banner high. While this model's leading a unit, each time a model in that unit makes attack, add 1 to the hit roll if that unit is below starting strength, and add 1 to the wound roll if that unit is below half strength. So the more they deal with my giant Terminator blob, the worse it gets for them. Because I start hitting on 2s and adding 1 to the wound rolls, which It might be interesting on Lightning Claws, you could say, because you get up to the point where you hang on 6 -2 1s on, well, 2 ups for everyone else anyway. Uh, However, his Power Fist is on 2 ups. Look at this Chad. 4 attacks, 2 up to hit, 8 -2 2. This guy fights like a captain. He can take a Storm Shield, by the way, for 6 wound characteristics of 6. Now that's actually not. Do I want to give up the Storm Bolter for that? I think 4 shots at 401 might be a little bit more useful than 1 more wound on this guy. I mean, he's still at 5, so 6 is just saving him from 1 more 1 wound attack. 2 wound attacks and 3 wound attacks still kill him with the same reliability. So I think when you're going from 5 to 6, 1 more wound is not that efficient. I mean, granted, we're not paying for it, but I mean, you have to trade out a weapon. So I guess you are kind of paying for it with a different type of, like, Now, granted, I could give him Storm Bolter and that, but I mean, his Power Fist is on a 2 up, so I mean, I want to keep that, I think. Uh, so 5 to 6, yeah, it's not efficient. I think he's better off with a Storm Bolter, because just now I can reach out and touch someone. Yeah. I mean, that's just like as you'd expect. All right, Blade Guard. All right, here we go. Are these guys? I keep hearing these guys are kind of bad. How many points are they? 100 points. So 63, or no, they're 33.3333 points per mile. And then 200 for 6. Okay. And the Ancient Blade Guard Ancient 50. It's not 50, flat 50. So it's 150 or 250. And then your Captain, and if you're a team cap, says 80. So it's like bump this up as much as we can. Let's say a Blade Guard Primaris Captain, which is 80 points. 250, 330. That's kind of a chunky bit of points. Not gonna lie. That's six. That's a sixth of your army. You get for that 1 OC, yeah, 9 OC with the ancient. No, sorry, six guys, 2 characters, 8. You get 16. You get 16 OC. Okay, so you're over hit on 5-man OC2s or 10 OC1s or even below strength 10 OC1s. So, okay, you can flip like a lot of objectives with that. Okay, that's fair. Blade Guard. Start of the fight phase, you can select one of the following abilities to apply to models in this unit until the end of the phase. Swords of the Imperium. Each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, reroll hit roll 1. Or Shields of the Imperium, you can reroll saving throw 1, which is actually one of the first times I think I've ever seen a saving throw reroll that was not from like command reroll. Like something outside just rolling a dice type rule, specifically rerolling a saving roll. So you can do that. At the start of the fight phase. So you can defense and offense, you can pop off each as you wish. So let's go for max here. 6 guys, you're looking at, I mean, like the pistols or whatever. But they're 3 up, 4 ups, so 3 wounds, T4, 24 attacks, strength 5, neg 2, 2 damage. It's still a pretty brutal anti-power armor build and kind of hurts Terminators. It doesn't kill them super efficiently, but it'll do something. They'll always be on their invuln save. 2 hits will kill them. They're wounding on 4s. You're rerolling hit rolls of 1. You could take either the captain for free what do you call it? Free stratagems, or a lieutenant for auto wounds. The captain, like both of which are like okay in combat. The captain's better because he gets finest hours, so once per game you can go ham with him. Like against infantry, unless you're hit with a lot of mortal wounds, this ain't like the worst ever. It's a lot of points. I don't know if like it's good enough for the points. Dash sheet alone, it seems fairly decent. But yeah, it's pretty chunky point investment compared to some of the other things you can pull. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's less than my crazy 10-man heavy intercessor list. That is a juggernaut of a gun line. Let's see. Heavy intercessor's 220 points plus I mean, I know I said this earlier, but Apothecary Biologist is 55 points. Gravis Captain 95, 55, 150, 3 370. So it's 40 more points, but you get a ton of OC and a crazy gun line that's probably harder to kill because you have a lot fewer weapons that wound them. It's as many wounds per, but way more of them. Uh, yeah, I think that's the better run. Yeah, so Blade Guard are kind of meh now, I guess. Cool models still. Take a while to paint, but cool models. All right, Command Squad. All right, this thing's nuts, and I gotta go run to the bathroom. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. And then we'll go over this incredible hodgepodge of a data sheet. This might be 2 sessions to go through all this because we still have a lot to go through. Indexes are long. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll be back in a couple, and we'll just keep going until I collapse, I guess. I don't know. All right, I'm back. I just properly read your thing, Zophiana, about the 50 AC, and I just realized no, Bowline does not give them the old objective secured. All Bowline means is that you can take six of that dashing instead of three. Um, Also, I actually need more. I need more water. So I'll be back. Leaving again. Okay, let's continue. I am back. Uh, so we got the command squad. I'm also just going to refresh on my gamer subs real quick. Oh, yeah, if anyone's wondering, by the way, that wasn't here yesterday, the gamer subs I've been drinking all day is Kaho's Guilty Pleasure, which is peach tea, if I'm not mistaken. I'm still not exactly sure where on here it says that flavor, but that's what I was told. Because I was actually given this by the owner of my local game store when I was at his event over the weekend. And now I'm fully on board and will be getting more gamer subs later tonight. Oh yeah, by the way, speaking of which, after going over the heavy intercessors and how epic they are, and the other Gravis characters, when are we gonna start my Gravis fund? Gotta get, you guys gotta get your boys some heavy intercessors. I already, I have the Gravis captain, and I got the biologist, and I can kit bash the Gravis captain. That I gotta repair, do a bunch of repair work anyway. I also gotta get some Simply Green to properly strip them. Doing it just via isopropyl alcohol did not do enough with all the paint I had on because he was one of my really early paint jobs. It wasn't pretty, which is why I tried stripping him. Alright. I was not fully dissolved. Anyway. Alright, Command Squad. This, if you remember, from 8th and ninth edition, you had the company veteran, the company veterans, the company ancient, the company champion, and the standard apothecary. Those are now all squashed into a single unit called Command Squad. Now, they all have T4, 3 up, 3 wounds. OC1. You cannot take any of these models outside this squad, and you can only have 2 company veterans. So, rip hard my 5-man, fully magnetized, completely painted, super cool looking. I think it's super cool looking. Command squad with heavy well, they can still take heavy weapons actually. I haven't had lore, at least on the sergeant anyway. I had a little bit of lore on the heavy weapons guys. So I guess those two guys, the guys are gonna be sticking around. I guess. Actually, no, heavy weapons guys getting sucked into the Devastator squad later because it's how I get 4 grav cannons because I've got 1 in my bits box, 1 on that guy, and 2 more coming in the Devastator box. Which Devastators, oh man, we'll get there. Alright, first off, Command Squad, to put all of these characters into context, Command Squad is worth 165 points. For that, you get the 6 models. A bunch of firstborn characters can attach to this thing. Pretty much all of them. Pretty much all of the firstborn characters. So whatever you want, whatever character buffs you want to give this squad, you can. Already comes with a Apothecary, which is kind of next to useless. I'll go into that in a second. Not useless, but not super effective. You'll see why in a second. Um, so, and also has like the banner. So it's like, do you want them to... They don't need 4-ups. Librarian's kind of pointless. You'll see why in a second. Chaplain, it's like, okay, I guess. We're gonna start running these guys into enemies, which you could, because a lot of them can have really good melee weapons. Not the best melee profiles, but melee weapons. Captain and a lieutenant, which is very fluffy. A firstborn captain, firstborn lieutenant, and those guys, I'm pretty sure, can have sturdy shields themselves and whatever weapons after that. I don't know. Let's just go through it. Northesia, while you have the Apothecary alive, in your command phase, you can return 1 destroyed model, excluding character models, to this unit. So, okay, here's a question. Okay. Not as useless as I thought. I retract that. He is not completely useless. I thought he could only pull back the 2 company veterans. That's not correct. He can pull back any of the other ones, just not your attached leader character. These guys do not count as characters. They don't have the character keyword. Infantry, Grenades, Imperium Command Squad. So you can pull back your Ancient or your Champion from death with your Apothecary, which actually is like a 3-wound model, and I'm pretty sure the... Yeah, everyone but the Ancient and the Apothecary has a Storm Shield. So they're 3-up, 4-up, 3-wound models. That's like old Terminators, actually. It's like 9th edition Terminators with Storm... No, 9th edition Terminators. Not with the 2-up, but I mean, you get the idea. Okay, alright. A little bit better. Your Starry's banner, I mean, usually would wait till everyone but the characters are dead anyway. So, like, Apothecary being the last man standing, and then the characters. Like, that's probably how that's going to go. Starry's banner. While it contains the Ancient, add 1 to the objective control characteristic models and units. This squad, it says OC1. Really, it's OC2 until that guy dies. So, this squad at starting strength is worth 10 OC. With a character, it's worth 12. With 2 characters, worth 14. Okay. Not terrible. Honor or Death. Well, it has the company champion. Add 1 to the advance and charge rolls made for this unit, and you can target this unit with a heroic intervention for 0 CP. So it's just like the Primaris champion. Now, their loadouts, right? This is where things get really funky. Apothecary is still his bolt pistol, Starry's chainsword. Like, whatever. And unlike in 9th edition Crusade, you can't make him... you can no longer make him an angry Apothecary at 11 strength 9? 7 or 9, I forget which. I think it was like strength... 11 strength 7, neg 3, 2 damage melee attacks. I think you could do in Crusade. It was stupid. It was really funny. Never got to try it, but because you have to get an Apothecary to a firstborn Apothecary to legendary rank, give him a couple of specific traits and Terra's Teeth relic. But you could do it. It was a thing, technically, mathematically possible. All right, so that's the Apothecary. Ancient, bolt pistol, close combat weapon, but. Actually, no. We have to go through all of the basics because then a bunch of them go all over the place. Company champion, bolt pistol, champion's blade, a sturdy shield. So he automatically has a 4-up. So you have 1 4-up in there automatically. Each company veterans code bolt pistol, bolt gun, close combat weapon. So like TAC Marine. Now, any number of models can each have their bolt pistol replaced with 1 of the following: hand flamer, grab pistol, inferno pistol, plasma pistol. Includes the Apothecary. So actually, Apothecary is not necessarily entirely useless. It can be an Apothecary with a plasma pistol chainsword. It ain't the worst. I mean, you got a plasma pistol or a grab pistol, which is at 2 up on vehicles. Not gonna do a lot of damage, but it'll do something. Um, because you're wounding on twos. Uh, that means also your ancient can take one of those as well, and your company champion. So like a bunch of plasma pistols, a bunch of inferno pistols for your 6-inch D3 damage or 3-inch. I mean, you're getting a +1 advance in charge. I mean, who knows? Whatever. Um, Point is, you can do it if you want. And you can shove these guys plus a. You can shove these guys plus one character into a Razorback, which does have some interesting synchronizations. We'll get there. So, Razorbacks have a shockingly large amount of usability this edition. We'll get there. There's some fun stuff going on. So, any number of company veterans can have their bolt pistol replaced with one to start a shield. This is very important, okay? This is a kind of a big deal. Company veterans can have their bolt pistol replaced with a shield. That means they still have a bolt gun and a close combat weapon. Follow that. Any number of company veterans can have their bolt pistol and bolt gun replaced with one twin lightning claws. Okay. Which means technically they have a close combat weapon, by the way. Not that that necessarily helps them later, but eh. Bolt pistol can be... Actually, it does nothing for them. They still have a close combat weapon no matter what, actually. But, bolt pistol replaced with, for the ancient, with either a bolt gun or a combi weapon if you don't want to take a pistol. Probably want a pistol, actually. I think. Anyway, now you can't have, like, a combi melta or whatever. A combi grav like I have on mine currently. Any number of combat veterans can have their bolt gun replace one of the following, which means any of these can be with a shield. So they still get their 4-up. While they have another shield, but I mean, alright. I guess it's so that you could have a pistol shield build for some reason. Combi weapon. Flamer. Heavy bolter. Heavy flamer. Grav cannon. Las cannon, missile launcher, plasma cannon, multi-melta, and stormbolter, power fist, power weapon, thunderhammer. So you can legit have a 3-up, 4-up dude with a grav cannon or a multi-melta. You can use this with a Razorback, which we're going to go into a lot with the Devastator squad already, but now I'm realizing it works with these guys too. The Razorback has a thing that for the unit that gets out that turn, if they target a thing the Razorback hit with its guns, you get to reroll the wound rolls. Grav cannons have an anti-vehicle 2-up. 2-up to wound. So you're basically almost guaranteed wounding, you're auto-wounding against vehicles. Chuck in a captain for Storm of Fire. I mean, this is all better on a Devastator squadron, but if you Devastator squad, but if you want to do it like on an objective where you have a decent amount of OC and some melee punchback capability, and more durability because you storm shields, but not as much shooting output, this is an option. But you get more AP in the Devastator Doctrine if you do that using the Storm of Fire thing for free. And you're supported by Razorback, so I mean, there's a lot of guns there. I'm saying it's a thing you can do. It looks kind of cool. It will look kind of cool. Not gonna lie. I find that for efficiency of guaranteeing the wounding, go with Twin Assault Cannon. But Twin Heavy Bolter ain't the worst ever. So, yeah, man, Command Squad. I mean, I was also, like, setting this thing up for Melee, where they have a bunch of pistols and melee weapons, and a combat captain, and or lieutenant, and then they have lethal hits, and the finest hour, and all that stuff. It's not the most efficient. It's a very fluffy Command Squad. It might actually be good for Crusade. It's not competitive, but it's there. So, hey, more Crusade options, I guess. Vanguard Vet Squad, minus jump packs. No jump packs here. So it's they get lethal hits in melee on the charge. Scouts 6 up. Toss a bunch into a rhino, I guess. A whole crap load of them in a rhino with a captain. Throw them at something, I suppose. That's a valid option now. So hey. Well, no, actually, I take that back. They can't charge out of that, so I guess throws into a Land Raider. Just get Terminators at that point, honestly. I don't know exactly how you use these guys. I don't know how you use these guys, really. I mean, put them with a... You can't put a Primaris Champion with these guys. I don't know how you use Footslog and Veteran Vanguard Vets. I don't know how you use them. I don't know how you, like, operate these guys efficiently, honestly. Like, you don't have any. I mean, Devastator Doctrine. Yeah, you have assault on your stuff anyway, but you probably want the advance and charge the other thing. Let's just use the jump ones. I don't know what the point of these guys are. Jump ones. Oh, they have the same thing. They have the same ability. There is no good reason I can think of why you wouldn't still go with jump packs. There are more points, sure. I don't remember how much, but 2 more points. You spend 2 points and you get jump pack, and then they're actually usable because they don't need some type of transport. They don't need a Land Raider to make it worth it. Jump packs, man. Then you'll have the points in your list to get a Land Raider filled with Terminators, Horse Centurions. In how much were these again? 1/3. 260 for 10. You throw him in with a captain with jump pack, and he 100, 360 points. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, no, the Gravis Blob still seems like the best one for 10 more. Actually, no, because you would go on to give him Honor of Vehemence. So actually, for 5 less points, you get the giant Gravis Blob that has OC and is a gun line, which in almost all situations is more efficient for killing stuff. And it's still decent in melee. Not as good in melee, but these guys have no shooting, like practically no shooting at all. Now, if you want them with Storm Shields for the 4-up invuln, for 10 3-up 4-ups, and nowhere near the AC because it's 11 AC as opposed to 30. What I say they would have? No, they hit 30. They hit 30 if they buy if they get a melee kill. If they kill with a melee. He'll do Gravis, man. Heavy Intercessors where it at. Stern Guard. All right. Okay, so now yeah, the enhancement must be Bolted Discipline because here's Bolted Drill. All right, Stern Guard Veteran Squad. People keep saying these are like amazing. How much are they? 105. They are barely more than Intercessors. 210. All right. And they can take, gonna swap all their Stern Guard stuff for combi weapons. For every 5, they can take a Stern Guard Heavy Bolter. Okay. So, Stern Guard Bull Rifle, which easily better than combi weapon. I don't know what the point of combi weapon is at all in this case. If these guys could actually be like old school Stern Guard with a proper combi Meltas and combi Gravs, this would probably be pretty baller. But it's not. So, Stern Guard Bolt Rifles. Assault. No heavy. So, unlike the standard Intercessors, we're looking at 3-ups at best. 4 neg 1/1 with devastating wounds and rapid fire 1. So in half range is 3 shots per. Okay, fair enough. And their heavy bolter is just a heavy bolt with devastating wounds. All right, so the idea is you're fishing for 6s on the wound rolls. to do mortal wounds. Yeah, fair number of attacks. Once per battle in your shooting phase, after this unit's shot, if one or more enemy units were destroyed as a result of those attacks, this unit can shoot again. Okay, so how can you maximize their like mortal wound output here? I don't know if anything really giving you reroll the wounds necessarily, except for Oath of Moment. But I can give them Storm of Fire, where they ignore cover, and they have +1 AP and Devastator Doctrine, so AP -2. And that right now is not shabby. Not at all. That's with a captain. I still like Gravis better, actually, because you're talking about Assault Heavy. You can't do mortal wounds, but they're Strength 5, and you can give them a -2 as well. Again, man, I'm coming back to Heavy Intercessors. Heavy Intercessors are baller. Um, I might have to switch my alternate instead of working on my veteran intercessors from the old days. I might have to switch my work on another model button to be working on like either my Gravis Captain or Gravis or Apothecary Biologist model. Um, Gotta find it in my Leviathan box. Uh, and set up for when I have the extra money to buy some heavy intercessors because good lord, heavy intercessors, they're so good. As far as like getting objectives and being unmovable and being fairly deadly for not that many points. Like, okay, you can take 3 captains, 3 apothecary biologists, and then 30. You can do that blob 3 times and still have half your army for like anti-vehicle stuff. What? Oh, Judicia is the Primaris champion before the Primaris champion. Also, I really enjoy his actual model. I'll actually be using when I get the Devastator box and I make the Primaris Plasma Pistol Power Fist model. I'll actually be using this guy's torso and legs pieces. Probably a different backpack, but I mean, you get swap out his arms and head basically for a Power Fist Plasma Pistol from the Devastator box, and whatever head I end up giving him. And yeah, it's gonna be pretty baller Raven Guard captain if I say so myself. Especially once I paint him, because I think actually, yeah, you know how I'm gonna paint him. Wait, do I want to do? Hold on. Do I want to do red like my Blade Guard one? Because in theory, it probably just the same guy. Oh yeah, it's red because I was going to do the hood. Help! It's literally the same guy. Okay, yeah, his ropes are still gonna be red. I was thinking about that really cool blue that they did in the display for the Raven Guard for the Stern Guard, but nah, because this guy's still gonna be third company. That captain. It's just gonna be like a different loadout for my shield captain from Indomitus, uh, which is red because third company. Gravis Captain is definitely going to be fifth company, as are all my heavy intercessors and the biologist. He's not really. I don't think he's really company aligned. I'll give him double black trim, regardless. Anyway, should I make him black armor with just an apothecary pauldron like my other apothecary? Maybe. I'll figure that out when I get there. Anyway, Judiciary. Let's talk about Judiciary. Let's talk about Mr. Heseman here. What's he got? So 3 up, 4 up. 4 ups only against melee attacks, which is, I guess, fine because he's a leader, so he's already bubble wrapped. 4 wounds. Absolver bolt pistol. So heavy bolter style one shot pistol. Devastating wounds and precision on a 5-shot, 2-up, 7 neg 2. He has an autocannon for his sword. Did not realize his sword was that chunky. It looked chunky. I don't mean it played chunky, but it played chunky. Okay. Alright. Alright, I'm here. I have an extra Judiciar that I can make into a Judiciar. Maybe. Let's see. While Smile's linking unit, the unit's fight first ability. Really strong. Silent Fury. Each time a Smile destroys an enemy character model until the end of the battle, add 1 to the attack characteristics of Executioner Relic Blade. Good lord. Do you tell me this guy can run with Assault Intercessors? Yeah, he can. Or Blade Guard. Judiciar might be worth it. Assault Intercessor Squad. How many points is this guy? Is this guy cheap? I have a feeling this guy's gonna end up being cheap. 75 points on 10 Assault Intercessors. 180, 75, so 255. What does he look like with Honor of Vehemence? So 6 attacks at strength 8 or 7 attacks at strength 9. Neg 2/2 with devastating wounds. Against, like, in going after characters, and he gets more attack. Ooh. That's what, 15 more points? So that brings up from, what did I say he was? Where is he? 75 brings up to 90. 90 on 180, so 270 points. I mean, you're not upping. Well, no, you are upping them, actually, because Fights First. Fights First is brutal. They already have reroll wound rolls of 1. Reroll wounds on an objective that you can get to very quickly because you can give them via stratagem or just picking Salt Doctrine, which will up his thing as well. Advance and Charge. You can get onto a midfield objective and rush an infiltrated unit turn 1. Easy. And he's going after characters hard. Can actually kill a lot of characters with that profile. Like, relatively reliably, especially with Honor Vehement on him. Oh, this might be another, like, fun little combo that might, like, now I need to build, like, the Assault Intercessors I got and this guy. Fascinating. Might be worth it. Not, I don't know if he's as good as with the Blade Guard. Blade Guard hit hard, but, like, then they're just killing stuff. If you can flip OC with a bunch of OC2 and then him for OC21 on a big blob, yeah, I like it. I'm making a Judiciar, I guess. That's suddenly snazzy. Oh, yeah, we looked at Reavers before. They're getting close to okay. They're getting close to playable. I mean, if we get a good Phobos attachment, you might see these guys legitimately. Between Bow Shock and them all having precision, and you being able to put them with the Phobos Librarian, so they have Lone Operator, basically. We're getting close. They're almost there. They need a little bit of a boost. Maybe make them a little cheaper or something. I don't know. They're close. They're almost there. All right, aggressors. All right, let's see what these guys would look like with, say, the Apothecary Biologist and the Gravis Captain, for example. Gravis template, which is tougher. They got a toughness boost. Auto Boltstorm Gauntlets. So their range shots got nerfed except for the Flame Storm. No, I think even the Flamestorm did, but they got twin linked on everything, which actually, a Flamestorm being auto-hitting, rerolling wounds ain't too shabby. At D6 plus 1, so minimum 2 per guy, so 3d6 or 66 plus 3 or plus 6. Rerolling wounds ain't too shabby. However, only 9 or 18 shots. Also rerolling wounds. But you also get the blast. You get 3 or 66 blast. And, you know, shooting might be kind of fair. But why we're really here, Close Quarters Firepower. Each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack that targets a close eligible target, improve the armor characters that attack by 1. Okay, so actually all their shooting is actually much better than I thought, because all of it is -1. Because why would you shoot something way farther away? I mean, unless you are doing like the pull back, shoot at something else, and charge back into the thing you're fighting, hammer, the hammer technique, or you could just, try to wipe a unit really hardcore by hitting them with your own guns. Anyway, you got options. Because AP -1 on the close quarters one, that ain't shabby at all. I kind of wish I could still deep strike these things as Raven Guard, because these would be pretty baller with that. 4 -1 on all those shots, rerolling wounds. Plus, if you give it the Apothecary Biologist, all that's got auto wound on 6s. And you could give the Biologist Bolter Discipline, sustain hits on all of that, exploding, still a lot of shots. Particularly if you spike on the D6 rolls. How much are aggressors? I might have been wrong. This might not be the addition of First Company. This might be the addition of Fifth Company for me, because Fifth Company was always meant to be my Gravis Company, because Raven Guard Fifth is like heavy, their heavy long range. Well, not always long range, but usually long range. They're heavy stuff, lore wise. So I always wanted to make a Gravis Company of Raven Guard, where they're all black armor and glowing red eyes, because the trim color, or not, which side is it? Right shoulder. The trim color on 5th is black, so they're all black. It's gonna look baller. Aggressors, 110. What? They're the same amount as heavy intercessors? Guys, I need like 2 more Gravis captains, a ton of heavy intercessors, more aggressors. Like, and I think Inceptors are good now too. Yo, 5th Company, let's go. Like, yeah, I need more Apothecary Biologists. When are they selling those individually? Oh! What? What? Ooh. Oh, man. Like, these guys are more about... Well, I mean, if they got the Apothecary Biologist with them, they kill someone in melee, which ain't gonna be hard with 3 times your number of dudes. Strength 8. I mean, they're hanging on 4-ups. That's not the best, but they reroll wounds. 8, -2, 2. I don't like the 4-up part of it, but hey. I don't know if they're necessarily going to be deadlier than Terminators. I mean, they don't have an invuln, but they do have T6. It's not nothing. You know what? I'm going to be able to test my Terminators way before I get these guys in any kind of, like, really proper, test point. And I'm probably going to go for the heavy intercessors first, but I'm not going to sleep on these necessarily. Alright. Terminator Assault Squad. We're finally starting getting into, like, the Terminators. It feels like it took forever. Man, we are not even halfway through this document. So, Terminators have +1 toughness now. These are all basically the same, except that their Lightning Claws are now Strength 5. 5 attacks. They have Teleport Homer, which allows you to put a token anywhere on the battlefield. It's not your opponent's deployment zone. And once per battle, you can use a Rapid Ingress for 0 CP, but you can put them within 3 inches of the token, not within 9 inches of any miles, and then you can move it to a token. I've heard it can be super useful. I've never actually used it because my first Terminators were from Dark Vengeance, which were Deathwing, and that box set did not come with a Teleport Homer model. So, each time this unit ends a charge move, each enemy unit in engagement inches unit must take a Battle Shock test. That's actually fairly decent. I don't think Relic gets that. That does make these slightly better in a number of ways than the Relic in that regard. And you have options either Thunderhammer and Storm Shield, where they are now all T4, not T4, wound 4, 4 wounds, which removes them from damage 3 weapons auto-killing them, which is a huge like efficiency buff, because there's not that many 4 wound weapons, but there's a decent number of 3 wound weapons, or 3 damage. And then you get Thunderhammers with devastating wounds, hitting on 4s, strength 8, -2, 2. Isn't as strong as it used to be, but hey, it's still 2 mortal wounds if you spike it. With 3 attacks per, let's say 30 attacks, you're averaging 5, so you're averaging 10 mortal wounds if you gave all of them Thunderhammer Storm Shields, which might, against bigger targets, be the better go than Twin Lightning Claws, honestly. And then now you have 40 wounds of Terminators they gotta deal with. It ain't great. And you're forcing a Battle Shock on the charge, which means before you even hit them, they might not be able to use stratagems to try to reduce your efficiency against them, etc. So Assault Terminators might be fairly good. With Terminators. 200 points, 400 for 10. So that's pretty chunky of a bill, to be honest. You're paying 10 points per wound. Hits kind of hard, though. That's 10 mortal wounds. That's not even just the general damage you're going to do. But hey, it gives them decent anti-vehicle. All these guys can just take Chain Fist, which gives them anti-vehicle 3 up, but then they could possibly save. But hey, it's still out of 2 up. These are slightly more expensive, actually. They have Fury the First instead of Terminus, whatever it was. Terminus Assault. Each time a Molyneux unit makes an attack, you can ignore any or all of the attack's ballistic or weapon skill characteristics and or to the hit roll. And then each time a Molyneux unit makes an attack that targets the enemy unit you selected for the Oath of Moment ability's turn, add 1 to the hit roll. So, like before, you will only get positives to their hitting capability. And if you're targeting your Oath of Moment, it's +1 to hit. Pretty sure relics get the same thing. Yeah, they get the same thing. They just don't get to teleport Homer. So they're reliably shooting. And they get teleport Homer. Assault Cannon, Cyclone Missile Launcher, which is pretty good at 2, Strength 9, -2, D6. I mean, Assault Cannons have devastating wounds. Zophiano is correct, so if the Twin Assault Cannon on the other thing probably has devastating wounds already. So it can already do mortals, but honestly, I would probably go with the Cyclone Missile Launcher or the Heavy Flamer for that Overwatch. Because you can take 2, and yeah, for every 5, you can take 1. Probably Power Fist in most situations. Because I don't know if I would be trying to throw these guys at vehicles necessarily. Maybe. Alright, Relic. These are the guys I'm setting up for after I finish my Apothecary. I'll be building them next, as they seem to be the best thing I have access to currently that need to be worked on. Except for maybe a Judiciary and Assault Squad, I don't know. How much are these? Relic Terminator is 200, 400, so they're a slightly cheaper one. Slightly. So my Terminator blob will be, for reference, in total, Ancient and Terminator armor is 90 points. Captain in Terminator armor, 95 points. So 185. Let's say I give Bolter Drill to the other thing and Honor Vehement or Adept of the Codex to the other one. We're still looking at like 200, 400. 800 oh, good lord. This sounds like a cool combo, but I mean, that is nearly half your army in 12 models. Ugh. Having second guesses about this setup, but hey, I got the models already now. At least look really cool. Getting Gravis. You can drop. What did I say? Did I say 800? Sorry, I meant 600. I just suddenly couldn't math there all of a sudden. 600 mile. So, like, for double the Gravis combo, you get 24 OC of 30 something wounds at T5, all with invulns, the grenades keyword, Fury the first, so you can't mess up their shooting. They have +1 to hit on Oath of Moment targets. It'll have a Volkite Charger with 2 shots, 3 up to hit, Strength 5, 0 P. I could do Storm of Fire for free, so that could be a -1. 2 damage. Might be just some, on occasion popping off and doing a oh yeah, all of this in the theory sustain hits 1, by the way. Power Fist. Man, after reading the Gravis thing, I'm like, this is not nearly as interesting. But I get the heavy flamers for Overwatch shenanigans. 2 heavy flamers, D6 shots, strength 5, -1, 1 damage. Might be -2. Auto hitting, so like that's just how much you have to deal with in Overwatch. I could roll poorly and roll 2, or I could roll 12. Average of 6. 6, so like almost 2 heavy bolters, like two 8th edition heavy bolters, but hitting. And a bunch of combi bolters, bunch of power fists. Yeah, okay. Expensive though, but hey, I still got a fair bit of my army to prop out after that. I mean, I'm still not even at half when I hit my infiltrator combo. Then, like, a big intercessor blob. Probably 2 or 3, to be honest. My Venator. Relic Contemptor. A Tech Marine. Probably is Servitors. Probably a Devastator Razorback combo. Yeah, no, I'm still doing fine. I'm still hard on the Gravis combo, like, cause you can do that a bunch of times, and it's still, yeah. You do one half your army, like tons of Gravis, and the other half of your army is anti-armor stuff. Oof. Centurion Assault Squad. T7 now. Mighty T7. It's not as mighty as it used to be, but man, auto cannons wound them on 4s now. You need one of those massive strength 14 hit, weapons to wound them on 2s nowadays. They come with, automatically Twin Flamer, Siege Drill, Centurion Bowlers. These are assault ones, right? Okay. Annihilator Protocols. Melee weapons equipped by models in this unit have sustained hits 2 ability when targeting monster vehicle or fortification units. Okay, throw these at the biggins. What do they have? You can swap out the bolters for having a grenades keyword. Any number of models. Okay, so like realistically, you have 1 guy with this and 2 guys with the bolters because I mean the rapid fire 3 twin linked is just bolters. Like I don't think it's that. Like I'm fine with just losing a. What is that? Yeah, just 3 attacks, rapid fire 3 for grenades, which is a bunch, which is 1 to 6 mortal wounds. I guess it's 0 to 6 mortal wounds technically. Actually, I think you might be able to get more. Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of the tank shock. Anyway. Twin Flamer. D6, twin linked, so you're. Yeah, just take the Melta gun. It's only one shot, but you reroll wound, strength 9, neg 4, D6. It's gonna hurt. And the real reason you take these guys, man, oh man. So 9 attacks for 3, or 8, or, yeah, 18 attacks and 6 for a full squad. Add weapon skill 3 up. Sustain hits 2. So every 6 you spike, it's now 3 shots that are twin linked. They're all not auto wounding, rerolling all wounds. Strength 10, so like you need the help. Neg 2, 3 damage. Man, too bad no leaders can go with these guys. Imagine a captain in Centurion armor. That'd be bull. How much is Centurion Assault Squad? 350 for that. Throw them in a Land Raider for another 200, 500 something. You have these guys running at them at actually a pretty decent speed because of Assault Ramp. Oof, this might be a thing people see again, just across the board, not just Raven Guard shenanigans. Not that we can do that anymore, but you know. Alright, so I just got 3 of these, which is, what did I just see, 175 points for it? 205 for the Devastator ones, okay. Each time a mountainous unit makes a ranged attack, reroll hit roll of 1. Cool, come with their own rerolls. If the target attack is an enemy unit within range of objective marker, you can reroll the hit roll set. Ooh. Might be worth it. But they automatically come with Grav Cannon and Centurion Fists, and it can replace the bolters for missile launchers. Why would you not? Any number of models can each have the Grav Cannon, replacing one of the following twin heavy bolts or twin las cannon. Okay, so mine are already built with Grav Cannons and what are their chests? Probably missile launchers. I would be shocked if they had bolters. And then whoever built them is a fool, because I don't think bolters have ever been preferable over missile launchers. Yeah. Just stored them to bring them back. Well, at least that one has missile launchers. Missile launchers? Yeah. Okay, so probably the best build right now, and has been the best build for a while. Because the crack missile has always been kind of useful, at least, compared to a bunch of bolters, when swarm armies have not been in for a while. Horde armies, or whatever, Zerg rushes. So, we are looking at, yeah, twin, like, rerolling wound, 3-shot, rapid fire 3, even at 12 inches, 6 shots at 401s, rerolling wound, like, yeah, I don't care. Now, Centurion Missile Launcher, D3 shots per, so, wow, up to 3 shots, with blast. With blast on this? So D3 could be, you could be looking at, like, D3 plus 3 against, like, swarms. 3 up, strength 9, neg 2, D3 damage. If you spike these rolls, that's pretty brutal, because that's per dude. You get 3 of those. 3D3, 3D3, you're like 93 damage, I guess, and like if you spike them all, like you max out, right? Alright. So those in Grav Cannon, anti-vehicle 2 up, so wounding on 2s on vehicles. Flat. 24 inches, 3 shots. Hitting on 3s, rerolling hit of 1s. A target objective marker, and you're rerolling hits, period. Strength 6, or against vehicles, winning on 2s. Neg 1, 3 damage. 3 damage. Throw Storm of Fire on there. You get ignore cover, rerolling hits. And Devastator Doctrine, -2. And you're probably using that on other stuff that your captain's attached to because you knew it for. Oh, wait, actually, no, it doesn't matter. You used the 1 CP for 1 CP for Stormer Fire and these guys, and then the captain can do it anyway because of how his thing is worded. So never mind. Yeah, go for it. Or on your Devastator squad, I'll explain later. And in melee, I was asked. Someone asked me earlier if the Centurion fists were still actually good in melee. Seems it. I mean, 4 up to hit ain't great, but you know half of them, 3 attacks per at a heavy bolter. That's not nothing. Oh wait, they're 2 OC. Are the assault 2 OC? They're assaults 2 OC. This is a 6 to 12 OC squad. Centurions don't seem too shabby. They have no invuln, which kind of sucks, but they're hard to wound. Now 4 wounds. So even a lot of mortal wound stuff won't knock them immediately. I mean, you can't revive them anymore. That kind of sucks, but hey. All right. Oh yeah, this thing exists. You'd think as a Raven Guard, I would care about this thing, but this thing has like straight up never been competitive. It's never been that particularly good. It's been a paper box this like forever. All right, T8 for a vehicle, still not super impressive, but hey, has 12 wounds. That's something, I guess. I'll take a few hits. Uh, OC4, okay. So if it kills 2 things out of a 5-man squad of like normal specialist stuff, which it could very well do through a few different ways, it can flip an objective. All right. What's just not? Which is disconnect? What's connecting and disconnecting here? Okay. I don't know what's happening right now. It's not my mouse. Something is disconnecting or reconnecting. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. Wait a second. Nope, that's off. Eh, I don't know. Weird. Anyway, how many points is this thing? 160. Okay. You come with Fragstorm, Heavy Bolter, Incendium Cannon, Twin Iron Hail, Heavy Star, and Victor Fist. Okay, so it's just either the autocannon or the Incendium. It has everything else. Okay, alright. So Fragstorm, Blast, D6. Are any of these 2 of these or no? Okay, it's 1 of everything. Alright, so it's this list, and then you can swap out 1 of these 2. Delayed minus D3 Scouts Aid. Combat Support. Once per turn in your opponent's shooting phase when a friendly Phobos within 6, select a target attack. This model can use ability. If it does, after model's unit model's unit is finished making its attacks, this model can choose if we're your shooting phase. But when resolving, those attacks can only target enemy. Okay, so that's like the support thing that like the ATV and stuff has. Okay, but it's for Phobos. Again, if we had an interesting Phobos attachment, this might be something. But, like, none of these are particularly great profiles. The melee is kind of vicious. Again, what is... What is disconnecting and reconnecting? Because it's not showing me any icons. Oh, my... Is it my camera? For the... Hold on, where's my... Nope, none of my cameras are turning off and on. It's not my fan. I have legitimately no clue what's causing, like, the beeping right now. My laptop's not even that hot, so it's not. I don't think it's the heat causing anything. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Anyway, alright. Moving on. There might be some weird beeping from my system, but I don't know what's causing it. Anyway. Just getting tired. We're gonna have to call this soon and, like, do the whole second segment tomorrow. Maybe we'll finish even. Twin linked Iron Hail autocannon. I mean, strength 9, neg 1, damage 3, ruling wounds. Like, ain't nothing, to be fair. Or the Incendium Cannon at D6 plus 3. And like, Overwatch is a thing right now. That's 6, neg 1, 1. That's, by the way, I'm pretty sure just 1 damage less than the ones that are mounted on the Redeemer Land Raider. So, like, this thing could be a lot better. It's just, and, like, the melee is pretty good. It's just, I don't know. It seems a little papery. It doesn't have the old infiltrate, so you can't do the turn 1. I guess you could with Assault Doctrine, actually. I'm wrong. Never mind, because it's not infantry, basically everything. So this thing, you could advance this thing. You wouldn't be able to shoot most anything. Not be able to shoot. No. Eh. Well, you scout 8, and you can move 8. So that's 16 inches. No, you can get first one charge. You can get first one shoot and charge, actually. Never mind. Maybe there's something to this thing now. I don't know how, like, durable it is, but, running at stuff, shooting all these weapons, and then, because it's a vehicle, right? Yeah, I can shoot all this stuff. I mean, I had neg 1 to hit, but hey. Still shooting all this stuff, especially if it's the Incendium Cannon, where it auto hits anyway. And it hits with that. Yeah, maybe there's something to this thing now. Strength 14, neg 2, damage 3. Like, this is wounding Centurions on 2s. A lot of things its weight class will kill it quickly, though, is probably the problem. It's a glass cannon. It's not even that big of a cannon, to be honest. It's like an okay cannon. Yeah, maybe it's not that great. I don't know. I need more data. Like, this thing has way fewer wounds. That is tougher, right? Yeah, it's T8. Everything is T9. Only 8 wounds. It's a 2-up save, as opposed to 3. Not saying the box knot has been competitive for a long time. However, Wisdom of the Ancients aura. We got an aura of reroll, hit roll 1. We got Captain Aura. I didn't even realize it was in here. I own one of. I own 2 of these. Excuse me? Where's our points? How much is a box knot? I would like 1 box knot, please. 160 points. Okay, that's the same as the. Man, that's way more impressive. What if I were to pop this next to that, that heavy intercessor blob? And what are our weapon options here? I know mine have a claw, stormbolter, and a multi-melta, but, what are other options here? Assault cannon, heavy plasma cannon, multi-melta, twin las cannon. Oh. Missile launcher and close combat weapon. Heavy flamer and 1 dreadnought combat weapon. Okay, so swapping out a stormbolter for heavy flamer, or a missile launcher, and it's like kicks. It's like kicking. Screw the ballistas. I actually kind of want to throw a missile launcher. I know it's only one shot, but I get the frag. And twin Lascan, because I mean, it's probably better than a heavy flamer in this case, because it's gonna sit behind them and give them reroll hit rolls and ones. And twin Lascan, like it's only two shots, but this one gets reroll wounds, and they're both D6 damage. Hmm. Or get a heavy plasma cannon and be able to smack into like Space Marines and stuff, kind of hard. Like wounding power armor on 3s, -2, so they're saving on 5s, and they die. Blast, D3 blast. Huh. Because I think this used to be just a plasma cannon. And it wasn't that impressive. Heavy plasma cannon? Then a whole new game. Supercharge is actually kind of worthwhile as well, because if you roll whatever, it still has D3 blast, and then if you roll a 1 on the other roll, then you take 3 mortal wounds, because it's a walker, or a vehicle, with a missile launcher. Hey, but thoughts on affirmative action being removed today? Affirmative action is gone? They killed it? Finally? If they did, epic. As soon as I actually learned what affirmative action was and that it was hiring quotas for companies, that work with the government, I was like, that's bad. That's a bad thing. Because that's, what is it? Something like 20? No, it's higher than that. It's like 40% of the economy. What, like Biden killed it? A Supreme Court killed it. Oh, epic Supreme Court decision there. That's epic. Vivek Ramaswamy must be elated because that was one of his big campaign platforms, was removing affirmative action via executive order, because that's what put it in the first place. Yeah, let's go. That's awesome. Because, like, honestly, it doesn't actually help anyone except underqualified minorities. No, we don't want to be helping underqualified people get jobs, period. You want qualified people doing a job so jobs are done right. This should be like common sense. If they're unqualified, get more qualified. That has nothing to do with them being minorities. Like, just go get more skill. Or get more skills. Because end of the day, the places that are going to do best are the people that get the best people. But if they're forced to get underqualified people because they're the token minority, that helps no one. It actually hurts. It hurts literally everyone. All right, so yeah, I might bring box knots, yo. Wisdom of the Ancients aura for reroll hit rolls of 1 on infantry. This Gravis blob gets better all the time. Mine are already mostly painted too. I just gotta spruce them up a little bit. Oh, I'm trying to pause. All right. So yeah, stuff about the affirmative action ruling. Um, yeah, I'll do a quick thing on this, and then I'm gonna close up for today. We will resume here tomorrow, and we'll go through the rest of the Space Marines. So this will be its own video, a table reacts video to nope, I needed in the other Chrome instance. I needed in the one go in there. What is your problem? Wow, it refuses to go inside the Chrome actually. Oh, good lord. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do this. It's just has to be difficult, huh? All right. All right. Shouldn't be based off merit rather than race. Yeah, that's my point. Alright, hold on, I gotta stop the music. Alright, so... Oh yeah, I gotta do a whole bunch of setting changes. I don't even know if that setting will actually swap over while I'm live. Let me try it. Because I gotta switch the... Right. Okay. I think I have to do reaction stuff entirely as their own stream because of how I set up so I can play the music. Okay, so here's how my setup works, right? I play whatever music because I have OBS set up so that on a certain audio track where I have the sound from my desktop playing from is uh, is not recorded into the VODs. But if it's not recording VODs, it's just like all my VODs. The only thing you can hear is me talking. It's just my mic input. Then you can't hear a YouTube video. But if I change it midstream, A, I don't even know if it'll let me. B, if it does, I don't know if it starts at that point or if it goes backwards. If it does, then all my previous stuff today is like gone. I can't use it for YouTube, which is like a big point of this stuff. So I can turn this into YouTube content. So I have to do some reaching into that. I mean, it's actually not gonna matter in a couple weeks because I'm gonna be on a whole new setup. So like, yeah, I think reactions have to be their own stream stint where it's like literally I start over the stream. I mean, I guess I could start over now. Hmm. Because I'm not gonna do anything after that. So I get actually it's probably fine if I just start and restart the stream for like this quick reaction thing. It feels weird, but I don't know. Ugh. Yeah, all right, yeah. It's about affirmative action, so it's big deal. Give me a second. I'll be back in a second. Stop the stream. Set over the settings. We'll do this thing real quick, and then